right, let's start this show.
Who the heck is PepTalks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. PepTalks. 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 Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. PepTalks. PepTalks.
Who the heck is PepTalk?
They want our women. They want our children.
PepTalks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
PepTalks.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
PepTalks.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
PepTalks.
We found weapons of mass
PepTalks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from PepTalks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to a new edition of High on Politics. It's a Tuesday, and we're here. We're doing the thing. We are, we are live on a Tuesday. Thank God. Okay, so, everything's in the green. We got the horizontal and vertical streams up, so everybody can be happy. Also, what up, Ken? How you doing? Welcome over on Twitch. Don't forget, guys, you guys can follow over on Twitch. It does help a lot. Also, new shows. Yes, I decided to change up a few things, update a few things. So, yes, we got a new show card. What do you guys think? How's it look? Fire? All right, cool. I'm glad you guys like it. Yeah, it's the updated schedule. You can see it better. Perfect. All right, that's what I was going for. All righty. Well, there's the schedule. It's the updated schedule. That is how it's going to be for the foreseeable future. As far as Thursdays go, it is going to be I'm going to be here more Thursdays than I'm not going to be. Let's put it that way. Also, this does not actually have the full card because I did forget to put special Saturday streams and weekend, special Saturday streams and events. So whatever, but hey, that's what we do here. But if you guys also didn't catch my episode of Pepaganda, I have to say, wait, please upload. I'm missing what? Wait, it's saying that my thumbnail didn't work? Oh, I guess it didn't. Here. Update thumbnail. There we go. That would explain why I've been having issues. Okay, cool. Hi to Chill Chat. Yes. Welcome everybody in, I'll just restart this one. Welcome everybody to the show. Appreciate you being here. If this is your first time, I'm Pep. Nice to meet you. We have a nice little chill show here. We kind of just vibe, and like the show implies, we get lifted and talk some politics. So this is gonna be fun. I got a notification for the VOD I made. Oh, sick! That's cool. Hey, that's a step in the right direction. Yeah, I know. I noticed that I was in a YouTube feature. Hey, enough. Okay, dude, stop. Lito's already doing it. No, you gotta explain yourself. I explain myself. I am being a bad kitty. Everybody, I'm sorry. I disrupt the show. I'm so cute. I'm so sorry. Are you? I don't think you are. Everyone say hi to Lito. If you were here during the Pepaganda stream, he was already going at it, and he was just being a little putz. So I swear to God, he knows exactly how to piss me off, and I think that he does it on purpose because it's the way he gets what he wants. So what he wanted before is he wanted to get fed. So Pappy Cuddle Catzilla every time he does a bad. I know. I can't help it. He's so cute though. Look at him. I mean, just look at him. And also, look who we got. We got Mr. Stan in the house. I wasn't sure if you were coming down, dude. Didn't seem like you were sure. It's too hot to go outside. It is 97 degrees outside right now. Apparently the heat index says that it feels closer to 120, which Yeah, if you have all black seats in your car, oh, do I feel bad for you today. Yikes. Yeah, I have I got a all black interior, and whew, that was not fun. I had to go pick up some prescriptions and run some errands for the wife here, and oh boy. Yeah, I was not prepared for number one, that little space in between your shorts and your, like, where your leg is bare and it hits the seat and it's just like, "Ay!" And then you put your hand on the steering wheel and then, "Ay!" So, yeah, it's one of those days. So much fun, so much fun. But, yeah, guys, we are going to have some fun today, discuss some news, politics, that kind of shit. But we're going to do what we usually do. We're going to chill first. If you guys don't know the format, we kind of just chill for like the first hour about and just kind of vibe. I'm gonna talk to chat, and yeah. All right. So Rebecca, how you doing? Ravy, how you doing? Natch, how you doing? Etch, how you doing? Feel like I'm missing am I missing anybody? I don't think so. If you are you did not make that round and you want a shout out, don't be afraid to chime into chat. Also, as you guys do file in here, I got one request. Can you please hit the like button, double tap the screen, and follow over on Twitch if you do not already. We're getting there, folks. You know what? The analytics finally did something good. They showed me that I am in the I'm going in the right direction. So yeah, we just got to keep at it, folks. So that's how that goes. SNEK, how you doing? Snack. Don't step on the snack. Now, how you doing, buddy? Good to see you. Yeah, easy to do in Australian match. Ooh, what, to step on snack? God, yeah, you guys really you really do have like the scariest freaking nature ever. Like, we've already discussed the spiders here. Yeah, the snakes, that's a whole different... Oh, fuck that. Fuck that. But, yeah, I'm doing all right, guys. I did a good episode of Pepaganda. Like I said, was able to run my errands. Got all my work done today, so, yeah, nice chill day. Also, yes, we did hit the goal yesterday, so what is going to happen is, yeah, I think that we're just going to start a new one. So let's see. Let's just do this. Yeah. $2. Go to June. You know what? Let's do that. Alrighty. Depends where you are, if it's dry or tropical. It is like tropical out. It's like the humidity's so heavy that you can literally feel it. Yeah, no, I hate heavy like humidity. Hey Pep, Supreme Court rejected Trump's birthright case. Yeah, I saw that. I covered. So this is the bitch about doing like the Pepaganda show is I technically have already covered a lot of the news, but hey, Pop Jake, thank you for becoming a member for the second month. Hell yeah, man. Thank you very much for that. Appreciate that. Glad that you are enjoying the show. Yeah, let's do this. Okay, so the... Hey, Malame. Malalame. There we go. Hey, can we not? All right. He's such a terror. You're such a terror. Yeah. Oh, you guys stop. You stop. If you stop, then you know what? Then you can go free roam. But right now, no, you don't get to do that. You know, you don't get to do that. Or are you choosing violence? He chose violence. Urgh. Okay. You are welcome. Lovable little bastard. He is. Oh, man. Emphasis on the little bastard. He really... Oh, my God. He's just... I have never dealt with such a problematic little shit of a cat. that also simultaneously does like the Puss in Boots thing where he's got those eyes, man. He knows how to get out of stuff. That's just how it is. I felt a little lighter after seeing that for real. Yeah, so did I. It was weird. I was preparing myself for the bad outcome, and I was just like, "Oh, yay! They're gonna get rid of birthright citizenship. Yay! Great." But they didn't. Yay! But you know what they did do? They gave corporations and PACs way more power. So that's not fun. Gonna be honest. Not exactly thrilled about how that turned out, but here we are. Yeah, 4 justices voted against it. Whatever. It didn't pass, so whatever. Let them suck. So we got the surprise. Like, this is, I saw that somebody was trying to say that, like, oh, this opens the door, to something else in the future. No, it opens the door to Congress, tackling this and then rewriting the laws, which I'm not sure if you guys know this, but that's very fucking hard to do. I'm so sick of the doomer shit in politics. I really am. It's so easy to do right now with Trump's bullshit, but that's literally the point. It's literally the point. You understand that we're giving in to Trump every time that we play some doomer fucking bullshit with the political situation we're in, instead of trying to actually move forward and come up with better ideas and actually do something and also focus on the good. Like, it's all they care about. They just want you to have a bad day. And if you do have a bad day at the expense, while you're reading politics or while you're reading the news, then congratulations, you gave Maga everything they fucking want. So, don't do that. You want to piss them off? Be happy. Like, seriously. Or try. Be happy. All right, that's a little too general. Try. Actually, try. Like, try to focus on things that are good. I know that for me personally, I can't do this anymore. Like, I can't do the doomer shit. And if that's what we're about, I can't do that. I'm sorry. I'm not interested in that. Me and my mom had an argument today because of politics. She brought it up. She was actively trying to defend something. I'm so tired of this. Yep. No, it sucks. And I'm sorry that you guys, if you guys are going through that. I noticed, I just had a random thought while I was running my errands. I saw this just absolute buffoon of a woman, just talking, like nobody else is in line waiting for our stuff, and she's just talking about politics. And I kind of shot her a look, and I was just like, if you want to have a private conversation, you can have that in private. That's kind of how I feel about that shit. I didn't say that to her. I'm just saying, that's what I was thinking. And I'm just like, wow, okay. So it's kind of like it's that really good example of just like, oh, okay, we can all assume you're an asshole, but then you open your mouth and you just proved it so. All right, cool. But yeah, she was, talking about how, Trump is getting these gas prices down. Things are finally affordable. I'm going on vacation. It's just like, yeah. Also, they're talking about how, there should be a 1% tax on seniors, because you know how they haven't already ruined the economy enough and milked it for everything that it's fucking worth. I'm so sick of boomers. I'm sorry if you're a boomer in here and you're catching a stray, but I'm just going to say it. Fuck boomers. Fuck boomers and your entitled bullshit and the way that you just took, and then blame us for not having it better. I'm fucking tired of it. I'm so tired of it. These fucking people with one foot in the fucking grave, and they want to take more on their way out. Oh boy, do they. And then they also simultaneously want to complain that they're being taxed too fucking high. Yeah, get fucked. I like the new view, Pep. It's a struggle, but you'll see more and see more opportunities. That's kind of how I see it. That's what is happening, though. You do, I'm gonna just say it. What happened in New York, it gave me permission to actually have some hope. And I've seen too many people too quickly just go, well, is that even national? Shut up. Take the W's. I'm so fucking sick of us defeating ourselves with our negative attitudes. On top of the fact that we do let them kind of dictate the narrative. Dude, why? Why do it? You understand how often I've caught that happening where the right wing is dictating how the left feels about something, and sure as shit, that's how it turns out. It's like, oh, God. Nothing lamer than seeing some dickhead on fucking Twitter just talking about some shit, and like it's almost like verbatim what Nick Fuentes was saying. So, oh, I thought you were a boomer. Just kidding. Don't ban me. Fucker. The pushback from what happened in New York is more of an indication of how scared they are and should be. Yeah, absolutely. That's the thing. The establishment Democrats are sitting here being like, oh, yeah, the DSA and these people should be more afraid because the establishment's going to win out. And that's what the whole Supreme Court decision today was. It was essentially making it okay for the DSA just to coordinate with their donors and be like, we need more money here, here, and here. Which, yes, it will 1,000% make things harder as we go forward here trying to get DSA candidates elected. But this is where I keep saying it. If we do not fuck this up and we don't have all the infighting and we don't do this, we don't do the thing where it's like, well, our small group has a better idea of how to do this than your small group. Yeah, then we could do this. But yeah, that fracturing bullshit for the next 3 years, I'm going to just say it, like until 2029, stop with that. Stop with it. I get it, man. I get it. We want to also rub their face in shit because they, you know, there's nothing worse than some dickhead that's been supporting Trump all through like the past few years here, and then all of a sudden they're doing the, well, both sides are the same, part of the same coin. If you can, like, I would say this, try and have at least one conversation with those people. If you can get them to see like the merits of like, hey, well, don't you think it'd be better if we had some, you know, some safety nets specifically in like medicine? Then we should be able to work with that. If they do show that they are just that pig-headed and they're just like, nah, fuck that. It's like, okay, well then, yeah. Don't even bother. Bold as a lion. Hey, what's up, man? Good to see you. I saw your first comment. I was kind of on a roll there, but thank you for being here. Appreciate it. Also, yeah, if you guys are new here, like I was saying, appreciate you. I'm just waiting on the 420. We're about 3 minutes away. I'm not missing it today because, yeah, I'm excited for this. Okay, and then... There we go. Yeah, we'll keep it small for now. You know what? Maybe I can make that goal a lot sooner and like, I think I was honest with you, like just super honest with you guys. I'm trying to average about 500 a week, and that means that yeah, I don't have to go out and get that extra job, which yeah. I can talk about just how bad the fucking jobs market is here in America. Holy shit. It's not great. You're getting chronic cuddles? Aw, I'm getting kitty cuddles right now, and he's staring at me. The thing is, anytime that he, like, gives me, like, he does this, where he, like, he'll kind of go like this and look up at me and then give me the, But immediately I become a little suspicious of him, where it's like, okay, what are you doing? About to spark up. Well, we're all about to spark up here. We got 1 minute. Not even a minute. We got like a couple seconds. So, hello. Hey, wait. What up, JP? Good to see you. Aussie girls on a bender. DJT is a... Oh, is this a fill in the blank? Oh, shit. All right. Well, I like that game. All right. Well, this is the longest minute I've ever had. There we go. Cheers. Oh, I will show him who's boss. Oh. Hey, Jess. What up? Good to see you. Welcome in. Welcome in. And JP, yes, fist bump. Did you all know that Maga is the name of the highest degree in the Church of Satan? I did not. Pap, search Australian football chants. Yeah, you guys do have some pretty killer chants. I've caught some. They're awesome. I kind of wish that we could like do that as Americans. Like, dude, hockey's one that we could totally get that going if Americans weren't, kind of bad at it. Like, we're just not really good at working together, which, go figure. Crazy, right? Look it up. Nah, I'm sorry. I'm kind of in the middle, just chilling and ranting. Maybe later. I'm working so much that I've literally, that's kind of, see, now I'm trying to avoid that, guys, because, like, realistically, that puts the entire stream in a position where, I'm not even sure if I can make that work, and just, it all depends on what, like, because now it's just whatever I get, like, damn, dude, it's insane. And it's even more insane when you're looking for something like more part-time, like, and it's also kind of weird where it's just like, oh yeah, I'm not sure if it's because I have a gig, that's the reason that they're just like not even looking. Dude, I've been wrestling with that shit, like. And then on top of it, I found out that, I definitely was involved in one of those, I guess, Indeed schemes where they were just trying to get my information. Like, it was a bunch of ghost postings. It sucks. But I know that I'm just kind of preaching to the choir on this one. Like, you guys kind of know what's going on out there. Like, it just fucking sucks, dude. And then on top of it, like, I think I talked about this, where it's just like taking a pay cut, taking just it's a sign of the economy, though, because, like, without going too deep into it, whenever there's like those, like, anytime they ask for like us to take a pay cut or any of that, wife's recovery fund, yes, my wife is recovering from cancer treatment and surgery, so I know, like, okay, like, this is where I was a little like, oh yeah, they're see $100 and be like, how's $100 help? It's literally me trying to make $100, like, within this stream, if I can. I don't know, fuck me for trying to fucking make money to pay my bills. I guess, you know what, fuck me for just trying to entertain people. Fuck me for trying, like, I don't even know if that's what you're saying, but god damn it, I've had too many shitheads come in here and pull that shit, talking about my wife's cancer fund, talking about, like, how any streamer trying to fucking earn money, talking about how I don't have a job. Like, this kind of goes into that, like, whole thankless bullshit too, where it's just like, god damn it, dude. Looks like we're in the algo, right? Yep. Shit. Yeah, getting back in there. I just have a much better, I have a much better attitude and outlook on this. Thank you guys. I appreciate that. Also, it's peasant brain. It is peasant brain. It's fucking stupid. And here, like, this is what pisses me off the most is, like, every shithead out there talking about how, oh, if you just did this, if you just did this, if you just made this decision, if you made this financial decision, if you made this investment, you might not be in the position you're in. It's like, you bitch, you don't know me. And that's the thing. I did everything right. I even made the good investments. Guess what? It still fucked us. It's at just one thing. My wife getting cancer, that one thing fucked us entirely. And that's what really hurts. We're not even like, I'm not even 40 yet. My wife just turned 40 recently. But we're not even halfway there. We're hitting our middle life. Like, we don't even get to enjoy our midlife crisis. A car? That's the fucked up part. People are buying Corvettes, jet skis, and fucking having their midlife crisis and actually got to enjoy it. Dude, we're going into 40 with already getting fucking cancer and then being told tough titties, motherfuckers. You got to figure out how to pay for it. Yeah. And then we're just supposed to feel like, oh, I'm supposed to feel bad for the old fucks that did this to us? Yeah, sorry if I'm making this like a little bit of a generational, versus, but I don't care anymore. I'm calling it like I see it. And anybody that stands up for that or doesn't admit that they were privileged as boomers, then you know what? I'm gonna fucking shout this to the heavens. That's probably only good I'll get out of it, but happened to me at 28. Whole ass career gone after I got sick. Yep. Sorry about my grievous financial decision of not being born in the 1960s. Exactly. That's exactly what it fucking is. Oh my God, I couldn't buy a car for, what, $10,000, and that was like the brand new car. Fucking, you couldn't, the house I grew up in, my dad bought that house for about $70K. Today, that fucking house is worth almost $600,000. How in the shit does that work? It makes absolutely no sense. And like I said, it wouldn't be so bad if these same shitheads weren't out there telling us how great we have it. How you guys are way richer than we were. You make more money than we did. It's like, yeah, and we can't afford to buy even a quarter of what you did. We can't afford to raise kids on one household income. What are you talking about? And then you got the real assholes out there that it's all fucking anecdotal with them, where it's just like they can't see past themselves. Well, I'm doing fine. Yeah, whatever. Carl, what's up, dude? Good to see you. Some dumb beats. Also, how you doing? Adding in nursing home, hospice, taking it all the well so it doesn't even get passed down. Yep. Oh yeah. Well, that's another thing where these dumbass kids apparently, we didn't respect our parents enough. Like, realistically, let's be, like, I'm gonna just be completely fucking honest here. Our culture sucks when it comes to actually taking care of our elderly, and it also does suck to respecting elderly. We have an ageist fucking population, and I'm sitting here contributing to it, which, the thing is, I don't care, is because now I'm just matching energies. What am I supposed to do? Just sit there, like, and do that thing where it's like, I wish we were more like Japan. I wish they would. No. Screw you. You used to be able to get a car from the manufacturer instead of the dealership? Yeah. Dude, you used to be able to buy a house from a fucking catalog. You used to go to the Sears catalog and you could buy a house. A prefabricated house that is still up to date. Like, yeah. Yeah. But tell me again how, we ruined this economy. Not the assholes in the 80s with that greed is good bullshit. Literally, what birthed Trump and his entire culture is being celebrated like it somehow is, like, feasible. I can't stand the amount of people that, they look at Trump's kids and think that they're somehow, like, getting some of this inheritance from Trump too because they like him. I don't get it. Like, is that why they keep fucking, like, loving Trump? Is they think that he's gonna pay them? Like, what is it, dude? I don't get it, man. Ha 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 ha. Keep crying, pussy. Yes. Oh, I'm so sad. I'm literally fucking ranting and raving about fucking old people sucking, and you're just like, cry harder. Or are you 15? It's even sadder. Cameron, thank you for the sub. Appreciate that. I did home palliative care for my grandparents when they were passing. Had to get trained by the nurses, and was the hardest thing I've ever done. Respect to those nurses. Oh, fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. All right. Oh, someone was really quick on that one. Hell yeah. N-word spammer? Yeah. Let's make sure you report them. What's the symbol on my hat? Oh, I technically can't really say. Here. Wow. There you go. I'm not sponsored by them, so it's just some sick swag that they had. Or swag. Is it swag or is it schwag? Because, like, we used to say, like, I used to say schwag, but then it doesn't feel right because schwag is technically just bad herb, I reckon Lion might have had a point about what Maga means. I mean, can we say it? If you can't, then just go to Discord with it. Natch almost got caught in the crossfire of that ban. Ooh, don't do that. What up, Bob? How's it going, dude? Welcome to the show. Swag. So it's just swag, like swagger swag. So it's like I got some swag from this place. Yeah, okay. Look at me, about to turn 40, and I'm just like, have I been getting this wrong? I call it swag. Swag is a camper here. Well, see, we learn new things all the time. It is swag? Okay. Okay. Well, then, you know what? I appreciate that. Thank you for catching me up on that one. Sick. I like how my cat's actually, like, behaving. Here, look at him. We got kitty lap. Look at him. Look at him. Yeah. Yeah. I've been saying boo earns. Yeah, they're saying boo earns. Boo earns. Yeah, it was so funny. My wife made that joke about it, like the whole Trump thing, where they were just like, "No, sir, they're totally they're saying they're saying boo earns." Like, wait, that doesn't work for Trump though. Anyway, yeah, look at him. He's just so cute. Such a shit. See, right there. This is the stuff. That's the stuff that just makes me go, "Oh, you little ball of fuzz that just gets away with all the bad." Yeah. Caught him tearing up the stairs the other day, where I was just like, "You've got to be kidding me." Yeah, get a cat, they said. Now, if you have animals and you also like have this expectation of having like a perfect house that has no scratches or just any damage from your animals, then that's cute. That's very cute. We love to see it. Yeah, thanks. Oh, Pinkerbell, I was just kidding. I don't think you were here for that internal joke. You stole 2 minutes of my life that I won't get back. Oh, well. I've wasted them anyway. What? Why? Wait. I thought we were cool, man. Damn. You didn't. I don't think you wasted your life, or you wasted any time here. Everything's cool. We're cool, right? Okay. Once. What? I mean, that's why I was like, wait, what? Why are you being? Why? Don't be mean now. God damn. Like, dude, trying to chill here. What'd I do? Yeah, you're just. Yeah, Ravy. I'm like, wait a minute. Why you? Why is he going after you? What'd you do? I didn't read anything that was like, out of pocket or anything. Simpsons. Oh, Simpsons reference. Gotcha. Okay. See, sometimes I miss it. Sometimes I miss the reference every once in a while. No, you're cool. We're good. That's why people declaw their cats to protect their couches. So gross to remove their claws. I mean, so we had one cat that had the laser claw removal, where like technically they had their claws. I don't know. He seemed fine, but I don't know. That was a long time ago, though. So yes, you can't even have that done in Illinois anymore. It always starts shit and derail. I just assumed I did something again. I'm nice in chat. I was about to say, like, what'd you do? Nah, it's all good. Which, by the way, guys, if you have not already, check out the updated schedule. Everything is finally up to date. Also, this space tomorrow. Yeah. I think I will be there. Pinkerbell, declawing cats is so fucking awful. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I don't know. My mom's whole thing was either this cat gets declawed or doesn't have a home. And, you know, it was like she got him from a kill shelter. So, I don't know. He seemed, like I said, he seemed okay. He was not outdoors at all. I wrestle with this one because, like, I kind of saw where my mom was coming from, but also, yeah. I mean, after I found out what it is and like how the procedure is done, it's just like, oh Jesus! And then yes, how they're essentially constantly in pain. It was like, huh. That's where I was kind of like, my other cat didn't seem like he was in pain. I mean, he still clawed stuff. It was weird. Like he had one of those claw pads. He would still claw it just without claws. Oh. I've accidentally banned so many people sitting on my phone and shit. Yeah, be careful with that. Although I know, yeah, Ravi, you're still getting there. One of these days, I'll probably just mod you randomly. That's how it usually goes, where I'm just like, oh, you've been here for a while. All right, time to mod you. And then somebody is going to point out how everybody in your chat's a mod. Dude, that's one of the funniest complaints I've been seeing lately. They're just like, oh my god, what is it, the majority mods? Oh, you just have yourself a little bubble, blah, 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 blah. My friend ended up with the declawed cat because the original owners moved and just left it outside. That's fucked up. No, if you leave a declawed cat outside, you are a monster. Like, that's incredibly fucked. Like, yeah. Okay, so you're just gonna take their defenses away? Okay, that's screwed up. Like, again, if it's a house cat, it's a little, I don't know. Okay, human, so you can't do damage to anything. We're going to remove all your nails. No, I know. Trust me. Like, as I said, I started wrestling with this one, and yeah, but like I've also said, my mom was not a bad person. She just with that specific cat, she did kind of see it where she was just like, this is a tough decision, but we have to do this. I was just like, okay, I guess. Did someone say monster? Dude, did you see the new like concept art for whatever, the supernova or what, Godzilla supernova or Godzilla X Kong supernova? Yeah, apparently like Godzilla they gave him long ass arms now, like actual like human like arm. I'm not okay with that. He doesn't need like T-Rex arms or not anything like that, but making them like actual like long ass appendages just does not look right. So, yeah. Rar. Yeah, that's this guy. Oh my god, he just fell asleep. Here, check it out. Oh, he just fell asleep. It's his head's buried against the desk. Which is also, he's so weird with that. Like, he buries his head, like, right against the desk. Godzilla just a dude now. Yeah, man, I don't want that. Your chat is just mods. My chat is cool, unlike you losers. You woke up so late. Oh, yeah, he's cute. Yeah, I woke up, I actually woke up in like a decent mood today, which is weird because Stan woke me up at 3 a.m. to go outside, and then I don't know what the fuck was going on, but he had the zoomies, so he went and did that, which, fun times. Hey Terry, how's it going? Terry, we need to like have you rename yourself to Good Terry or Bad Terry, because now I get confused because we have Good Terry and Bad Terry. I didn't. I woke up at 6 a.m. like I'm technically supposed to be out the door in like 5 minutes. You woke up 10 minutes ago? Ooh. So I'm just gonna go out on a limb and say that wherever you were going wasn't exactly like you know, one of those places that would really care if you like show up late. Not messing with Terry today. I'd pay top dollar to Monsterfy that racist POS's book. I'm just trying to think. Like, if I was in your position, I would probably have just thrown, like, I've done this many a times where I've woken up and it's like, I have to be at work in 10 minutes. I live 15 minutes away. It's just like, oh my God. Usually I will call. Or there is that time, like, you know, there's those times where you try to, you kind of think it through and you're like, all right, how fast can I go? And I've had that happen where I made it like with a minute to spare where you're just like, how did I do that? That shouldn't have been possible. I checked. It's so funny to me. I don't know why. Shit. I got a bit of a heat stroke today myself. Yeah, you gotta be careful with that shit, dude. Especially today. Like, it's still 93 outside, and yeah, it peaked at 97 today, dude. That was brutal. Like, that was fucking brutal. There's nothing you can do outside to enjoy it. Oh my God, if you had some heat sickness, stay home. Yeah, stay home if you got, yes, heat sickness is no joke. Sonnet, how you doing? Welcome to the show. First time in chat, I believe. I do not recognize your name or PFP, but thank you for being here. Hope you kind of feel the vibes of the show. We have a good time here. So, heat sickness, what's that? Like fever? No, heat sickness is where like you're outside in the heat for too long and your body it can't cool down. So eventually you're kind of cooking your brain. Essentially, is what's happening. You're like cooking your internal organs. Oh, heat stroke. Yes, heat stroke. Heat sickness, heat stroke. Yeah, same thing. Yeah, I'm a music addict and I always make money there, but I'm thinking about staying home. Yeah, sucks. Yeah, I would stay home if that was the case, because, yeah, not worth it. Because, like, so 311 and the Dirty Heads are coming to Chicago here. They're playing an outdoor show in about 10 days. I think it's literally on the 10th. It's on the 10th or 11th. And dude, I'm not sure if I want to see a band in an amphitheater if it's going to be over 100 degrees outside. Like, fuck that. You just cannot get, comfortable. Like, oh yeah. No, thank you. Okay, hypothermia. Also called that. That's the opposite. Yeah, hypothermia is when you get too cold. You know Kazakhstan? Yes, I know Kazakhstan. Oh God, are you the guy from yesterday? Drink pickle juice if you can't deal. I cannot deal with pickle anything, so I get it if not. I like pickles. I like some good pickles. Pickles are good. Why do America? Yeah, it's literally the same guy. It's literally the same. It's not even a guy. Like, this is the same bot from yesterday. Hypothermia is called. Oh, that's right. Hyperthermia. You know what's crazy? Yeah, I didn't really know that. So, hey, cool. I love me some raw pickle juice. It is good. It is. Occasionally, it is just good. Man, like you guys said, definitely in the algo today. Isn't that fun? Let's do. Same guy, different account. Yeah, that's what I thought. Well, I don't think it's I mean, to say the exact same thing, like, this is where it's just, it has to be bots that have, like, pre-programmed stuff. I'm not going to overthink it, but I'll just say, yeah, no, it's kind of whack. Um, but if you guys have not already subbed to the channel, please consider doing so. Really helps me out. We're trying to push to 3,000. And also, if you guys want to help out the channel, you guys can donate through super chats, memberships, or you guys can get yourself a subscription over on Twitter or Twitch. There we go. Because yes, like I was trying to explain before I so rudely interrupted myself. God, what was I thinking? Damn, Pep. Yeah, I'm just trying to kind of get to that point. So yeah, if we can, you know, keep Pep streaming. That's honestly what the goal should say. Keep Pep streaming. Yeah. Glob save me. I'm developing a good sore. Oh. Why would you why do you have a sore? Oh, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Fucking amazing. Rebecca, thank you. Also, hey, look at that. We got a good crew here that just got some memberships. That's awesome. Let's see. Okay. So my subscription stuff is working, but this is not. Mute event sound. No, don't skip alert. I'm trying to actually get the alert. Okay. So apparently, it just kind of knocked my my alert out. Okay, so I'll figure that out later. But appreciate that. Let's see. Yeah, it's also not popping up on my my feed here. What the hell is going on with this lately? Thank you. Yes, I'm so glad you got one, Ravy. Hell yeah. No, that's awesome. It's always nice when you see like a bunch of people that really, you know, enjoy the show get a sub. Also, yeah, guys, it does go a long way in helping the show. Subs is pretty much like the easiest way where you guys can just re-up and, you know, that kind of thing. That's why I also point out the Bezos thing. God. Pep out here shilling hard. Trust me, it makes me uncomfortable, but whatever. Was good. Dumpy Koala. How's it going? Welcome to the chat. Appreciate you stopping by. Wait. Yeah, permaban. Well, if you got permaban, then and you're ban evading, enjoy your longer permaban and also a possible YouTube ban. YouTube doesn't play with that, man. Ban evasion is one of those things where they start paying attention to you a little bit harder. So, the Supreme Court mean? I mean, yes, they suck, but at the same time, it was one of those things where, yeah, kind of worked out. I gift memberships so others want to stay and hopefully help. Yeah, no, I appreciate that. That's actually how I became a member over at the Status Quo. I was originally gifted a membership, and then I decided, you know what? This is one of those channels that I want to support. I want to maintain like my support for that channel. Same with the Majority Report. And there's a few other streamers out there that I like to, you know, toss a couple bucks here and there. I'd say it's more like the Frankenstein's monster. Oh, wait, the Gov. Wait. The Gov mean? You're mean. You're mean too. God damn it. I need to clip that. Ah, fuck. Here, let's see. Can I find that? Someone had to have found that. Here, let's see. Go. Colorado. You're mean. Oh, really? That election lady ended up going to the Oval Office today? Isn't that fun? Isn't that fun? Like, you know, they get busted doing exactly what they blame everybody else for, for doing, and then they're just like, no, we gotta make sure that they get out, because that was a witch hunt. Yeah, guys, this is where I keep saying it, man. Anytime that they keep, like, they start saying stuff about witch hunts, all this bullshit, like, just, you can start assuming that they're fucking guilty. Hi, I'm from Indonesia. Hey, you're from Indonesia. Awesome, dude. Welcome to the show. Appreciate that. Colorado. Debate. You're mean. It doesn't look like anybody clipped this. That is kind of fucked up. Colorado Dems brace for socialist earthquake tonight. I mean, we're going to be covering the election tonight, by the way, as results start coming in for Colorado. Structural headcanon, you talking about writing music theory like manuscript. It's so tedious. I can't stand music theory. I was very, very bad at music theory. How's the wife doing in recovery? She's doing good. She's doing really well. She had her home nurse today. Her home nurse gave her a whole bunch of like props for her healing correctly, and also just she's doing great. Like as far as like the post-op care, all that kind of stuff. Right now we can say that she's cancer-free, not in remission. Had that. Thank you, Ravi, for kind of bringing that to my attention. I looked into that a little bit more. That is exactly where she's at, and she's on the mend, man. She's gone through a lot. You know, it's so weird to like think about this, but come October 1st, that will officially be the 1 year of her being diagnosed, and it's kind of crazy to think about that. In 1 year, she was diagnosed. She's been through both, you know, chemo and radiation, and then she got her surgery. So, unfortunately, the surgery did not go the way we wanted it to, though. You know, ended up with a colostomy bag, and now we're just kind of, she's on the mend. I wish I knew music theory better than I do, but you're correct when you say it's tedious. Oh, yeah, it's very tedious. Hey, Alex, what up, dude? Great to hear about Mrs. Pep. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. I'm going to be talking about the Rogan Tim Dillon thing, too. LOL. I could come on after my show for about an hour if you're up for it. Fuck yeah. I'm just chilling today. You know you're always welcome. Oh, shit. That's someone... Man, this is why I do want to start using StreamYards, so we can just seamlessly share whatever the fuck I'm watching. I don't know why Streamlabs did this thing where it's just like, hey, you're going to be watching your game with your friend. It's like, yes. It's just like, okay. Well, they don't need sound. It's like, what? Like, no, they definitely, they need sound. Why? What? Here, let's see. Can't read too fluent anymore. Okay. Hey! Let's not do that. I swear to God, Cat, you're pushing my buttons, dude. Hey! Dude. Okay. No. Enough. No. Say goodbye. Goodbye, everybody. Go upstairs. He has been banished for at least a few hours. Dude, you said he was being good, and yeah, he heard me. Exactly. He heard me. Okay. It's a rough time for all of us in one way or another, I think. Yeah. Yeah, I'll be honest. That's kind of what makes me, like, kind of feel like an ass for even asking for, like, support of the show, where it's just like, God damn, dude. Like, dude, if I'm going through this shit, y'all are probably going through this shit. Like, dude. It sucks. Thanks, guys. Oh, shit, yeah. But yeah. I'll be back always. Welcome, Cass. Yeah, no. Lito will be back. All right, folks. I'll see you in an hour. Gonna go prep. Hell yeah, man. Have a good show. We had a good time over on this space today. Had a fun 2 hours where I did news coverage, Supreme Court stuff. That's why I'm not rushing to cover the Supreme Court stuff now. Orange tabs all share one brain. The thing is, I saw that there was an orange tabby at like this local shelter. Apparently, he has a disorder where he has to like spin in circles, like, and it's a minor neurological thing, so it won't impact his his life too hard, and I guess it doesn't mean like anything is going on as far as like cancer or brain tumor or any of that shit. So I was just like, oh, I really want him. Yeah, he's so cute. Yeah, I want an orange cat. It's actually, like, I've never had an orange cat, ever. I've had 10 cats in my life, and I have never had an orange cat. They've all been black cats, Russian blues. I've had, I think, 3 Russian blues. I've had a gray ragdoll. I've had a tuxedo cat. I've had 4 Russian blues, actually. I had a dwarf, a little kitty dwarf. She was so cute, though. She never got bigger than like her kitten size, but it was kind of weird. Like, the only thing that happened was her head kind of shrank. So she was just so tiny. She was so cute. And then I got 2 tabbies now. I had like 7 cats in all different types, all acquired via the CDS. Yes, gotta love the CDS. That's how I got my cat upstairs. And Lito was technically CDS, because he was bouncing around from house to house, and it was so funny. My wife met him, and I guess just fell instantly in love with him, and she was just like, "Oh, if this whole thing doesn't work out with you guys, I am in." Turned out not to work out, so we ended up with a cat. I want a dog again, but I live alone, don't always come home considering getting a cat. I always can, you know what, Bob? Get the cat, and then at some point, you might even want to get the dog. It's not as cruel as people think, because a dog doesn't understand timing as far as you being gone for a long time, so, the second you come back is what matters to them. Oh, man. And that was one of those moments where I just realized I hadn't drank water in like probably 2 hours. It's just like, ooh. Wandered into my backyard and they just never left. Yeah. Oh, I love the CDS. Like, yeah. We found my big cat. We'll call him Big Brother. So I found Big Brother in my wife actually found him in the motor of her boss's car. Yeah, which that could have been bad. I've unfortunately had to deal with that at one of the jobs I worked at. Yeah. Yeah, it was like a lot. And then a driver brought him in, and he was just like, I think something happened, and it was, dude, it was in so much pain. We had to put it out of its misery. Like, that sucked. That fucking sucked. It was one of the worst days of my life. Remember, the cats still require attention and training. You can't just leave them alone. No, you can't just leave them alone. If you just leave them alone, a lot of bad things can happen. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, so again, I've tried to train my cat. No matter how much you train, it's just, yeah, that was sad. That was a bad day. My orange tabby is an engine rescue. The fire department named him Cooper after the mini that they named him. Oh, that's actually that's cute. That's kind of cute. Why is everybody in the damn short stream? Soul Life. I'm sorry, man. Yeah, I actually got the vertical or the horizontal finally working, and yeah, you know what? Here, do you want me? Well, wait, you can see the full chat though on the horizontal. So I mean, they can't see you though. That's the problem. Okay. I don't know, man. I guess people just kind of like it. Listen. I did this because it's to get my reach out there. And apparently this is how it works. I wish YouTube would just do something about this where they can both just be the same stream, which apparently they are doing a beta of that. So, yeah, I'm not part of it, but, or at least I've heard this. Like, rumor has it that there's a thing that they're doing, probably algorithmic too. It is. No, it is. It is. It just, you know, I'm trying. I'm trying my best, man. So, thank you for returning, though. I do appreciate it. Also, man, it's good to have you here, man. It's kind of cool. Like, I always appreciate when I see people like that that have been part of like the chats that I've been part of for a long time, because yeah, Soul Life, oddly enough, I've seen you chat in MR for a while. So, also, thank you for everybody for supporting me. Like, I know that I kind of do this a lot now, but I hope you guys understand that I truly appreciate it, guys. Like, fuck. It's still so, like, humbling for me to just be like, oh, shit, I have, like, fans and people that enjoy my my content, and yeah, it's cool. It's cool. Soul Life come to vertical. Doesn't like vertical, and I don't blame him. I think that honestly, I like the horror. Like, if I had to choose between the two as a viewer, I'd probably be watching the horizontal. But yeah, I hate the fact that technically I'm asking so much. Where, like, if you guys are watching the horizontal on your TV, your PC, or whatever you have, and then you have the chat open on your phone through the vertical, that's cool. It's very doable. I was thinking of making a plugin that merged chats using YouTube API. YouTube limits it to 10K tokens. It's not enough. Yeah. Well, no, and that's also part of the problem where I know that, like, if I use a Restream bot, unfortunately, I looked into this yesterday. Even if I use Restream bot, for some reason, it doesn't mark both of mine as not being part of YouTube, so it's just going to prioritize one of them. That's what's been happening on my multi-stream, is it just prioritizes one of them, which, that's bullshit. Oh, man, I didn't even realize I could watch you on TV. Yeah, you can watch me on TV. Yeah. My favorite show I think I've ever done, I got the analytics report, and it was funny because Bloodstone by Stars had just told me, she's like, I was watching, like, I guess her parents had just gotten one of those fancy refrigerators with, like, the, you know, the YouTube and shit in it. So she was like, yeah, I was watching you on the fridge. That day, I was the #1 streamer on Samsung fridges. Nobody else watched anybody on a Samsung fridge, so I got that report, and I was just like, that is what it's the little things in life, and that was one of the coolest things that I think that I've had happen since I've been on YouTube. That was awesome. It's like, hey, I'm the #1 streamer on Samsung fridges, and I still think I am. I'm gonna try that. I don't even have. Nice. Dude, that was wild. I couldn't believe it. I was just like, you're telling me that somebody didn't have like, okay. Oh man. The revolution will not be televised. It's going to be on your Samsung fridges. Time for a Samsung fridge sponsorship. Yeah, right. When you get, oh, here. Ooh, someone got a drawing tablet. Ooh, nice. Hey, look at that handsome devil. Just gonna say the hair's a little thin there. What's up with that? what's up with you? You insinuating something? What's going on, Bryant? I feel like you're calling me out here, man. Jeff, man, thank you. What up, dude? Thank you for being here. It's very doable. Oh yeah, the 10, yeah. So I think that it, like I was kind of saying, it is gonna end up happening soon. So I'm just gonna chill. I'm not gonna worry about it. I'm gonna just hope that this does become a thing. But man, I think that I talked about this a little bit. I was debating just doing even just the vertical or the horizontal. Like having just the one stream, there is that benefit of just having all of my chat in one stream and just not having to worry about it. But it's, I don't know, the stupid algorithm. We have to do it by the algorithm. That's just how it goes. Chill Frost, how you doing? Welcome to the show. Appreciate you being over on Twitch. Hope you are enjoying the show. Did you find me randomly, or did you get recommended the channel? I am always interested if somebody had like kind of, come across me organically. I just realized that technically that drawing looks like me when I was like a teenager, because like the side, like I used to wear my hat kind of like this. But it was one of like those, it was like a half beanie, it was like a build beanie. I don't know. They were cool for a minute there, but I look at the pictures of me in them and I'm just like, ooh, that does age me. Like, just not great. Dork. Yeah. Hey, I looked good though. I'm gonna just say that much. I looked fucking really good. Here. Let's see. Where's a young pet? I know that I got it over on my YouTube. Let's see. How long ago did I post this? Oh my god, I posted this a long time ago. Oh, my moose. Oh, my baby. Oh, jeez. This might not be worth it if I have to keep scrolling. Holy crap. There we go. Machine gun pepper. Here. Hey, look at that. I need to fix this. Let's fix this too. There we go. Cool, perfect. Hey, look at that handsome devil. Yep, that was me. I was 17 there, I think. Yeah, no, 17. My mom took that picture, and I was very, very much not happy. Much so not happy about it. Yep. Track jacket, Jimi Hendrix shirt. That's Baby Pep. Yep, that's Baby Pep. Look at me. Barely had any facial hair. Also, yeah, I was very much not into getting my picture done. Oh, man. I know exactly where I'm standing. My mom's really nice hutch in this picture that she loved that I never appreciated it until she died. Now that I like know that she appreciated it and loved it so much, yeah. I thought it was kind of cool. Yeah, if you guys, how high was I? Oh, I mean, did you see my eyes? Like they were barely open. I was definitely nice and toasty, that's for sure. Wait, why? Yeah, why? Wait, Ravy, why are you using the little meanie face? What's with the meanie face? Wait, you guys got me confused now. Oh no! Oh. Alrighty. God damn it. Oh man, it happened again. Hold on. Reset chat. Dude, there must be a setting that I'm missing. Because for some reason, dude, every time, like halfway through my stream or like about an hour into my stream, my chat will just it'll go blank and then it'll go backwards. And I didn't hit anything. That's what's really bothering me. Get to a rehab center stat for what? For all you know, I could be sober. Like that's kind of wild. I'm yelling at Soul Life for not being in this chat. Oh, there's just no telling that Soul Life. I mean, well, I'm not trying to make Soul Life, feel bad for not being in that chat, because I'll be honest, Soul Life is the reason that I was kind of like, hey, I gotta get this horizontal chat go, or this horizontal stream going, because I got a few people that really like it. So yeah. Just so you guys know, I do listen, and I try to acclimate. If I can make an adjustment, it's the same as when it's not. Well, stop. I have cut down significantly on R word usage. Because yes, I finally had it explained to me in a way that it made perfect sense, and had that happened a lot sooner, I probably would have never gone back. So Life, why do you make me cry? Rude. Should we move back to horizontal chat? I don't know. No. I don't know. I don't have the answers. Like I said, this would be so much easier if they could just mix my chats so I didn't have to worry about it. But here I am. Yeah, I think that I explained this the best way possible. It's for some reason the algorithm on the lives feed, or on the live feeds for the vertical, it's prioritized. I think it's because they see it as being like, oh, okay, well, we'll put you in there with the short form content, but if they like you, then means you can just kind of stay. Yeah. I'd like to hear the explanation that got you to quit. Got me to quit what? Oh, sorry. Jesus Christ. We're getting the other chat losers. We're going shit talking. I'll be watching on my TV tomorrow. Hell yeah. It's always cool, when I see that, people are watching me on their TVs. I haven't checked that in a while, though. I haven't actually checked, what my demographic is, either. I know that my female to male demographic that watches me is actually kind of weird. Because when I started, I had way more, male viewers, but not so much anymore. Kyle, I think Sylvie broke it down for him. Pep, thank you. I hate it when people use that word. Yeah, no, I got there. Like I said, I didn't realize that it did bother people as much. And listen, I'm not a fucking... I don't need to do that edgelord bullshit. Yeah. I'm more mature than that, man. At least I think I am. Well, also Pep isn't an asshole. Oh, there's a few people on this planet that would definitely argue on that one. Listen, I do have the capacity. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I do have the capacity to just. I can be an asshole. I can. I have it. Like, but the thing is, if you pushed me to being an asshole to you, you must have fucked up, because I really do have that. Like, I try to just like bite my lip and just go, okay. All right. I'm listening. All right. Oh, God. Yeah, I understand it's not out of malice, but it's easy to change up the language. And it is. That's the thing. Like, it is. It's easy for me to change up, and it's easy. Like, there's been a few times I've slipped up even in the last, like, few weeks. Like, when I'm talking about Trump and Trump supporters, every once in a while, I will slip or I'll break, and I'll just be like, there's no other way to describe this except for just, it's so R-word. Yeah. No, and I know you guys understand it's not out of malice, but the thing is, if I make you guys feel that little pit in your tum-tum where you guys just go, ooh, like, ooh, like I'm not like offended, but it is just like, oh, whoa, that was visceral. Yeah, it's like how I feel when I hear the F word, for gays. Yeah, like that one gets me, where it's just like anytime I hear somebody say it, I get that way where I'm just like, ugh. I don't know, like, same with the N word, where it's just like, no, ooh. So, yeah, now that I kind of feel that way, all right, we're putting that one on the do not say list. It's actually cringe. Yeah, it is cringe. Yeah, it makes you question a little bit if it's a safe enough space. Yeah, well, I mean, I would argue that that's not my intent. Like, unfortunately, this is where I could argue that I can be an asshole, because realistically, if I'm not creating a safe space, then this space wasn't for you, like my space. This is so weird to say considering what I'm part of. But, yeah. Like, I'm not going to change that much. Like, that ain't go, like, yeah. Like, I'm not going to cater just because. I do have my limits, but yeah, I'm personally not a word police. It's not about being a word police. It's about knowing where I can draw the line. And yeah, like, realistically, if I was really this way, like, if I actually cared that much, I wouldn't swear. I would try to keep this buttoned up. I mean, realistically, I would try to do such a, like, clean show that I would try to get this into the broader algorithm, but yeah, no, I kind of like being myself. I kind of like, having the discussions we have here and being as candid as I can be. So, yes, no, I mean, for viewers to decide. Oh, for the, I see what you're saying. Yeah, just be on, no, it's just honest. We can't cater to everyone's feelings. No, the thing is, it's like, if I make somebody upset, then I kind of want to know why, and then I'll decide whether or not it's like, okay, like, I'll apologize and, like, try and do something differently, or I will kind of determine, like, being kind of a bitch. It's like, sometimes people just be bitches, like, and you gotta fucking, like, the world's a mean place. If you guys, like, can't fucking, hear, like, see or hear a few words that might hurt your feelings, then, yeah. On that end, I still kind of feel this way, where it's just like, no. Because sticks and stones, motherfuckers, like, everybody could do with that. Being reminded of kindergarten rule. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. Well, it's true. That's honestly, I took that to fucking heart when I was a little kid, man. Like, that's why my bullies hated it. Like, my bullies weren't good at bullying because, number one, they weren't as funny as I was, and I don't know. I've had the power of roasting since I was a real little kid. I don't know, man. Like, I have that superpower where I can zero in on a person's insecurities, like, immediately, because I recognize my own so, like, just so much, where I'm just like, oh, I know what bothers you. But he used the slur. Wait, straight facts guy put out a video where I actually started seeing that Trump really does have down. Really? Jeez. Yeah, nobody should capitulate on their rock solid beliefs for the purpose of censorship. Well, that's true, but again, like this is also cheers. But I'm not trying to like also play this game of like, oh, don't tell me what to do. I'm trying to find like the fine line there. But the bottom line is, it's not an excuse for me to go around using the R word just because. You know, ooh, yay, YouTube lets you do it. Ooh, yay, the edgelords are out there doing it. Ooh, yay, Vosh uses it. I just... I recognize, okay, I don't need to go back to high school. That's another thing. Like, I've grown past it. Like, not like a slip of a slur. Oh, yeah. No, again, like, I think that some people get it, but Sylvie, actually, I got to give you a lot of credit here. Because you ended up being like, hey, I don't really recommend your channel because of your use of the R word, which that was enough for me to go, oh, okay. And you know what? Fair. Yeah, we can be edgy without slurs anyway. That's true. That's exactly true. But yeah, shout out Sylvie for that one, and also shout out to my my wife for also kind of just pointing that out, you know? Because I was talking about this, and she even said, she's like, yeah, I don't like it when you use it, and honestly, like, I don't think you need to. And that was enough for me to just be like, done. I didn't even know that was the case because we never really discussed it, so... Yes, I have that issue in other communities. That's what I was talking about. Not like safe space as in coddled. Oh, yeah. Well, and that's the thing, though. Like, I personally have had it to where I have a W wife. Yeah, hell yeah, Alex. Appreciate that. Alex Goddard, what up, man? Yeah, I don't want to necessarily, you know, make a safe space. But I also don't want to be an asshole. And realistically, too, the other side of it is, you know, where is it coming from? Because younger streamers, I kind of get it, but losing opportunities aside, I'm just glad you don't want to be a dick for the fuck of it. That's kind of the... Well, I mean, yes, losing opportunities, it, I guess, would kind of constitute to that, but it was actually just more so the fact that, like, I had a viewer that was kind of embarrassed of showing my content based on just one thing that's silly. You know? Yeah. And on top of it, yeah, like, I hate to also say, I was kind of that guy where I'm like, oh, it hurts your feelings. Well, too bad. Maybe, I don't know, toughen up. Like, I was kind of that way. I still am a little bit where I do kind of have to say, like, yeah. You know? That doesn't take away from what my original point on all this is we do need to, like, toughen up. We do. We all need to be able to do that and not, because you do understand that that's literally part of the game for them. Like, they spend just an insane amount of time looking for something that pisses off the people that they don't like. So, you know, we don't want to make it too easy for them. And realistically, you don't get the rise out of them if you don't say anything. But they're looking for that. They're looking for, that's offensive. You shouldn't say that. That's literally what they want. I'm just glad that we were able to kind of, like, you know, come to Like, I came to this conclusion without, you know, being completely chastised or any of that stuff. Like, kind of like you were saying, Natch. Yeah, it is kind of nice that don't need to be a dick. Sylvie's pretty badass like that. Never afraid to push back. No, that's true. That is very true. Kyle, I know, right? It just means they aren't intelligent enough to argue without resorting to name calling. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Dodged the cancellation. I mean, I guess. I don't think I was at, like, risk of getting canceled necessarily. I just think it's stupid. Like, it would be so stupid. Like, I'm a growing channel. What am I going to do? Fucking sit here and fight for using a word that it's not really bringing me anything? Like, it's not, I'm not gaining anything from it except for that momentary, just like, ooh, that felt good for that very, very quick moment. But rough day today. Oh, you had a rough day? Dude, so I'm sorry to hear that. Like, I've heard that from a few people saying that they've just had a really rough day today. Actually, one of my friends, he hit me up saying that he's having a rough day. Y'all should click over to the horizontal stream and leave a like. Yes, please do that. Also, if you guys would not mind doing so, because it does really help me out. And yeah, we're getting there. Yeah, you guys can go over here. I know that the link is not necessarily going to show up as a link, but you can, yeah. Definitely something in the air. Is there? Yeah, okay. That kind of makes sense. Because, yeah, like, all it does is potentially make neurodivergent viewers uncomfortable for no gain. Yeah, well, okay. See? Like, that's a good way of putting it. I didn't even think about that. Because realistically, that's how, like, how, you know, awesome I am. I totally don't use the R word to make fun of people that, you know, would be offended by the R word. God, I'm so dumb. But realistically, I've never used the R word to make fun of somebody that was, you know, mentally challenged or neurodivergent. Like, that's a whole new level of fucked up. I'm going to just say that much. People that do that shit, ooh, there's a special place in hell for you. If there was, actually, but yeah. Why not put the chat up on screen at vertical too? I can do that. There we go. The thing that sucks about this is it takes up a lot of the screen. Let's do this. Did you call me acoustic? I'm old enough to know that the world won't change because I feel like they shouldn't be saying or doing a certain thing. Alex Goddard, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. The biggest ask over on Twitch is, if you guys have not already done so, please consider getting yourself a sub over there if you do not already have a committed elsewhere. I mostly say the free ones. Gifted subs are great. But man, if you take it from your Prime account and give it to someone like me, I love the fact that I am one of those, like, those accounts that, ooh, Jeff Bezos don't like me. Because Vert can't behave and loves to spam TOS violations. That, yeah, I mean, that is also true, unfortunately. For now, I'll keep it on. It's okay. I have a philosophy to inform, back off, don't press, and tell them you're not going to press it. There you go. All right, guys. Well, let's get to some news. Fuck it. We got some stuff to get to, and I don't have all night. Unfortunately, tonight's a lot like last night, where I can only hang for about 4.5 to 5 hours, so... Alrighty. This is interesting. So in Arizona, there is a lake where all the fish died. That's kind of mysterious, right? This happened 6 days ago.
An Arizona lake remains closed after low water levels killed all of the fish in it. The San Carlos Reservoir is about 160 miles from the valley. It's been closed for almost 3.
Well, kind of buried the lead there, guys. Thanks, Mr. Mustachio.
3 weeks now. But now 12 News journalist William Pitts is learning the problems are being caused
Can we just admit that maybe building a civilization in a desert, not a great idea?
by more than just the drought.
San Carlos Lake has gone down.
Okay, guys, hopefully I'll see you when I get back. Much love. Hey, Rebecca, I appreciate that. Again, thank you for all the support today and the gifted memberships. Really appreciate that. And also just hope you have a great day. Yeah, I hope I'm here when you get back.
Quite a lot. But take a look at these before and after photos. This is 2023 when the lake was in pretty good shape. But look what happens when I show you 2026. The lake almost disappears. The water level has gone down to almost nothing. Video of the lake from the Gila Herald shows what's left. Those aren't rocks. Those are all dead fish, washed up on shore from what used to be San Carlos Reservoir.
This last winter was catastrophically horrible. I mean, we've had some bad winters in the last 20 years, but this past winter was the worst we'd ever seen.
Rhett Larson is a professor of water law at Arizona State University. Why are we talking to a lawyer about dead fish? Because the issue at San Carlos Lake is both environmental and legal.
It's been a really bad winter. There's a lot less runoff, so it's a bad drought year. But there's also a legal component of it, which is there's required legal releases from Coolidge Dam that have to go to downstream.
He sounds like Nick Mullen, and it's making me laugh. He does sound a lot like Nick Mullen.
Farmers who have water rights.
He says water law works like this. The first people to sign up get their water first. That's how San Carlos Reservoir works too. The oldest water rights wanted their water, and that started to drain the already low lake, which killed all the fish in it.
They'll say, hey, you guys have got to open the dam, let water come down to me, and nobody else who has a junior water right can get in the way of that water. So what happens with a place like Kearney is if you're further back in line.
Who's the one that's doing that first, though? Are we talking farmers? Like, how much fucking water are they using?
When there's not enough water for everyone.
Is it like, is there a data center? Because Lord knows we live in a country that loves them to fucking loves to build in these fucking places that don't make any sense and then use all the resources for whatever the fuck they're building, which again doesn't make much sense.
You're the one that takes the cuts.
I've learned more about water law than I ever wanted to know. It's not a challenge that
Oh my God, we've been following this. I remember this guy.
was looking to face.
That's Kearney Mayor Curtis Stacy.
Yeah.
A few months ago when the town started warning people they were
Yeah, dude. Okay, so this is just an update on a story that we were following like a few months ago.
running out of water. The town gets its water from the Gila River, which is fed by the San Carlos Reservoir, and they're at the bottom of the water rights list. Data from the U.S. Geological Survey shows the lake levels drop all the time, but this year is extremely low, and it may be the new normal, a smaller lake for the same amount of water rights. So why don't they just adjust the agreement to match the lower lake levels?
There's no need to re-adjudicate it because we're still adjudicating it. There is something called the Gila River General Stream Adjudication, which was started in 1974 and is not over yet. And this court proceeding is now older than I am, and I'm 47 years old.
A 51-year-old court case with no end in sight. Meanwhile, the lake is still closed.
Data centers can run their water on a recycled loop. Them using all the water is just purely greed. Yep.
With no date to reopen or any idea when there
or they could, I don't know, put solar panels on their fucking roofs.
might be fish.
Like, what are we fucking doing, dude? We just let the corruption run rampant, and we're going to be dealing with the repercussions of it for generations.
Again, William.
I have reiterated this point so many times, but I'm just so glad I don't have kids.
That's 12 News.
For the CBS News Philadelphia Pet Project.
So this is just interesting little puff piece. Why not?
With animal advocate Carol Erickson, the PSPCA, and Marvin, and a really interesting topic today about cats, Carol.
Yes, and the way they communicate. There was a phenomenal study done in the journal Ethology, which is a boring way to start this because all the information that came out of that really, really interesting. And there are about 20 different behaviors that cats will use to communicate with their owners because cats have quite the repertoire of ways to communicate with the owner. But probably
mine is by annoying me.
the most important thing that came out of this.
Oh, hey, look at these two little tabby fuckers. Oh, look at them. They look like my guys. They literally look like my guys. Whoa.
At least the most interesting was
man, I love
the
tabbies so much.
surprising, possibly understanding of the owner that the cat chooses to talk to the most through their normal cat vocalizations. And who do they choose? Well, apparently cats will vocalize more for male owners than female.
Hey. Uni, that totally makes sense.
In fact, more than twice as much. So why does this happen? Researchers theorize that men aren't as fast to notice or respond to their cats. So the cats had to work harder and vocalize more often to men. So I think that is men giving cats the cat treatment.
I get it. I see it.
And then women, of course, try harder and maybe too hard because women tend to be more vocal with their cats. They interpret the cat sound.
Okay, what the fuck is going on?
More easily. They mimic the cat sounds, and the cat doesn't talk as much to them. So it's important to note during this study that nothing but the sex of the owner could account for the longer time that the cat spoke to the male owner with meows, purrs, and chirps. And actually, they spoke more than twice as much to the male owner than the female owner. So how much cat talk was going on? Cats meowed 4.3 times in the first 100 seconds of greeting male owners when they came home, compared to 1.8 meows in the same minute 40 seconds for women when the women returned home. Cats also adjusted their communication strategy based on who entered the room. And then the other kinds of greeting behaviors that they show, and maybe you can add to this list yourselves: playing, moving away, rolling over, shaking, licking, yawning, rubbing the owner, rubbing objects, tail swishing, crouching, stretching, scratching on objects, or cat scratching on themselves, sitting, visiting the food bowl, eating, approaching, tail up stance, and
like
those longer meows for the guys. So cats are very interesting, but I'll tell you what, you ignore a cat, they'll be over pretty quickly. It's amazing. I've seen that a lot.
That's Lido.
It sounded very
totally
familiar,
Lido.
this one, Carol.
Yeah. Pennsylvania SPCA. We've got so many animals there. We would love for you to take a look at these two dogs and a cat coming up, but really go down. You got to see them in person. Look, I love this little girl. This is Chanel. What an angel. Look at her. She's brown, white with that little pink face. She is only 1 year old. She is small. She has the best personality. She loves everybody. She just wants to play with you. She came into our animal law enforcement team underweight, but as you can see, she looks fabulous now, and she just wants a family of her own to play with. Chanel, Pennsylvania SPCA. What an angel. And Maddox, I think some smart person is going to notice this dog. He was found as the stray. He's now one of our longest term residents, which is not a happy thing for him. This boy is super sweet, people-oriented. He went on hiking trips with his Pennsylvania SPCA person buddy, and he was calm, cool, and collected. He's a fun, smart boy. He is struggling, though, in the shelter. He just hates it in there. He wants a human family, another dog in the family. He thrives on human interaction. You can go to the pool with him. You can just have so much fun with Maddox, Pennsylvania SPCA. Look how smart he is.
Look at him.
And our 11-year-old cat, Bella, she came in as a stray as well after being found in an outdoor colony, but would love to go home. And you can see she is quite friendly. And, you know, we have another fresh pet adoption event today. From 12 to 6:30, our long-term residents were having all their fees waived. And the dog Maddox, the one that you saw, the brindle-colored dog, is part of that just whole promotion, and it's really, really great. And you know, this week the weather's going to be horrendous and hot. Make sure the pavement is too hot for these daytime walks. Shade, cool water, bring them in. Air conditioning, it's for everybody. 4-legged, 3-legged, 2-legged, 1-legged. You got to watch it this week. It's going to be terrible.
Yeah, and the 4th of July holiday is right around the corner. Those celebrations will start out before the fireworks are a problem for them.
That's exactly right. Make sure they run away like crazy when they hear them.
Yeah. All right, Carol. Thanks so much.
All right. Thanks.
Aww. Like I said, that was a little more of a puff piece than I'm used to. Because, yeah, man, I don't know. I just... Stanza rescue. Like we've already said, you know, my cats are part of the cat distribution service. So they just kind of found me. But how funny, I joined to see some politics, and I see a man looking at some cats. Yes, Albie, how's it going? We are actually just moving into the politics portion of the show. Like I said, I like to do just a few local stories or just like a puff piece here or there, just to kind of gear us up for some news. But here we go. Let's do the headlines of the day. This is kind of the new thing. We go through the Democracy Now! Headlines, which, hold on, before I even do it, we have got to speed it up. Sorry. Also, hit that like button like I just
Welcome
did.
to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Officials in Qatar say no high-level meetings are scheduled between the United States and Iran after the Trump administration said it had sent envoys Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff to Doha for talks following a weekend of tit-for-tat attacks around the Strait of Hormuz. Iran's foreign ministry denied Trump's claim Monday that Tehran had requested the meeting, calling it fake news. Iran, however, said it is sending a delegation to Doha to follow up on the release of $6 billion in frozen Iranian assets. Iran also rejected a plan by France to demine parts of the Strait of Hormuz, warning Paris against provocations. Meanwhile, President Trump's lashed out against the skyrocketing cost of fuel unleashed by his war against Iran. Trump wrote on Truth Social, quote, gasoline retailers must get their prices down immediately, adding that if they fail to lower prices, quote, big...
That's not how it works. It's supply and demand, dipshit. This is him just being such a big baby that he cannot deal with the fact that he has to have the consequences of what his action... Dude... This guy, this dumb motherfucker. Also, somebody who said about the thing about him having Down syndrome, I can't unsee it now.
Problems lie ahead, unquote. Israeli strikes on southern and central Gaza Monday killed at least 8 people, among them 2 children. In one of the attacks, Al Jazeera reports a displaced 23-year-old mother and her 1-year-old daughter were killed when their tent was hit in the Al-Mawasi neighborhood of Khan Yunis. Israel now claims control of some 2/3 of Gaza, with Israeli Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich calling for the immediate establishment of Israeli settlements in Gaza's northern perimeter. Smotrich...
Literally, one. This is what they do. They take one person's death and they will fucking politicize it to the end of the world. Meanwhile, they will fucking kill thousands of people and then deny that this is even happening.
Spoke on Monday.
And then they sit here wondering why the world just looks at them as a fucking joke.
From the city of Sderot on Gaza's border.
It's anti-Semitic. Uh-huh. Well, good job. Good job at causing that anti-Semitism single-handedly, you idiots.
We're here in Sderot. Today, the IDF holds nearly 70% of the Gaza Strip. We must complete the conquest of the remaining 30%, defeat Hamas, and above all, we need to establish a belt of Jewish settlements within the territory of the Strip as a protective border for Sderot and all the communities of the Gaza envelope.
In news from the occupied West Bank, Israeli soldiers killed a 15-year-old Palestinian boy in the city of El Bireh near Ramallah Monday. Amir Ahmad Jawad Jaber was reportedly shot in the head.
At this point, I think he knew he just doesn't care. But need to demonstrate he is a strong American, so can't demonstrate weak like that peace was a defeat for America. I mean, it is. It is just, it's overtly a fucking
head and chest
defeat for America.
During the raid. This comes as a new report by the Israeli human rights group B'Tselem found Israeli soldiers killed at least 54 Palestinian children and teens in the West Bank last year in 2025, the highest rate since Israel occupied the West Bank in 1967. In Venezuela, rescue crews continue to search for tens of thousands of missing people nearly a week after 2 back-to-back earthquakes devastated La Guaira and Caracas. Venezuelan health officials say over 1,700 people are confirmed dead, with the toll expected to soar. Speaking from Caracas, the UN's humanitarian coordinator said Monday people are still being pulled from the rubble.
At least 2,500 structures affected, most of which fully collapsed. We are procuring, and this is something that has been agreed with the authorities here, 10,000 body bags.
This comes as the Associated Press reports The United States deported more than 140 Venezuelans, including several children. They arrived back in Venezuela just hours before the earthquakes. The deportees were left in a hotel in La Guaira, with some survivors describing crawling out of the rubble and barely escaping.
Is there ever anything that we can do, like, where it's not just blatant incompetence and just a lack of humanity? Jesus.
This is the
You learned English from Roblox? Oh, really?
mother of one of the men deported to Venezuela from the U.S. She said he suffered life-altering injuries in the disaster. It's believed more than 100 of the deportees have died.
The flight arrived at 11 a.m. Then they went through all the migratory process. He called me at 5 p.m. and told me, "I love you so much, Mom. See you tomorrow at home." Like any mother, I prepared a welcome for him with his blue, yellow, and red balloons.
We'll go to Caracas later in the broadcast. Ukraine launched a wave of long-range drone attacks on Moscow overnight.
Between the shelter animals and then that?
In a series
This broken-hearted mom just waiting for her kid?
of assaults on Russia's capital.
Like, fuck.
A regional governor said a 6-month-old baby was killed when a drone crashed into a home. This follows Russian drone and missile attacks on Ukraine Monday that killed at least 8 people and wounded 34 others. On Sunday, Ukrainian drone strikes on 2 Russian oil refineries sparked massive fires. Russian officials say the attacks left 4 people dead. In the United States, the Supreme Court has granted President Trump the power to fire and replace commissioners at independent government agencies. Monday's 6-3 ruling overturns more than 90 years of precedent that insulated regulatory agencies set up by Congress from presidential control.
That's
insane. The case centered around Federal Trade Commission Commissioner Rebecca Slaughter, who was fired by Trump without cause in March of last year. In a separate ruling announced Monday, justices ruled 5-4 that Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook could remain in her job as she challenges Trump's efforts to fire her. Writing for the majority, Chief Justice John Roberts argued the Trump administration's efforts to end the Federal Reserve's independence is, quote, an interpretive leap out of step with the statute Congress enacted and our nation's tradition of central banking protected from political interference, unquote. Meanwhile, Alvaro Bedoya, former FTC commissioner, also
just tanking us.
Fired by Trump, responded to
50-year. We're literally doing a 50-year backstep. That's insane.
The ruling by saying, quote, they're making clear that the Wall Street bankers, the central bankers, they deserve an independent, above-the-fray regulator. The rest of us schmucks get stuck with the loyalists, he said. In another major Supreme Court decision, justices ruled 5-4 to uphold a Mississippi law that allows mail-in ballots to be received up to 5 days after an election, as long as they're postmarked by Election Day. A ruling overturning the law could have seen hundreds of thousands of voters disenfranchised in future elections due to postal delays or because they live in remote rural locations. A New York Times review of the 2024 election found at least 725,000 such ballots. The ruling's a blow to President Trump, who sought to limit who can vote by mail while promoting conspiracy theories about mail-in ballots. In response, voting rights journalist Ari Berman wrote, quote, every major study has shown that mail-in voting is safe and secure, but the fact that 4 justices signed on to Trump's crusade to get rid of mail-in ballots is highly disturbing and could embolden the president to attempt to take even more drastic steps to make it harder to vote.
Maybe that's why Shane Gillis is so good at playing him.
Said. In another landmark decision Monday, the Supreme Court ruled law enforcement agencies must first obtain a warrant before sweeping up smartphone location data from third-party tech companies like Google. In her majority opinion, Justice Elena Kagan wrote that a lower court should re-examine whether the technique known as geofencing constitutes an unreasonable search under the Fourth Amendment. She wrote, quote, an individual has a reasonable expectation of privacy and
not all bad
records about his cell phone's location, and police intrude on that constitutionally protected interest when they demand the information.
Lord.
Unquote. The Supreme Court
Be safe, everyone. Make sure you have electrolytes in your system.
To consider President Trump's appeal of a $5 million verdict in a civil suit that found he sexually assaulted writer E. Jean Carroll in a department store dressing room in the 1990s and later defamed her. The court dismissed the case without explanation. Trump's lawyers have indicated they'll ask the Supreme Court to consider a second defamation case successfully brought by E. Jean Carroll after Trump called her a liar following the first verdict.
Yeah, have you been paying attention? This nation's not in good shape. No, really isn't.
Trump was ordered to pay more than $83 million in that case. Meanwhile, the Supreme Court's handing down the final decisions of its term this morning at the time of this broadcast, with rulings on birthright citizenship, bans on transgender athletes, and campaign finance. Separately, the court announced it'll review two
All right, yeah, so exactly what I thought was going to happen. I don't know what the fuck.
Arizona laws requiring people to
Whenever we prioritize one over the other,
produce
it's just...
proof of citizenship in order to register to
fucking
vote.
hate this
A
shit.
ruling
I
upholding
really
the
do.
laws
I
would
fucking hate
dramatically
this
weaken
shit.
the National Voter Registration Act of 1993.
Just kept one fucking stream open.
In Colorado, 15-term incumbent
good day.
Democratic
Thank you,
Congress
Albie.
member
Appreciate
Diana
that.
DeGette
Take care.
faces the most serious primary challenge of her political career from a Democratic socialist seeking to build on last week's upset victories in New York. 29-year-old lawyer Malat Kiros is campaigning on a platform of Medicare for all, universal child care, ending homelessness, and a complete
good
arms
life.
embargo against Israel. Outside
Have a
groups
good
that
day
poured
and a
around
good
$3
life.
million into the race
Oh,
with
good
super
live.
PACs funded by AIPAC and major big
I mean, live stream,
tech
I
donors
hope. Or are you just like taking off forever and you're just like, peace, have a good life, fuck you.
According to Get. Kira says her message is
Either
getting
way.
through despite the flood of negative
okay.
campaigning against her.
Hey.
These issues are popular with the voters
He's
of Denver,
cool.
right? In fact, socialism is more popular than capitalism for voters of this city. But more than anything, what I would explain is that we already have socialism. It's in our streets, it's in our public schools, it's in our fire stations. What we're fighting for is to extend that kind of guarantee and that security into our health care, into our housing, into our child care and our elder care.
Meanwhile, incumbent Colorado Democratic Senator John Hickenlooper faces a challenge from State Senator Julie Gonzalez, a
Now,
progressive.
unfortunately, what's happening, guys, is the algorithm, whatever, like, I'm not sure if it's like based on engagement, but it essentially just stopped sending out the vert, which honestly,
who's the
I
backing
don't know,
also
guys.
Democratic
I don't know.
Socialists of America.
Now I'm at that point where there's nothing I can do to win.
We'll
Like
speak
everything's
to
a
a
fucking
Democratic
loss when it comes
socialist
to this.
who won the primary in New York later in the broadcast. In immigration news,
I
Scott
barely crack 100 viewers over on my fucking vertical.
reports more than 70 immigrants detained at the Newark, New Jersey ICE jail known as Delaney Hall have filed federal lawsuits over medical neglect and other abuses. In May,
It might be my
hundreds
video card. Why would it be my video card?
of detained immigrants at Delaney Hall started a labor and hunger strike that lasted for weeks and ended earlier this month. The
There's
strikers
nothing to do
faced
with that.
retaliation, including solitary confinement and being
No, it has everything to do with engagement and just where they want everything to go.
transferred to other ICE
And honestly,
jails. Delaney Hall is operated by the
Like I
for-profit.
said, this could all be solved if they just had one way, kind of like Twitch, where, hey, you could watch both, where you could just turn your fucking phone and then, hey, look, you're still part of it.
Prison company Geo Group.
But no,
In
unfortunately,
related
now
news,
I
a
have
New
to
York
play this
City
game of,
Council
oh, which one's
employee
better? Which
who
one
was
has
detained
more
at Delaney
engagement?
Hall
Which
for
one?
more than 5 months has been released from custody. Rafael Rubio was taken by federal immigrant officers in January during a routine asylum interview. Rubio, who's from Venezuela, was detained despite holding TPS, that's temporary protected status. President Trump purchased up to $5 million worth of stock in the corporation that makes taser weapons just 2 weeks before ICE solicited a
Yep.
$220 million contract for the devices.
Cool.
Trump's investment and
Cool. But where are we? Where's the Democrat, Nick Shirley? Where's anybody fucking making this the biggest story ever? Fucking trying to be like, hey, they used all this money on stun guns and Donald Trump. This is where it is. You got assholes like me that are stammering over the words because I just can't even believe that nobody wants to focus on this shit.
was first reported by CNBC. This
Honestly.
comes as House Democrats are pushing for passage of the No Getting Rich in Congress Act, a bill that would prevent public officials, including the president, from profiting from conflicts of interest. And New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani's administration has announced the permanent closure of a detention facility inside the Rikers Island jail complex. Mayor Mamdani said in a statement, quote, "For decades, Rikers Island has represented one of the deepest failures of our city government. This milestone brings us closer to ending that chapter. We're replacing a system built around neglect with one centered on rehabilitation," Mayor Mamdani said. This all comes about 7 years after the New York City Council in 2019 approved a plan to shut down Rikers for good. But city officials have said the prison complex won't be ready to close by its 2027 court-mandated deadline. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the Warren.
Cool. I'm gonna just say it, guys. I'm gonna cancel one of the streams. Yeah, splitting the streams just makes it so there is no. It's literally now it just kneecaps me entirely. Cool. I don't know what to do here. honestly. Yeah, this kind of just took like the entire momentum of stream and just kind of killed it for me. This ain't gonna do it. So, yeah, I get to make some choices here. Your call. Are you running through OBS? I'm running through fucking Streamlabs. It has nothing to do with this, Mouses, and now I'm getting a little fucking pissy. No, what it has to do with is it has to do with YouTube splits my fucking stream. Every time that I do the dual output, that's what I'm doing right now. Now I have one that goes to the fucking vertical feed. I have another one that goes to the horizontal feed. Anytime it goes to the vertical feed, for some reason, it goes into something that's a little bit more friendly with the fucking algorithm. The other one just keeps me in stagnation land. Literally, I barely crack 100 for the people that want to watch over on the horizontal, or on the horizontal. So I'm going to be honest, guys. This is why I have been prioritizing the vertical stream. Now, I'm just saying it. I'm watching this happen in real time. It's splitting. For some reason, it's splitting it based on, I'm not sure if it's engagement or whatever. But, and it really doesn't make much sense. So, yeah, this is not okay. This is not okay, literally. Like, if this is how it's going to be, then I think, yeah, yes, likely it's engagement. Yeah, that's what I thought. So, this doesn't vertical supremacy. It is vertical supremacy. I'm sorry. It is. Because realistically, the other thing is, I am streaming over on Twitch. There's... getting a little fucking tired of this. And I'm tired of fucking playing this game. Like, I really am. I'm trying my fucking damnedest to do this shit. And I'm finally breaking, guys. Like, it's too much. This is what I was talking about. This is the shit that's going to make me just go get a second job at that point, just quit. Because it doesn't make any fucking sense. None of it makes any fucking sense. Dude, I stream for hours and I barely make, I make under fucking minimum wage when it comes to actually, trying to make money doing this. And this is where it's that's untenable. I can't spend this amount of time doing streams for that. And then anytime that I get a fucking pickup in the algorithm, then I have some shit like this that happens. Like, you put the channel in gaming category, but you need a half a dozen mods present. You get 2 normies for every 100 bans, but it works. What do you mean? You found a cheat for vertical. I'm not putting it in the gaming category because I'm not a gamer. I'm a fucking politics streamer. Like, no, you voted for Thid? You mean third? Thid? Yeah, it sounds like some bullshit, Pep. That's why it's a cheat. What do you mean? Sounds like some bullshit. Sounds like some bullshit that I have to deal with and I have to fucking, play this game? Yeah, no, I'm not. I'm not gonna do that. Because the other thing is, I'm not trying to misappropriate. That's literally a small term or a short term fix for something that could end up biting me in the ass long term. Because technically, without going into the actual contract language, when you sign up as a creator, you have to be on the up and up with this stuff. This is why I don't even register as an entertainment channel, is because I cover news and politics. This is the only reason I am able to maintain monetization, because I cover news and politics. If I'm covering news and politics and a bunch of fucking, intense stuff under gaming, that is technically fraudulent, and I will not be playing that game. So I appreciate the recommendation, but I'm not doing that. Sorry for getting a little pissed here, but this is just, I'm tired of playing this game. I really am. And this is, yeah. Thank Ethan Klein for demonetizing politics on Twitch. I guess thanks, Ethan. Awesome. Although it's not. That seems like it's not entirely right. I'm registered on politics right now, and I still have my pre-rolls up. If I was demonetized, I wouldn't have the ability to turn my pre-rolls on, so I think that that's also bullshit. It's a slow day, man. You're right to be frustrated, but don't let it break you. Oh, sounds like a bunch of bullshit. What do you mean? The fact that I'm like kind of freaking out over it? The fact that I'm kind of pissed off over it? Or the fact that it's happening to me? Because I'm just being honest about it, man. Like, it's not just a slow day, guys. No, I watched it happen in real time. This is the reason I'm even bringing it up. I watched as you guys moved to the horizontal. All of a sudden, the vertical just fucking, it died, essentially. A group of us had ban nonstop. We get 1,000 viewers. Everyone who wasn't banned usually came back. NCC, what's that? Also could be TOS in the wrong category. Armed by Hassan. Oh, that I'm having to deal with it. Yeah, no, I mean, this is literally part of the fucking game, and it's stupid. I mean, this is where, like, I've been thinking about just registering as a an entertainment entity and just being that, where it's like, okay, and then occasionally we talk about politics, but I don't have passion to talk about. Listen, I don't care about Justin Baldoni and fucking what's-her-face Blake Lively. I don't care about that shit. I don't care about TMZ fucking celebrity gossip bullshit. I don't care about that. I have zero passion for it. I care about news, politics of the day, and just trying to make a fucking, few people laugh. But like I said, guys, it seems like this is the stuff that I keep talking about, where it's not fucking worth it. It's not worth the stress. This is why I get why so many creators have just fucking quit. I get it. Like, I fucking get it. They dance, monkey, dance. And then you got to go out there and then you got to be annoying. Like, this is the thing. Then I have to be annoying about it. I have to literally I have to beg you guys. And not you guys, but I have to beg my audience to fucking like, subscribe, get memberships, do all this shit. And YouTube doesn't do dick. It's not like they actually fucking help. It's literally, they're always dangling this goddamn carrot in front of you, and it always feels like it's just never obtainable. Okay, yeah, let's just keep rewarding the fucking few people that constantly bring you the money just because it's easy. All right, another Mr. Beast, fucking Feastables, whatever the fuck. They didn't quit, they just went to Kick. Nobody went to Kick. Shut the fuck up. Nobody makes money off Kick except for a bunch of the gambling assholes. They made a Zio. Wait, they made on Twitch and Stop Politics tab monetization. I mean, I am literally in the politics chat tab right now, and I am still monetized. So I don't know what to tell you. I'm just telling you exactly how it works right now. Also could be TOS in the wrong category. No, that's what it is. That's exactly what it is. Pep, let it out. Let's fucking go. No, I'm fucking, dude, I'm done. I'm fucking over it, man. Like, I worked too goddamn hard for this, like, on this show, as it is. I should have made my fucking channel just a fucking Hassan restream. Because realistically, that's apparently how you make money on YouTube. It's just by jacking his content and fucking having just a little subcategory or like a little, because people love it because it's a slower chat, and then they feel like they got the community aspect, and they also still have the tie to Hassan, I guess, even though it's some jackass totally monetizing it and ripping Hassan, but he doesn't care, so great for him. Let's just incentivize low effort content. Let's incentivize people not actually putting any effort into anything. And you know what? Yeah, I guess that is kind of like what ends up happening is when you get shitheads like me that apparently work too fucking hard at this. Oh, they stopped the ads rolling. They might have brought it back now. I don't know. But that's the Twitch. Well, Ethan's also a fucking moron. Ethan's a moron that literally got taken down by his own fucking case. So, I don't know. But yes, I still have the ads rolling right now. Just started a new fucking 60-minute. There you go. What chat do you prefer us in? And we will go there. Right now, vertical. Vertical all day. But Honestly, I'm not even sure if that matters. Like, the thing is, guys, like, this didn't come out of nowhere. I've been having this fucking inner turmoil for a while now. And I've been dealing with this for a while now. I'm getting tired of it, man. Every time that I get a little bit of a push in the algo, some bullshit happens. Some jackass fucking reports my stream, and then I have to deal with it all over again, where I get a fucking shadow ban or whatever the fuck. It's just, none of it's worth it, dude. Like, this is like, man, you want to talk about the shit that's taxing on your fucking mental health? This. Like, trying to actually make it, especially, like, this is what really sucks, is like, I do think it was easier when I didn't have as much of a viewership, and I wasn't, like, I don't know, man. I don't know. Like, I'm kind of having a little bit of a crash out here because I honestly do not know what to do anymore. You know, it's already taken the letter hack. It's already taken fucking Jake. You know, this space isn't going to have any creators left. Alex is just going to have to fucking take the channel at that fucking point. Because realistically, I mean, Visora's done. Like, I hope you guys understand this. Like, this is where we're at. And it's not just the fucking politics behind it. Bert has the sides cut off. Yeah, I know. Well, it has the sides cut off, but if you turn it to... if you're watching on your phone and you turn it horizontally, it takes you to a better form of the chat, in my opinion. Because it gives you the option to have it there. But realistically, the reason that I do vertical over the horizontal is because it's got the better algorithmic push. But yeah, like tonight, guys, like on a fucking Tuesday, like this isn't just a slow night like I was saying, or like you guys are thinking. It's not. Tuesdays are never really a slow night. I used to prefer horizontal when I used to watch on the tablet, but vertical is where it's at now for me personally. Maybe just roll with one for now and just see if the engagement helps increase the visibility being consolidated. I mean, I think that's what it's going to do. Because, like, the bitch of it is, I can see, like, my average view duration, right? My average view duration in horizontal right now is only not even 4 minutes more than what it is in my my vertical, which, yeah, guys, like, I don't know. I think that you kind of nailed it, though. It is just like, yeah, just do one. But like I said, just being honest with y'all, this is how it, dude, this is the most candid view of any YouTuber you will ever fucking get. I just don't care. Why should I? I mean, realistically, I'm at the whim of Google and whoever or whatever their TOSs of the day. Like, one day they could just decide to fucking take all of the monetization from it, too. Like, you know, it's awesome. It's so awesome. You know, for anybody that ever sat here thinking that, like, this shit is better than a real job. No, I'm just the asshole that got close enough to actually make this a gig, to actually make this a fucking dream come true. I found you while scrolling vertical lives. Yeah, that's kind of... Yeah, I gotta be honest. It's just, it sucks. It sucks. It sucks that, like, it can't just be simple. Like, once Twitch actually did the thing where they just were like, hey, we made it, like, integrated. You know, like, normal. I don't get it, guys. I don't get why they do, like, the split thing, but they do. So, this is what we're going to be doing. I'm glad I found you. Thanks, guys. No, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I hope you guys understand that I'm not doing this, like, to fucking threaten or any of this shit. Okay, idea, keep horizontal on, or keep for 1 day a week, like a casual day or something. The thing is, I don't know. Maybe focus on prank phone calls. Prank phone calls are technically illegal. If you hear prank phone calls on the radio, then you're hearing some fake bullshit. The FTC does not allow that as a thing. And you can get in really big trouble for doing so. It's technically a form of harassment. That's why with Howard Stern they call them phony phone calls. They were fun. What do you mean? I've never done them. God damn it, dude. And now my fucking pen's not working. It's blinking. Okay. Yay. Really fun when I was like 12. I follow a couple politics careers that also moved to vertical only when doing YouTube. Yeah. No, I noticed that Jimmy Snow was doing that stuff. Cheer up, Butterkid. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, Raby. I'm trying not to like...
Ravy baby 10 Australian dollars. Cheer up, Buttercup. Take my dollar reduce.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Take my dollar reduce. You have a hell of a way of putting things, because immediately that did cheer me up, but I'm sorry that like I have these existential moments on stream, but fuck, man, it realistically does just kind of feel like fuck, like did I fuck up by like getting to this point? Like, god damn, dude. Thing being the bottom left of the screen. I accidentally scrolled out of it the vertical yesterday like 4 times. Damn chat. Yeah. No, I'll admit that. Like the fucking, yeah, where like you scroll up and you get rid of it. That does suck. I will say that much. But I got you, man. I got you. Televani, thank you for the $1. Appreciate that. Also, that continues to go up. I know. I'm trying. I'm trying not to get like upset about this, but it really it just, this is like very unique problem to have, man. Like it is, because trust me, I get it, man. It sounds like I'm bitching about it, where it's just like, oh my god, fucking. I don't make enough doing this. I mean, Alex, this motherfucker does it for the love of the game. That's what I'm missing, though. Because, like, now I'm at that point where it's just like, oh, okay, yeah. Like, I can only reiterate this so many times where it was just like, it almost supplemented me not having to get a fucking another job. But, what American doesn't have 3 jobs now, so... What up, dog? Hey, Dieter, what's up, dude? Good to see you. Ready? Oh, DA, what up, dude? Give me a little bit. I'm just kind of, maybe not the best time to jump in. I kind of had a moment where I just realized how much I hate this fucking algorithmic game that we play, and just, I can't stand YouTube. I'm just so done. I'm just so over it, man. Like, you know, I was bringing up, I kind of get why Letterhack and Visora, like, I get it. I kind of get it. Like, but I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to give in. I got this shit. It's effing nuts. That 3 job shit is real. Yeah, no, I know. Well, again, I never wanted to look at this like a job. Like, I do this because I love it. Even now, like, I do this because I love it. It's now a matter of, I love this so much, but I also like, fuck. Not sure how long I can keep this going. Have you thought about how Alex is from the I-95 while you are from the I-90? I am from the intersection of I-90 and I-95. Oh, shit, that is true. That is true. Yeah. Oh, shit. I never did think about that, but that is very, very true. And yes, actually, I am closest to the I-90. My biggest problem is my Siggy filters are the size I don't like. Wait, too big or too small? Also, as long as they're not P-Funks. Ugh, P-Funks. Gross. 235 there. Oh, no shit. Yeah, no, I had this moment where I just finally, I saw the algorithm do its BS in real time, and it hit me like an arrow through the heart, man. Where I was just like, you gotta be kidding me. Like, especially now. Like, this is where I'm gonna just put it out there and just say, like, hey, universe, if you're listening, God, universe, whoever, whatever, don't care. Hey, can I maybe just catch a break and maybe get just one W, just a W, like a little W. I'm not even talking like fame or any of that bullshit. Just a little push, Get me over that 3,000, and then yeah, I can start fucking. God damn. Why does everything in life feel like I'm fucking just so close, so close? Oh, you just missed it. Oh, nerds. Feel like I'm waiting in line for fucking a Pokemon drop, and like I'm right there. I'm next in line, and they're like sold out. Boom. Like, that's just how I feel. Like, that's my lot in life. That's just it. Pep, it's just today, man. I know, guys. Like, again, like I was trying to make you guys aware of. This is not just today. This has been a while. This has been a long time coming, man. Like, I've been dealing with this, so I know I'm getting down punched too. We feel for you, bro. Thanks, guys. I appreciate that. Hey, at least you got. Yeah, no, it's true. Been at it for 4 years and still under a dime. Damn. I didn't realize that. Dieter, yeah, when did you start? And like, how did you start? You know what? Yeah, we need to have like a this space conversation about how we got our start. No, and I appreciate that, and it does put it in perspective. Like, this is where I'm trying to make it. I hope you guys understand. I understand my position here. Like, I understand that technically, and I hate using this word, but it's true. I'm blessed. I am. Like, Dieter was actually just kind of, he pointed out, yeah. All right. You want to talk Rogan? All right, let's talk Rogan. Hang in there. I enjoy it. No, I know, guys. I hate also using this term, but God willing, it'll all be okay, and I'll be able to do, like, I'll be able to figure this out. It just let's talk all plunger nips. Plunger nips. Plunger nips, Rogan. Here, give me a sec. There we go. Okay, let's bring on Alex for a little bit and discuss some Joe Rogan. First two essays were fall 2020, but then I didn't go do anything for 2 years. Been live streaming since then, and as I add essays, I still haven't gone viral on anything. Going viral, I mean, going viral is great and all, but like, it also doesn't really account for much. Like, I've had one viral moment, and like, I had over 100,000 people in my stream, and yeah, you know, it did the thing where it fooled me into thinking like, I did it, and whatever. Might also help to have a better content to stunlock ratio. Yeah, you're right. You are right about that. I can't click the link, Pink. Pinkerbell, what'd you link? Oh, yeah. You may not be able to click the link, but just, copy the link and then send it to your browser. Copy paste should work. It usually does. Okay. Oh shit, I don't have any headphones on. Give me a sec. You guys didn't like my pouty stun lock?
Can you hear me, Pep?
Yeah, I can hear you. What's up?
Can the folks hear me?
I think, yeah, you're all good. Desktop audio picking you up.
I mean, I'm on the delay because I'm looking at the stream right now. But folks, we're here. Pep, you're doing great. You're doing great, dude. I understand the algorithm is oppressing everybody, and it's not just you, dude. I was literally watching like music reviewers complaining about it. I'm watching movie reviewers complain about it. Like, it's happening across the board.
Oh, I know.
Something fucky's going on with YouTube, right? It happens.
No, it's the way that they do it. Like, it's the way that they made, like, because Dieter kind of understands this, the way that he splits the stream. For some reason, man, like, it's so fucking weird. Like, the way that it'll prioritize one over the other, and then on top of it, like, it'll just shut it down if you, like, try to prioritize, again, one over the other. I don't get it. Whereas, and the only reason that I'm harping on
Like
this
vertical
is
versus horizontal?
What's up?
Vertical versus horizontal, you mean?
Yeah. Because, like, I was just saying that, like, Twitch did it to where you can just literally turn your phone from this to this.
Dude, I saw it the other day, and I was like, holy shit.
It works, and it works seamlessly. So I'm sitting here, I'm just like, dude, they have the technology. What are they
but
doing?
you know what? They're competing companies. It's Google versus Amazon. Like,
you know,
they're not going
it's
to
just
share.
so dumb,
It's why texts appear as green on a different phone, because we want you to all buy iPhones.
Yeah.
They're monopolies being cunts. And speaking of which, we're talking about fucking Joe Rogan, talking about people who own big companies. Look at my segue. Aren't you in a better mood? I'm here. Come on, my brother. Let's watch these comedians
who
think they're fucking philosophers.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
show the people the clip.
Trust me. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah. So
If
yeah,
you
you're gonna.
Is this the Tim Dillon clip?
Yeah. So you're just gonna have to. It's from American Redacted.
Yeah, I was literally just playing that over on this space.
Yeah.
I
By the
watched
way,
the whole thing. I know what it is.
Since we have our audio issue, if you want the live audio, it's only like I think 1.5 seconds behind. Just use Twitch.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
I got it. We're doing it's leftist production.
We figured it out. It's leftist media.
But
maybe this is what I mean. Like, this is the spirit of it. It is like the scrappy DSA in New York, like picking up whatever they can pick up.
Hi, Juan.
Oh my God.
Hi, Amy, and welcome to all our listeners and viewers across the country and around the world.
What is happening?
Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel.
That is not what I was trying to play. Oh my God.
No, they're not.
There we go. Sorry about that, Alex. I don't know why, but Democracy Now! Was just like, no, you want to watch Democracy Now! Right now.
I didn't even see that.
All right, here we go.
I don't know. I
know you've had invites to do interesting things.
I've had invites to Teal, and I've said no because I think,
because he has half a brain.
He'd probably sit me down and go, listen to me, you fat fuck. You're going to shut your mouth.
Tim Dillon appeared on Joe Rogan's podcast recently, and one of the strangest moments came when the conversation shifted towards Joe's close friend, Peter Thiel, who's of course the founder of the surveillance company Palantir, and is also believed to be one of Joe's alleged handlers. Like, he just seems to have built an enormous amount of influence within Joe Rogan's circle over the years, because a surprising number of Joe's guests have either worked for Thiel, been funded by him, attended his private dinners, or have just some kind of connection to him. Even Rogan has admitted to going over to Thiel's house for dinner more than once, which he actually revealed to Tim Dillon in the podcast they did together 8 months prior to this one.
Like real old school, like waspy.
Didn't you get invited to have lunch or something, or dinner with Peter?
Yes, I said no.
Did you?
I said no. I'm a little wary of that circle of people, and I'm not saying there's anything inherently evil about them. Because
come on, don't chicken out there, because I like the fact that he is saying it. I mean,
he's chickening out. Let's leave it there. Let's leave it there for a second, so I can pontificate. He leaves it there, and he goes. I won't play the rest of the clip, but he will go on to be like, "Oh, I'm not saying anything bad about that. I'm just like, I want to be able to like criticize or joke about whoever I want." And I'm like, dude, I've heard the same thing come out of Sam Cedar's mouth. I don't want to befriend AOC that closely because I might have to criticize her.
Yeah.
I don't want to befriend any politician or anyone I might have to criticize because then they're not going to be my friend. And Sam's coming from experience because he can't fucking help himself being argumentative and has lost friends over the years.
I'll be honest, Sam has definitely been an inspiration for me because I got that same thing. Like,
yeah, exactly. So
I
I'm like,
just can't shut the fuck up, and it's like, again, this is why I got this is why I'm in this problem that I'm in. Fuck,
and I even understand where Tim Dillon's coming from. Of like, dude, like Tim Dillon, I knew a comic who opened for Tim Dillon and told me like Tim Dillon is a nihilist. I mentioned it on my show earlier. Tim Dillon, remember he used to like say that he was gay.
Yeah,
I don't know if he still does that, but like
he was
like, I'm a big gay comedian, and I'm trying to use this to like get more popular. And I don't know if he says that
though.
anymore.
I kind of heard that he was using it like disingenuously and like he wasn't actually gay.
Like maybe he is, maybe he's not, but he definitely branded himself like that for a while.
Who would know?
And
Kim
has
Condon.
stopped branding
Kim
himself.
Condon
like
would
that.
know.
Kim
Like,
Condon would know for sure.
1000%. She would know. She would just because I
Some
think
of
that
these
she has
people-
been hit on by every working male comic.
Probably. Poor girl.
Yeah,
She's actually pretty funny, man. But
No,
like,
she's great.
she's like, again, my point is Tim Dillon's a nihilist. He's just like, he worked in the, you know this, he worked in the, but for the audience, he worked in the like, he worked on Wall Street. He saw 2008 happen. He watched all the banks get bailed out. He saw nobody go to jail who he knew should have gone to jail. And he was like, fuck it, nobody cares. Nobody's watching. Nobody's governing. They're all fucking criminals. They're all crooks. I'm going to get mine and get the fuck out because that's all there is.
Yeah.
And he's just following where the money is. If I got to say I'm gay and go on Whitney Cummings' show in 2020 during COVID lockdowns and she was having shows in her backyard, I remember Tim. Or I got to go on Rogan and hang out with Alex Jones and maybe I'll siphon that Alex Jones audience. That's a dedicated audience. If I can. And he's on his way out. The Sandy Hook families are coming after him. He's fucking old and crazy. He's going to have a fucking heart attack. I'll be the new Alex Jones. Hell, he has a show on Netflix that is just the Jerry Springer show. Because he thinks he can fill that lane of messy slop and like the bottom of the barrel entertainment. But little does he know that's already been co-opted by Netflix, TLC, fucking any other channel that's making reality TV. Like it's already there. Like it's already in the ecosystem, in the bloodstream. Nobody gives a shit about just Jerry Springer anymore. I don't want to just see Jerry Springer. I want to follow these people's lives. That's what it is. That's what reality shows is. That's what Gypsy Rose Blanchard is. That's what the 200, 500-pound sisters are. It's just following these people who would show up on Oprah, Jerry Springer, Ricky Lake back in the day, and now it's just this is a show about them, just following them.
Reminds me, I just watched that movie, The Watchers, and it was kind of like how that was like the whole premise of the movie, where it was like a mystical force essentially is just watching these people because realistically there's like this boredom thing, and they're just like, yeah, and we just want to watch to understand. And I don't want to blow up the ending, but yeah, it is like that's it. It really is just like this is essentially their version of reality TV.
Yeah, so Tim Dillon is like, he's scummy and all that, but he's at least being like, I don't want to watch children blow up on my phone.
No,
like, I don't want to see that.
Like,
I don't want to see genocide.
What I think he's also saying is he doesn't want to be tied to like the billionaire elites that are truly
because here's Joe
planet.
Rogan saying, have you been invited to a bunker? Yeah. Because maybe your mind would change.
Yeah,
because
it's kind of
clearly,
and that's why I can't stand Rogan's current arc. It's just like, dude, you're so far gone.
It's crazy. Keep going.
And he can't stand. By the way, I love that he can't stand like not being one of the boys. Like, just seeing how Big J and Ari were talking and like pretty much past Joe Rogan the last appearance that they were on. Man,
people in there. I don't know that I want to go to a dinner with someone who's going to talk endlessly about the Antichrist.
But yet you'll go to Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, of course.
This is why I watch Flavor of Love on repeat, classic reality TV.
I've been to Peter's house twice.
Yeah.
I went once with dinner with Eric Weinstein. I forget who else. And then the second time he brought me in because they were going to have lunch with Eric Von Daniken.
Oh, the guy, the Chariots of the Gods.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, yeah. I'm in. And I know so much about that. So I was asking him all these questions.
I'm sure he's a very nice guy. Like Peter Thiel. People that know him go, he's a nice guy. He's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I get invited to a lot of dinners and a lot of things. And what I try to do is I try to say to myself, I need to be able to criticize people and make fun of them.
Right.
So, it felt like really weird to go to this guy's house and then on him the next day.
Do you think that's part of the strategy of inviting you to go to places?
Yes.
Yeah.
Most likely. But it doesn't work because I can't shut my mouth. I can't shut my mouth.
It's interesting that Joe seems to understand here that the only reason these billionaires and politicians want to form connections with podcasters like Joe and Tim is because these creepy elites don't want the biggest platforms in the world to be criticizing them. So he essentially understands and is okay with being used like a puppet. Like, he admires their success, influence, and what he sees as their intelligence so much that he just doesn't care. So just keep in mind that Rogan's super infatuated with Peter Thiel and his plan for human domination while watching this next clip.
Yeah, it was almost better where he would want to LARP as like a poor dude because he kind of like wanted to be part of like I was just saying the old comics where it's like he wanted to be part of that table, but now he owns the fucking club. There is nothing.
Yeah, you are the club owner, dude.
Yep.
You're not at the table and the way they even I'm sorry, are we paused?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. The way they pontificate about, because Pep and I have been listening to these comedians on podcasts for fucking 15 of some odd years.
Even more.
And more. The way they talk about, like, sitting at the table in the back of the Comedy Store, or sitting at the table, this particular table at the Comedy Cellar in New York, it's a magical experience, and blah, blah, blah. It's like, you are fucking comedians. Mm-hmm. You are late night, you are lounge acts.
Yeah.
This is your job. And it's not even your job, dude. Like, in the beginning, I was an open micer. You had a further career than I did in stand-up comedy. But it is just, you have to go to bars, clubs, whatever the fuck will have open mic events. You have to pay to get on.
Yep.
You have to pay to get into this hobby. For some people, that it's just a hobby, dude. When I did open mics, there was the like receptionist for the summer camp that I was working at was one of the comics, and I'm like, oh shit, I didn't know you were here, like doing your jokes, because this was clearly like an outlet for her. She was an older woman, and it was fun. Like, it is this kind of community of, like, it could be anybody. It could be a 20-year-old dude trying to, like, get his legs in stand-up comedy. It could be a 50-year-old woman just being like, hey, I just want to tell these jokes that I thought were funny and blah, blah, blah in front of this group. It is a DEI community, a diverse, equal, and inclusive community.
It is.
Because you are all equal. You all get 5 minutes on stage.
Yep.
You all paid $5 to be here. You all bought the 2-drink minimum. We're all equal in this basement right now. That's what it is. And Rogan valorizes that.
Well, Rogan became the comic that he hated because, like, for instance, I won't say who it was, but there was a comedian when I was working a show at the Improv that I was supposed to go on for my open mic spot at midnight. This guy went on till 3 a.m.
Oh, my God.
And then there was still technically an audience, so they were like, do you guys want to go up? And we were just like, well, yeah. It was a nightmare. It was a fucking nightmare.
I'm sure it was. Dude, I literally just saw a clip of the last thing I'll say before we keep going.
Yeah.
I just saw a clip of Seth Rogen talking about when he was 15 years old, he was at the Just for Laughs festival, which is like, if you're an open micer, like he's a 15-year-old in high school.
Yeah.
Anybody can be an open micer. And he worked hard enough that he got a little spot at Just for Laughs. And that spot that he had, not the best spot, but guess who wanted to show up and try out their act and bump the up-and-coming open micers?
Yep.
Fucking Jerry Seinfeld showed up.
Yep.
And Jerry Seinfeld did an hour.
Yep.
And then Rogan had to wait like 15, 30 minutes, and there was fucking nobody in the audience. And they were like, we're not actually going to have you up because, like, who cares? No one's here.
Yep.
So Jerry Seinfeld is being like, that's what Joe Rogan's doing. You either follow me and you agree with my version of comedy, or good luck out there.
But this
Go
was
fuck
actually like
yourselves.
my thing that I got out of it was it made me and the other comics that were waiting that entire time that much closer. Like I could still talk to these guys,
Right.
and like that moment alone, it's just like, dude, we had a moment of like brotherly solidarity where it's like, fuck this guy. This is the biggest problem with the fucking industry is catering to dickheads like this. People that like, this dude's career was pretty much over. Like he was on the Brian Callen level of fucking decline
Word.
at this point. So it was just like, dude, for you to come in here and act like the big dick, and then on top of it, like to watch the crowd essentially just dissipate throughout his show, like
Right.
that hurt even more because we were just watching the door and we're just watching these like, you know, people pay their bills and take off, and we're all just like,
We had a chance to work on our craft, and you took that from us, and because you don't care. Because you're like, they don't fuck it. I gotta work on my shit. I got a special I'm taping or whatever. And we'll keep going with it. I want to say one last thing. Fucking Tony, the fact that look, all these people, like you just mentioned, Brian Callen was on Mad TV. Bobby Lee has a big podcast. Theo Vaughn, Joe Rogan. All these people were like middling, fine, serviceable comedians 20 fucking years ago when there was Comedy Central, HBO that had Premium Blend, had like young comics coming up doing
Comics Unleashed.
Comics Unleashed. There was Last Comic Standing on NBC. There was all these avenues.
Ash, thank you.
To like, yes, thank you very much, Ash. All these avenues for open micers to like get a spot, maybe get a little shine and have some eyeballs on them. Now the atomization of social media, put it on YouTube. It's on your YouTube channel. You're trying to go viral on TikTok. Yeah, it
That's what
does
sucks
suck
because like
it does suck.
now you keep getting these ones. Like I get this. I don't even know his name, but he strikes me like he has Tourette's, but his whole thing is to focus on like women. And like he's
and try to be like, you're triggered, aren't you? You're
and he's
triggered.
trying to do like the Matt Rife thing where it's just like, stop. It's so fucking cringy.
You're either trying to do that and get on Kill Tony because Kill Tony, unfortunately, Tony Hinchcliffe, that show, it's easy podcast for him to do because hey,
Well,
I'm
it's
already
make or
at a
break,
comedy
though.
club.
That's what sucks about that one is you could easily break your career with that one.
Yes, you can break it, but you mean break as in like get in?
No, I mean like you could literally
Ruin
take your career before it even starts because you know it wasn't
It's a
the way
bad
that like
association.
Opie and Anthony used to shit on a comic that was doing poorly. Like one of my favorite bits that they used to do is they would let them do their radio shtick. Like you know how some comics would just do their bits. And they would just let it happen, and then it was kind of sink or swim. You know, they would give them the opportunity though to be like, all right, dude, we know what you're doing. Now it's time to actually be funny. Do you want to hang out with us or do you just want to do your bit? You know,
And
like,
this is all goes into like, and I saw that, you know, Tony, you know, Tony was getting criticism, right, for the Kevin Hart roast. And Robin Tran, who's a great comic, she's trans, she does fucking roast battles, she's fucking brutal, dude. She was
had
saying
a
like
really hilarious joke about a sundress. Taking a piss.
Dude.
So
she is fucking hilarious. And she's like, unfortunately, Tony Hinchcliffe's show is
audio.
one of the
Oh,
few
shit.
ways
Hold
that
on.
like smaller comics can get seen and maybe make a career. And that's the pipeline American Redact talks about, where like you make your like you make them laugh, they recommend you, maybe you know you get past at some comedy clubs, you open for some of them on the road, and then you end up on Rogan and you get your own spotlight, and then you get all the like that's the pipe. They created their own pipeline,
Yeah.
and nobody else is doing it. Mark Maron, where the fuck is your like showcase show? Patton Oswalt, where's your showcase
Patton
show? of
Oswalt,
young,
no, he
upcoming
tries.
comics.
He just did one with Dan Soder during Netflix as a joke.
Good.
Yeah.
Good.
Like
but Dan Soder is like 15 years into the industry.
Well,
he is
I mean-
still up and coming, but he is only that way.
I would argue
because
he's not up and coming. He's actually like he's definitely.
I
a-
know,
yeah,
but
he's
I'm saying like
bigger comic.
like nobody outside of me and you or people who listen to like stand up a lot
Yeah.
know who he is. You know,
Yeah.
he's not like dude. What's homie's name? Oh, dude, he just got a movie made. Bargatze, Nate Bargatze.
Oh, Nate.
Like,
yeah.
That is a stand-up comic who does come from the same like universe, but he's also a clean comic, and he also kept his distance just enough from like the Nazism to like make it in the industry. He also shows up on time. He says his lines, blah, blah, blah. He's been on SNL to like, again, here's a launch pad for you. And now here's a movie coming out. Dude, Bert Kreischer and Tom Segura are getting like movies and TV shows made now. They should have, this ecosystem should have given them like 20 years ago a sitcom. But they weren't good enough to get the sitcom deal 20 years ago.
You know what sucks about those two? The fact that they got less and less funny with the more money that they made, and they just
they
they
got
don't care.
and they're like,
and
all we
then
have to do
what
is
really
show up
did
and
them
record a
in,
podcast?
I would argue that the end of their like entire like career, as far as being taken as seriously as they once were, was when they gave Stavi and Chris DiStefano the podcast, and they did a better job.
Yeah, and Stavi blew up from that. You know, he was already blowing up.
He was already post Cumtown on that one.
I didn't, Cumtown, whatever.
Yeah, Cumtown was huge.
Yeah, I thought
yeah.
I got Cumtown recommended to me on YouTube, and I thought it was a right-wing podcast years ago. And I was like, oh, I'm not watching this. I don't know what this is. Why do you keep recommending this to me, YouTube? I know I watch Rogan, but like, come on. Little did I know.
Yeah,
like,
I've always liked those guys.
Chris
It was
DiStefano,
the absurdist humor, and like that was the thing. It was kind of refreshing to go from like the shock jockey stuff to actual like absurdist humor. And like again, Nick Mullen is one of those guys. I like the fact that he deadpans so well that you're like, sometimes you think that he's dead serious.
Yeah,
love that shit.
But like it's the keep going with the clip. I'm distracted. Oh, is the kill?
Oh, hey, Kenzie Page. Good to see you. I haven't seen you in a minute.
Is the clip playing? I'm seeing the clip move, but I don't hear it on stream. And I'm watching on Twitch.
Son of a bitch. I just realized. Sorry, guys. There's no audio. My bad. It's because your audio was doubling up. I had to turn it down. My bad.
Okay,
I'm
my
going
bad.
to go back just a second. Right around here. There we go.
Peter Thiel using AI to create the Antichrist, which is basically an artificial superintelligence that could end up wiping out humanity. And while Tim was clearly playing into the absurdity of the conversation, he eventually asks Joe what he actually thought about all of it, and that's when things got pretty eerie, because instead of just dismissing the idea, Joe almost sounded excited by it. Like he essentially suggested that if AI became so advanced that it replaced humanity, then that's just the way it would be. I mean, he genuinely believes this.
Is predicting it.
I get the feeling when you see a lot of these tech guys start adopting Christianity.
How about Peter Thiel's like that whole Antichrist thing?
Yeah, he does
like,
that whole
what?
thing.
What is he doing? He gave a fucking lecture on the Antichrist.
Gives a bunch of lectures on the Antichrist. He's fascinated with it, and
yeah, not weird at all.
A lot of those guys,
definitely the person you want to put in charge of your, AI overlords.
Guys are moving into this interesting area of this is God wants this. It's all of these worlds existing together, where you have this world of people.
Oh wait, Ghost Dog, I just saw your comment. Yeah, so YouTube is unsubscribing you. Okay, that totally fits with what I've been seeing.
Who are trying to
thank you for letting me know that.
Build a god, and the world of people who already believe in a god, and trying to get all of those people in the same tent. That's interesting.
It is.
You know?
Imagine if that's where God comes from.
He's trying. Actually, that was Tim trying to bait Joe.
Yeah.
If this is a natural process for human beings and their curiosity and insatiable need for technological innovation.
But then what happens once we get God? Like once let's say we bring this God in, then what happens?
Nirvana.
Nirvana?
Yeah, we all merge. Becomes perfect.
Nirvana.
Interesting. So we all merge and that's perfect?
Yeah, it's fine. Don't worry about it. We're all going to merge with the machine.
The thing is, dude, it doesn't hit as hard when you're literally the one propagating this joke.
It's fine. All right, leave it paused here. Right? So this I wanna kind of go in on this because as someone who, when I was in high school, I saw The Matrix for the first time. I saw The Matrix because we were going to see The Matrix Reloaded, and it blew my fucking brain. And I'm like, are we a virus on the earth? Are we unnatural? Should all humanity be wiped out? And then I realized later, after I weirded out some of my friends, it doesn't matter. If we are in the Matrix, if we are a virus, the fact that you keep waking up and it's the same world, and Morpheus hasn't reached out his hand to bring you into the real world, just assume that you're going to keep waking up and it's going to be this world. So keep assuming that you're going to wake up and have to pay taxes and get health care and get something to eat and all that. And we're not going to have this technological nirvana that he's talking about. So this like idea that you could let that it's just inevitable and humans are just going to do this, like, okay, maybe. But also what's inevitable is some humans are going to disagree and are going to fight against it. And there is no, don't worry, just let it happen. But okay, Joe, cool. You won't worry. You'll let it happen because you don't give a shit what happens to your wife or daughters. You don't give a fuck because you don't care about humans. You think you got a ticket into the bunker with them. And maybe they do bring you. But you know who you are to them? A dancing fucking monkey like your fucking logo. That's the end. You can live in the bunker with your wife and daughters. What do you think your daughters are going to be used for in the bunker, in the post-apocalypse? Like fucking Mad Max with, what was the dude's name in the most recent one? The dude with all the breeding fucking women.
Wait.
Morton Joe. You're going to be a Morton Joe. Literally
Joe?
a
Wait,
Morton Joe Rogan.
Now you're talking about something I don't know about. What the fuck are you talking about?
You don't know about Mad Max?
Oh!
Remember Morton Joe and Mad Max,
like,
the bad guy?
I thought I missed the Mad Max part. I thought this was like a real person. I was just like,
no. I'm saying like
a Morton
this
Joe.
Is,
yeah.
This is what they're gonna use you for in the bunker, Joe. You're gonna be doing stand-up comedy about how trans people are weird and isn't it great we put them all in concentration camps, or they're all working to make our techno-feudalist cities run. Because that's what I was talking about on this space is Peter Thiel's plan for we're going to make city-states across the world. Fuck countries, it doesn't matter. I'm going to have a town in
Alex,
California.
Did you watch Alien Earth?
No. Oh, wait. Yes, I did.
It's literally it's literally what it's about,
yes.
the 5 megacorps and how instead of like having countries, you just have regions run by the megacorps.
It's Weyland-Yutani region. It's the other region of the other company name.
Was a Prodigy.
Like it's just companies carving up the earth for themselves. I mean, that show was not great, but like that
shut
idea,
up. I loved it.
Premise.
I loved it.
The premise is cool.
Oh man, I loved it. I loved the synths. Oh man, are you kidding me? Dude, seriously, this is one of the freshest takes I have had on Aliens since. I mean, dude, even Romulus was great, but I
to the heart.
I didn't like the ending because they had to tie it to Prometheus. Had that just stayed as its own thing, I thought that would have been okay. But I don't know.
But yes, that is what they want. They want the alien future where it's like 5 companies run the planet and then, split off into the galaxy and mine for resources. And you're a trucker on a ship and oops, you found an alien. We don't give a shit. We want that alien for biochemical research.
Yeah. I mean, look at the way their contracts were even like they were framed in Alien. Like, so
crew expendable,
but also because it was hyper capitalist, just one of those trucking routes could have set you up for life.
Right.
So that was one of those, like, it's kind of like a deep sea oil rigger or like any of like the people that do like these really dangerous jobs too, high risk, high reward kind of thing. Really wish someone would go on Rogan and call him an ignorant fuck to his face. Oh man.
Yeah. Let me on Rogan.
Mark Norman got really close with an episode of Protect Your Parks where he got, I think, a little too tipsy and he started kind of playing with that where he's just like, well.
They're all sick of it, dude. They're tired. They don't want to be associated.
They don't
want to be associated with this shit. I mean,
they also hate the mothership. They like multiple comics have come out and talked about how bad the green room is at the mothership, which, dude, if that's the case, that's the heart and soul of a comedy club, man.
Yeah.
Is
and the audience, if the audience is just there to hear the N-word over and over again, then I can't work out my material here, because this is not going to work for a general audience. They think, they keep trying to tell themselves that they are appealing to a general audience, but they're not. They're appealing to lunatics, and that is a fraction of the population.
Well, they think that
they
think that the general audience. No, they honestly, they think that it's like the Opie and Anthony audience is still there, or like
but that audience is like a broad swath of people, and it's fucking not. It never has been. It was just enough for you to sustain a career.
Wait,
past
Voltron.
The point where...
Wait. Hold on. We got somebody in chat. Voltron, bro, you can't change your sex. Well, you can't combine into 5 lions, so shut the fuck up.
You can't combine into 5 lions. I would like to see you try. Let's keep going with the
Know your limits.
I got 10 minutes left.
Hope you have a good night. Thank you, Snack. I appreciate that. Thank you, guys. Alex, also thank you for cheering me up a little bit. This was needed.
Of course. I got 10 more minutes.
As I was saying, though, that crash out was
absolutely
long time
justified.
coming. Let's put it that way. This was definitely like I've been hinting at it, but that was the one where I was just like, "Oh, guys, this
absolutely
is
justified."
Yeah.
Dude. I totally
All right, let's go.
understand, brother. You gotta unmute
the pit stains, dude. So actually, Alex, you'll appreciate this. I technically got my first algorithm hit as a gift almost from Elephant Graveyard. He's the first creator on YouTube that I've ever had I reached out to, and I just asked him, I'm like, hey man, are you okay with me covering your video? He appreciated that. But apparently, because I had done that, he was getting threatened with a lawsuit. So he took his down. He took the entire video down. So the only way you could see the Elephant Graveyard video was through mine for like a minute there. And that's where like I got this huge hit where like I went from like maybe getting 30, viewers on the video to like I got 14K on that one. Wow. Where I was just like, oh shit. And it was cool because Elephant Graveyard reached out to me later and like said, he appreciated the fact that I had it on my channel and that like if I ever wanted it to use his stuff, like it was really, really
Hell
cool.
yeah, man. See, that's what we're trying to do. That's what the DSA is trying to do across the country. I'm tying it into politics. See how good I am at this? This is what we're doing. The scrappy fighters going, hey, I'm going to help you out a little. I don't have much, but I'm going to help you out a little bit.
Yeah.
You don't have much. I'm going to help you out a little bit. And that is the drip, drip, drip of how we get a fucking sweep in New York. And I'm going to talk tomorrow on this space in Dieter's slot at 7 p.m. Eastern.
Nice.
Dieter. I'm going to be talking to someone who ran against Tom Suozzi. Tom Suozzi is one of the Democrats who signed that letter with like 15 other ones on Wednesday being like, this is the promise to America. We're going to try and fight against these socialists in our party. So we're going to see how we can help her win that next race.
Oh, man. Time. That's dope. Fuck yeah, man.
We're going at it. We're going together. No, you got to unmute the video.
Oh, son of a bitch.
It's all right. I got you, folks.
Son of a bitch. We'll go back just a little bit. There we go.
Elephant
Graveyard. Not only does he really not understand when comics are making jokes towards him, but he's so bad at comedy that his guests genuinely don't know when he's attempting that world-famous comedy of his. As whenever he does, he usually just states his actual worldviews in the cadence of a joke, as he did with Tim Dillon in that last clip. Like, even though a lot of people online are writing this off as Joe just joking about the whole thing, stating that he doesn't actually think an AI superbrain taking over mankind would be a good thing. Believe it or not, he really does believe this. Like, he's fully captured by Peter Thiel and this wacky worldview of his. He's even stated on this podcast numerous times that the humans are on their way out, and that Peter Thiel's plan to create the Antichrist with quantum computers and AI is the next logical thing. So he really wasn't kidding when he told Tim that this was all gonna feel like nirvana once this process is complete.
Where the humans are on the way out. I know a lot of people hate it when Peter Thiel says it. Like, Peter Thiel is a terrible person. He's evil. He's terrible.
You think he is?
No. I think he's just telling you the truth. I think he's, when they said, do you think human beings should survive? And he had like this long pause.
Oh, yeah, I remember.
And then the interviewer was like, the answer is yes. The answer is yes. You think human beings survive? Which is not how you're supposed to do an interview. Well, at least not how I do it. If you ask me the same question, is it important that humans survive? Okay. Is it important that Australopithecus survived? It's not. Is it important that Neanderthal survived? It's not currently. Currently not important. Is it
Pause right
important?
here. Pause right here, because this is the last thing I'm going to say. All right. So he frames it as, is it important that these extinct things survive? Clearly it wasn't, because they aren't here. But what's it important to, Joe? Is it important to you? Is that the framing? What do you mean important? How important? How? Am I funny to you like a clown? No, but like he's saying, like, I guess to the overall history of the world. Is it important that this species survived? No, because it didn't. Natural selection, right? Evolution. If we evolve to, and he's talking about evolution too, which we are currently evolving right now. Everything alive on this planet is currently evolving. Slowly. It takes a long time. What he's talking about is artificial evolution with the integration of computers, putting the fucking Elon Musk chip in your brain and letting him control you, whatever the fuck. Like,
someone brought up a really good point about that, about the brain chips, where it's like, could you imagine getting the beta or like the first one, where it's like 10 years later, you're just like,
it's like
the new iBrain chip 10.
Can I upgrade the Windows 95
like,
in my
you
brain?
can't upgrade. You're stuck
Windows
with it. It's just like, and then you're sitting there glitching, and it starts fucking having like slower upload speeds.
Yeah. I mean, hell, there was literally a fucking Black Mirror episode about this.
Yep.
Where it kept putting ads in front of you, and you didn't, you were just like saying stuff that you didn't
the
mean.
Black Mirror episode that fucked with me was the one where the guy was testing that VR thing. Was Wyatt Russell.
Yes.
Where and like the whole thing takes place in a split second.
Yeah.
That was fun.
That was a really good one.
Yeah.
But so Joe is saying, like, this is inevitable, it's going to happen. And I'm saying, sure, maybe, but it's inevitable that some population of humanity is trying to control the rest of it with technology.
Yeah.
It's clearly, it's inevitable because it's happening right now. If it wasn't happening, we'd be in a different universe, an alternate universe. So it's happening in this universe, but it's also happening that people are fighting against it. And we'll see who fucking wins. And I doubt it'll be them. I doubt it'll be Cyberpunk, Danny. I doubt it'll be like fully, and even Cyberpunk, like there's people fighting against the corporations in Cyberpunk.
Yeah.
It won't be the end. Even I said on my show, even if Peter Thiel gets his techno-fascist kingdoms around the world, all the billionaires, it's alien Earth. They carve up the Earth. There's still going to be people fighting against them. Like
Honestly,
there was on Alien Earth.
This is what's really fucked up. It's either going to be Alien Earth or they just said it, Terminator 2.
Yeah. And then, oops, we screwed up and we can't control it.
Well, that's what
So
scares
we're
me
all
about.
dead too.
So there's a lot of unsaid things going on with the Ukrainian conflict and Iran, where they said something like 40 to it was like 40 or 50% of like actual munitions are all guided by computers and AI. I was like,
yeah,
that is scary as fuck.
Yeah, I mean, again, we're gonna hit a new era of like Luddite, which I don't even really know what that means. I know that Luddite is a term used derogatorily at people who are like against the new technology.
Yeah.
And it has become that over time, but thanks to Matt Leck, who actually reads books on the Majority Report, I learned that Luddites were not actually against all technology.
No.
They were against technology that was specifically for the purpose of eliminating a workforce.
Yeah.
Because, hey, maybe you can change, at least integrating the technology in such a way that it doesn't lay off swaths of people at a time. That's what the Luddites were about. They were part of the labor movement.
Yeah.
That's what they're trying to fucking hide by being like, you're backwards. You're a hillbilly if you're against technology. You're a Luddite. No. Luddites are trying to integrate it helpfully in the world. Like he's saying here. And I'm going to jump off because me and my wife have to get some dinner. But
what's a troglodyte then?
It's like he's saying, like, it doesn't matter if humans live or not. It doesn't matter. Is it important? I don't know. And he says at the end of this, is it, and you'll see, folks, when I jump off, is it important that humans stay in this form forever. I don't know. We'll see. And it's like, yeah, we will see, Joe. But you're trying to convince your audience to just let it happen. Because that's what Peter Thiel is paying you for.
Yeah.
They're going to get into it in the clip, the folks. But that $900 million deal that he got from fucking, I think it was $900 million that he got from Spotify.
Yeah.
Guess who was an early investor in Spotify? Peter fucking Thiel.
Yep.
Peter Thiel and Elon Musk are behind a lot more than you would think. Just like Jeffrey Epstein was. And guess who they were all buddies together?
Oh, that's what they all wanted to be, Epstein. The one
With
thing I've
Donald
collected
fucking
from
Trump.
like the Epstein class is how they all hated the guy and they just wanted to be him.
They wanted to be him. They all are just competing with each other about who has the bigger pile of money.
Yep.
That's all it's about. They don't care about you. Joe Rogan doesn't care about comedy.
No.
Put that in the fucking headline of this clip when you clip it. Joe Rogan doesn't care about fucking comedy. Because if
No,
he
he
did,
really
he'd be-
doesn't.
He doesn't care. The other comedians are checking him, like Tim Dillon here, who's trying to stay in his good graces.
Shane
but
Gillis
is
has.
also really trying to like test him out of like how far gone he is. That's the probing questions that Tim is doing on this shit. That's why Mark Norman, Ari Shaffir, like you're saying, they ask those questions. They'll back down when he pushes back because they don't want to upset the bear. But like,
they don't want to knock
and
the
they're
bee
probably
invite.
fucking worried, like Theo Vaughn was about, like, I don't know, you're gonna say I'm suicidal, and all of a sudden Mossad comes to get me, and then it's just a comedian dead. Who knows? Oh, it's okay. Like, that's fucking crazy, man. He's threatening his fucking friends.
Yeah.
Friends. With friends like Joe Rogan. Thank you very much, Pep, for having me on.
Hey, man. All right, Alex. Thank you for coming
I'll
on.
let you
Have a good
finish
dinner
this
with the
segment.
wife. I will catch you on the next one, man.
Thank you so much, brother.
All right,
it's all
catch you
good, dude. We're gonna make it together. We're gonna help each
Hey, I appreciate you. Yeah, you talked me out of my funk, so thank you,
other.
dude.
Dude, I got you, brother. Take
All
care.
right, latest.
Bye, folks.
All right. Good times. Good times. Always awesome when Alex is on. No, I needed that. That was perfect. That was literally perfect timing. All right, so let's keep going here. I do have to make a quick run upstairs and take a piss. Rogan is secretly behind the scenes plotting with Musk. I don't know. It's just he does have like a special stupidity to him. Like let's be real. All right, I'm gonna play this. Run upstairs, take a piss. I think let's see. I've seen this part. The Theo. Yeah, no, I saw this. Okay, so give me about a minute, and I will be right back. There we go.
That humans stay in this form. It's not going to be. If we're going to evolve to something way better than this, how many people go, I miss the old days when you could lie and you couldn't read minds and people were a lot more rapey. No one's going to say that. No one's going to, I miss the wars. I miss stealing and credit card fraud. I miss the good old days of a rigged stock market.
When the Jets won.
Yeah. No. No one's going to say that. They're going to move on to what's next. So Peter Thiel's right. It doesn't mean I don't love you. It doesn't mean that being a person isn't important to me.
So yeah, don't be fooled, guys. Joe Rogan is fully bought in on the idea of AI ushering in this new advanced race of humanoids that'll benefit only the top 1%. Because he's a part of that group and he'll be able to afford it once that inevitably happens. Everyone else who's too poor, well, them dying off or being enslaved is just the way it's gonna be. Like, that's really how Joe Rogan thinks. And it's genuinely disturbing, even to a guy like Tim Dillon. And obviously Tim's aware of this by now, which is why it felt as if he were walking on eggshells with Joe during this entire episode. Like, he really didn't challenge Rogan at all during this episode, and it disappointed a lot of people who thought he would. Like, everyone thought that Tim Dillon would be the guy to finally push back on all the madness that Joe's been supporting lately, since that's pretty much the only thing he does on his podcast nowadays, even for things like Palantir.
I mean, they're talking about religious intolerance. They're lighting children on fire in Gaza. Their technology is being used for all of this stuff. It's very interesting to talk about religion and then build death machines.
So people really thought that he'd bring that same energy when he did this podcast with Joe. But honestly, guys, this is Tim Dillon at the end of the day. I mean, he's an opportunist first and foremost, and is part of the Rogan sphere as well. So he would never just completely unload on Papa Toe here, right? And the funny part about that is that even Tim would tell you that. Like, he's at least honest about his qualities of being a sellout. Tim does, however, sort of warn Joe about the downsides of AI taking over the world in this podcast. Which is funny because it's almost like he's speaking to Joe like he's a 5th grader. Like, this nirvana that Joe believes the world is gonna feel is really only gonna be for a handful of select elites that have invited him to the bunker, while the rest of the 8 billion people in the world will be left behind.
And then they have AI, which Elon just recently said is going to be like 1,000,000 times smarter than the smartest human that's ever lived.
Right.
Like, this is the goal. The goal is to create literally a digital god. And it's going to be controlled by not us, not the collective human race. It's going to be controlled by a select few group of people. And that's weird. Like, and we're just trusting them.
Well, that's why you're not getting a vote on immigration levels, or you're not going to get a vote on, I think the reality is that eventually they're going to go, do you want safe streets? Do you want food? Do you want a little bit of money? You got to do X, Y, and Z. You got to believe X, Y, and Z.
Yeah.
And I mean, that seems to be coming.
And it seems like if you put people in a corner and you get them scared, this is what we learned during COVID. Like, they will back down.
The AI stuff, which is very interesting, is starting to, I think it might, I don't know how
Pep's back.
Quickly it will do this, but I do think it's going to lessen some of the cultural divides, and I think it's going to
more ways than one
to potentially unite people, because I think it's going to be the next fight seems to be about surveillance, privacy, your own rights, what rights you'll have. Like, I feel like that will be, it might take precedent. Instead of like these cultural fights that people have been having for a while, it might be like people might be demanding autonomy, from artificial intelligence.
And that's really all Tim Dillon could say to Joe about that without stirring up any drama. I mean, we've all seen how he reacted to Theo Von when Theo mentioned Palantir's technology being utilized in Israel.
And Palantir's involved in Gaza?
Palantir was involved in Gaza, yeah.
For sure? Mm-hmm. Put that into perplexity.
Breastfed by a
Israeli government began using Palantir software in 2014. It significantly scaled up its partnership during the genocide in Gaza, which began in This is for sure a biased source, just by the way they phrase that. So maybe that's not the best.
Because he doesn't believe it was a genocide
source.
Like, Joe just played super dumb to it all, then oddly enough started insinuating on his podcast after that episode that Theo was in a dark place mentally and was contemplating ending it all.
My friend Theo Von, every time he starts talking about something that drives him crazy, I just got to kind of rein him in and just like calm down. Like, if you've had friends their lives, and I've had a few.
I've had quite a few.
It's a horrible feeling when you think about it and you go, what could I have done?
Which he then made a sloppy 20-minute...
You know what you could have done? Taken the initiative, made that phone call.
...minute apology video for once Theo Von...
That's usually what it is.
...stated that he loves his...
Don't want to be shitty, but that's all you could have done. And the thing is, I'm not saying that would have saved them, but realistically, that's what it is. Most people that talk like that are the ones that they have this thought where they're like, oh man, like, I abandoned them and I hadn't talked to them in such a long time. God.
His life and would never do anything like that. And the reason this apology was super weak.
The worst one is where they do it like the day after you talk to them and you really didn't know.
From Joe was that it was at the very end of a 2-hour podcast with Mark and Dreesen. And then secondly, it's because Joe never once mentioned anything about Theo's criticism.
Oh, Mark Andreessen's the one that said that he doesn't think about his failures and he doesn't try to like correct anything because he thinks that is just focusing on the past too much and not like he doesn't learn from his failures.
Criticisms of Palantir.
What an asshole.
Here, and how they made Joe wildly uncomfortable. Joe was really only talking about how he's not owned by Israel in that apology. So that was a little bit more than interesting to a lot of people. Joe's also played some extreme defense for Peter Thiel regarding the Epstein files on his podcast in the past, stating that Peter Thiel would never go to the island because he's openly gay. I mean, that really came out of his mouth, and he thought that people would buy it.
Peter Thiel, I watch you talk to Peter Thiel. I've never seen someone lie so artlessly and autistically in my life.
What did he lie about?
Of all the comedians, all the working comedians that ended up in politics and ended up as the sidekick of Jimmy fucking Dore, I would have never in a million years been like Kurt Metzger.
Oh, dude, I'm going to put this out about Epstein Island. Maybe just some guys were cheating on their wives. Yeah, maybe that's all it was, Peter. Some guys were cheating on their wives.
See, the thing is, he's a gay guy, and he's not interested in going to that island, so he's probably on the outs. And allegedly, I mean, I don't know. I don't know if he supposedly ever
That's
went.
not the only game in town.
Oh, I'm sure there's gay blackmail, but you can't when a guy's single and gay, like, what are you going to get on him? That he fucks other guys?
And no. Oh, there is.
That's usually underage. Like, whatever, man.
Isn't any
Jesus Christ, Joe.
definitive proof of Teal going to the island, but this is just really showing the length that Joe's willing to go to in order to maintain a positive narrative around the guy on his show. Because if you guys didn't know already, his connections with Teal go way deeper than most people even know. I mean, Peter Thiel just seems to have his tentacles all throughout Joe's show. Like, he's known Joe since 2018 before the Spotify deal, and a lot of people actually believe that he may have been one of the people to strongly influence that deal to take place, since his firm was one of the early investors in Spotify, which supposedly had a pretty hefty stake in the company. There's also the fact that a bunch of Joe's guests, including Joe himself, have either worked for Teal, had dinner with him, or were just involved with him in some capacity in one way or another.
You know, and my boss and good friend Peter Thiel was a supporter of Trump in the last election.
Fucking asshole.
I'm taking a huge risk in how much I love this guy Peter Thiel and how much he loves me. And people say, oh, okay, you're just a Peter Thiel tool. Well,
like the guy who made me feel really dumb and almost like a fraud was
Brendan Schaub.
Not Brendan Schaub, Peter Thiel. I was listening to him talk, and I went, I met him. I had dinner at his house tonight, and I was like, he was talking, and I realized that everything I say is basically an amalgam of the things I've read or heard.
And
this
he's
guy
one of the
thinks,
ones that write those things.
Yeah, he just thinks up things on his own. Like,
well, you know, he started PayPal with Elon. Peter Thiel had a party at his house, and he brought over the guy who wrote Chariots of the Gods. He brought over Eric Von Daniken and invited me over as well.
And he
They
made him
invited,
read
so we
it
all
to you.
have this. No, we all had like a lunch around the table. He has these like power dinners and power lunches. They're really cool.
Let's
where
go.
He brings over interesting people, and everyone has conversations.
That's the dream.
I went to one of the dinners at his house, and then I went to one of the lunches at his house, and he brought over Eric Von Daniken, and the guy was asking. We were all asking him questions about his.
And this is why we really do need them to just board that spaceship and just go. Just do us all a favor and go.
Theories.
We will
So yeah,
be fine
I truly
without
think
you.
Joe spooked Tim Dillon in this recent episode they did together when he asked him if he has ever been to any bunkers. And also when he told him that he thought this AI Antichrist would feel like Nirvana for the entirety of humanity. Like,
Getting weird.
like that's just some really cult-like stuff, and knowing that he literally believes
Oh,
in
yeah.
that, I honestly don't blame Tim for not really going in on Joe about
You know, he's describing the Illuminati.
any other topic. But anyways, guys, do let me know what you thought about that podcast
Weird,
down in
huh?
the comments down.
Weird how these guys become exactly what they feared. Huh? Isn't that funny?
Below.
Fucking Christ. All right, let's just move into this Asmongold bit. We might do like more of the standard politics after this. This is gonna be like a kind of like a backward show. This is weird. We're gonna do like the fun half, but not fun half. I don't know. Fuck it. Let's just do it.
I'm absolutely picking a side. Like, if I have to pick, like, I would pick Israel over Iran every day of the week. Absolutely. Like, it's not even a question. Like, I know that people have, like, this Israel fatigue and they hate Israel, but yeah, I would pick Israel every day of the week. And anybody who doesn't want you to do that is probably listening to terrorists.
He lost a lot of his hair just from pulling his hair back the way he does.
Propaganda. That's the reason why. Absolutely.
This is Asmongold. Asmongold is one of the most viewed live streamers in the world. With a daily viewership of over 5 million viewers, this is roughly 10 times the viewership of CNN. And apparently, Asmongold is concerned with peace in the Middle East. How does he propose to achieve?
Which is funny because CNN loves to talk about streamers like they're like we need them, you know.
This peace? Well, with bombs.
I think Israel should keep bombing Lebanon because Lebanon has terrorists in it. They have Hezbollah in it. And again, they're firing rockets into Israel. They are. They're firing rockets into. I hope he kills every single fucking one of the Hezbollah members in Lebanon. Every single fucking.
He's such a moron.
One.
He's just so dumb. He doesn't know what he's talking about. That's the worst part about all this.
And
he has no idea. The only reason he's formulating these opinions is because this is like his audience kind of grew out of the gaming bullshit.
Only then will the people there have peace.
On his June 14th live stream, Asmongold advocated for the continuation of Israel's bombing campaign in Lebanon. And in the same stream, he also advocated against a peace agreement to end the U.S. and Israel's war on Iran.
If you make peace with Iran, they no longer consider us a mortal enemy. Why is that not an acceptable outcome to you? Because they're not. They're just going to lie to you. They're ideologically captured. They're religious zealots, and they can't be allowed to, they can't be allowed to be trusted. They've already broken too many deals before. They've lied too many times.
Asmongold's argument for the continued bombing of Iran and Lebanon is that in order to achieve peace, we must get rid of the terrorists. Hezbollah is a terrorist group, so he says, and Iran funds them, ergo, we have to bomb the terrorists.
Can you tell your argument why
Asmongold knows the gaming politics cheat code too?
You consider them terrorists? Because they fund people that attack and kill civilians on purpose.
Well, he's not on YouTube, so that's a difference.
And target civilians to kill them in order to achieve political goals. Groups like Hezbollah and the Houthis and Hamas. I
appreciate you looking out, Soul Life. I'm just not comfortable doing that.
Simple.
There are a few issues with his analysis here, though. First among them is the premise.
You know what the cheat code would have been?
Gold repeats the IDF's line that they are targeting Hezbollah in Lebanon, but that's not what's actually happening. What the evidence shows is that targeting Hezbollah is just a pretext, one that Israel uses to blow up everything in sight and mass murder civilians. Israel is targeting men, women, children, journalists, healthcare workers, hospitals, ambulances. They are leveling entire cities. They're also routinely using white phosphorus indiscriminately and in civilian residential areas. In the first month of attacks on Lebanon alone, they used it to burn over 10,000 acres of forests and farmland. These are all war crimes. In just the past 4 months, Israel has killed nearly 4,000 people in Lebanon, including hundreds of children and healthcare workers. On average, Israeli forces have killed more than one child
every cheat code is you getting views, but you lose your morals.
Day since April. On October 3rd, 2024.
Trust me, I'd be a course creator if that was the case.
Israel bombed a medical center in Beirut, killing 9 people and
although from my understanding, they so while I was angry about Taylor Lorenz doing it, apparently the outcome was good because now they are being more transparent about where the money's coming from. So
injuring 14. 7 of those killed were members of the medical staff. That same month, Israel destroyed a significant portion of an entire city, Tyre, one of the oldest cities in the world. They damaged over 400 apartments, completely destroyed several buildings, and demolished a number of ancient historical sites. On March 12th, 2026, Israel bombed a beachside tent encampment housing people that they had displaced from their bombings, killing 8 and wounding 31. The strike came in the middle of the night, and it was a double tap strike. The first missile landed and killed 3 people near the beach, and when people approached to help the victims, the second missile landed. No evacuation warning was issued. This was in a safe zone. In all of these examples of mass civilian death and destruction, what did Israel say it was doing? It said it was targeting...
Yeah, but remember what Israel said about that one person?
Hezbollah.
The way that they fucking will take that and they'll just make that into like the biggest...
is their pretext, and Asmongold is repeating it uncritically. And the same is true of Asmongold's endorsement of Israel's stated goal of eliminating Hamas. That may be what Israel says it's doing, but in reality, what Israel's actually doing in Gaza is killing entire families by leveling apartment blocks, killing toddlers with machine guns, shooting babies in the head with snipers, while they're being breastfed by their mothers alone in tents in broad daylight. The vast majority of the people that Israel has killed in Gaza have been civilians. That is the conclusion of every independent expert.
Yeah, there's a reason you don't see this anywhere but Twitter. Which
the only ones still denying it in 2026 are Israel and the United States, and the content creators online that defend them for some reason still. And as for Asmongold's claim about the United States, the same goes for them. Firstly, because they supply the vast majority of the weapons that Israel has used to commit its genocide, but they also do murderous bombing campaigns themselves.
We were talking about a stupid pool. Yep.
In the first week of the war, the United States blew up an Iranian elementary school, killing 156 people, 120 of whom were children. 120 little girls and boys murdered by the United States in a war that they started. Asmongold has apparently consulted the history books and feels vindicated by them.
Every single page of the history book proves me right.
But I'm not sure which ones he read, because if you look back at any point, you will find the United States committing these same kinds of atrocities across the globe for their wars of aggression. The other issue with Asmongold's analysis here is the presence of that word terrorism. What makes someone a terrorist? Well, for Asmongold, terrorism is defined as the use of violence against civilians for political goals.
Because they fund people that attack and kill civilians on purpose and target civilians to kill.
Twitter is like 80% bots, recent-ish study. Elon knew that. He bought influence. Well, yeah, you remember when he said that I want to purge the bots.
Them in order to achieve political goals.
A part of his definition for terrorism is the inability to abide by the terms of agreements.
If we are signing a deal with the Islamic Republic of Iran, we are just delaying this war until later on. That's what I think. I think that as long as these people are in power, you are going to, they're not going to stop trying to build a nuclear bomb. They're I think that this is what's likely to happen. They will just blow something else up in a week. They will. It's going to keep happening.
But, and I know this reveal is probably so surprising, Israel and the United States do both of those things all the time. They do it by killing civilians, as we just looked at, and funding and arming and supporting governments that mass murder civilians in campaigns of genocide. But they also do it by breaking ceasefires and peace agreements.
You know what's weird? And I don't want to sound like a prick here, but this is Iraq all over again.
The most recent example is,
You know what we don't talk about? How many millions of people died in the Middle East over the 20 years that we were there?
Starting a war?
We didn't get to use genocide. We didn't get to use any of that. But, this is what we were doing. We were always pointing out the disproportionate effects that, our bombs were having on these people, and just being like, hey, yeah, we're kind of going after civilians when we're not supposed to. What's his face? The sniper guy. Jesse Ventura was based as shit for calling him out for being a fucking fraud and being a genocidal maniac, because he was literally shooting, allegedly, civilians.
Started the war and lost, mind you. That's Wikipedia official now. They attacked Iran first, unprovoked. There wasn't a war, and then there was, because the United States and Israel attacked. And the whole reason there's even a need for ceasefire negotiations in the first place is because they attacked. Another important example here is the Iran nuclear deal. Despite observations from independent experts that Iran was abiding by the terms of the agreement.
Look at the outcomes. Yeah, the people that were supposed to get rich are rich.
It was the United States who randomly decided.
China figured out at one point that having people make more money than they know what to do with is not great, and that having an unhappy populace is also not great. So no, China did the thing, man. They figured it out. They're dude, they're on their way. Not even 20 years, they're going to be the world superpower. All because we decided to double down on fucking giving billionaires a whole bunch of fucking, money that they didn't need.
Decided to pull out and then proceed to administer brutal sanctions on Iran, crushing the country's economy in a move that was widely understood to be an unprovoked act of aggression that was condemned by governments across the globe. And of course, the same is true of Israel. They violated ceasefires in Gaza and Lebanon now tens of thousands of times, further displacing millions of people, destroying entire towns, and starving, kidnapping, torturing, and brutalizing the population. Asmongold cites Hezbollah rocket fire as a justification for Israel's bombing in Lebanon.
They're firing rockets into Israel.
But he neglects to mention any of these violations. In Lebanon, in the same time frame of the ceasefire, where Israel committed literally 10,000 violations.
He doesn't see it that way. And the thing is, it's not beneficial for him to see it that way.
Hezbollah fired a...
You're acting like he's an honest actor and that he's just misinformed instead of just calling this what it is. It's him doing audience capture with the dumbest base baseline view of this.
Total of 4 rockets. But for him, that's a valid reason to promote the IDF's destruction of a sovereign country. So now, okay, of course, there's a double standard, right? By Asmongold's definition of terrorism, which is killing civilians and breaking deals, both the United States and Israel are terrorists. Asmongold acknowledges this directly in response to a viewer in his chat that brings up Israel.
Does Israel do that too? Israel's on our side. Iran's not. It's that simple. And we do that to them too. But it's very simple. It's our side versus the other side.
That's simple.
I don't want them doing that.
He acknowledges it further while discussing the United States.
To the extent that there is even a hint
He's
of
definitely getting dark
even
money.
a slight...
Yeah, for what, though?
A tiny, you know, some like little resistance army in Africa, immediately bomb the shit out of them. Shut them down, keep it done. Anybody that's chanting death to America, anybody that's going around talking about how they're
what up?
going to attack the United States or anything else, totally shut them down.
And yet, he still supports them. He still directly advocates for their violence. He gets mad at viewers that point out the contradiction regarding Israel.
AIPAC funded? Right. Yeah, and you know, again, like it's Israel. Israel's so bad. These people are trying to blow you up too, bro. Like that's it. Do you think Israel's interest is honest with America? I'm not interested in your misdirection towards Israel. I have no interest in that. This is just terrorist subversion.
He even argues that anti-American slogans should be punishable by extrajudicial drone execution, regardless of their validity.
I don't give a fuck what reasoning they have. I don't care what their reasoning is. I don't care what they think is right. It doesn't matter to me. Like the only thing that I care about is neutralizing that threat. So whatever gets rid of, like, I don't care. Like, you think that I give a fuck about what their reasoning is or what their justification is? I don't care.
And this is why nobody should listen to your political opinions.
You're doing it. Okay, that's the problem.
And why does he do that?
Dude.
Well, the answer is...
And he's like the biggest political commentator. It's bullshit, dude. Like, it's complete bullshit.
fairly simple. He's just a racist. Fundamentally, he views some groups of people as less worthy of life than others. Terrorism is okay when we do it, but when they even protest that terrorism,
My OBS is acting really weird. It's playing like just random videos.
they deserve to die.
Why do you think they say death to America? Probably because you attacked them first? Well, damn, that's too bad. I guess we're going to have to attack them again.
We, Americans, and the Israelis, the inhabitants of our overseas proxy military colony, we have a right to live, and they do not. We have human rights, and they do not. We are human, and they are not. To quote Asmongold himself, it's really that simple.
It's that simple.
But for the opponent
It's that simple.
of racist mass murder, it's not enough to just point to the double standard. Asmongold's position, while racist, is logically consistent because he's a racist. It's also not enough to point out the infinitely disproportionate nature of this violence. The fact that Israel has killed, at minimum, 10,000 times more people than Hamas did on October 7th.
It's the second time that's happened tonight where I was just like, and it wasn't like the standard where I hit play and it just started playing something else. This was one of the ones where it was like I was on the video and then all of a sudden something else started playing in the background that I didn't even have queued up.
Is irrelevant to supporters of Israel. For them, it can all be explained by Hamas's lack of firepower. If they had the weapons Israel had, they'd do the same. Israel just had to kill tens of thousands
Asmon's a fool. Yep.
of children. Because in a hypothetical I made up in a dream I had, they did the same to us. Israel had to, as Asmongold put it, nip it in the bud.
If you don't kill them, they will kill you.
I hate that Noah can make the mustache and just the mustache work.
Now
I think that realistically, my mustache critiques come from the fact that I'm mad that I can't pull it off.
Might not kill you
I'll
today,
just be honest
but
about
they'll
it. I have to have like a full beard or goatee, otherwise it's bust.
kill you in a year. They'll kill you in 10 years.
Although if I
to
shave
the
all
extent
this, I
that
do
they
look
have the
fucking
capacity
10 years
to,
younger
they will use
than
that
I already
capacity to
do.
harm you. So my goal is always
One of these
to
days.
nip it in the bud, stop it from happening, to even stop it from even beginning to happen.
No, the double standards and disproportionality are not enough. The only way to get to the bottom of this terrorism quandary is to find the inception point. Where does this all begin? And looking at the historical record, the answer is pretty clear. Before Hezbollah existed, Israel invaded Lebanon, killed tens of thousands of people, the vast majority of whom were women and children, directly facilitated the slaughter and rape of thousands of civilians, civilians. In the Sabra and Shatila massacre, a massacre the United Nations General Assembly declared an act of genocide, Hezbollah was formed in response to this genocidal invasion, as a group resisting it, fighting to get Israel out of their country. And that's exactly what they did. Before Hamas existed, Israel stole Palestine. Between 1947 and 1949, Zionist forces destroyed some 530 villages, and about 15,000 Palestinians were killed in a series of mass atrocities, including scores of massacres. 750,000 Palestinians, over 80% of the Arab population of what became Israel, were ethnically cleansed. This event, the Nakba, and all of the violence in its wake, this is the inception point. Regardless of the label you use to describe these groups, the moral calculus doesn't change. Resisting invasion, occupation, and genocide through armed struggle is moral and just and legal under international law, and it should not be condemned. Your own personal feelings towards the methods are irrelevant. They do not matter, not when you live in the West and not in Palestine, and especially not when those objections are weaponized as the pretext for genocide, which is what Asmongold demonstrates in his video here. So, as I said at the start, Asmongold is one of the most widely viewed live streamers on YouTube. He gets millions of views per day, several times more than any other political live streamers and most news channels. And when these millions of viewers click onto his show, this is what they are greeted with: terrorist propaganda.
Israel should keep bombing Lebanon because Lebanon has terrorists in it. They have Hezbollah in it.
Profoundly ignorant, factually incorrect, and morally demented propaganda for U.S.-Israeli terrorism. I don't know how convincing any of his videos are, arguing that terrorism is okay when we do it because we're the good guys. It's not as compelling to the average person as it might have been 20 years ago. Not when we have access to live footage of the reality of
the problem is nobody that is watching him is going and looking at that.
What that terrorism
they don't care
results in every day. And our governments,
they only care about like what solidifies, their right-wing positions and what keeps them, in the right with that.
Can't keep.
God, he really is, like, look at him. Like, how the fuck do I get compared to this asshole outside of just having long hair and speaking on a microphone?
Keep it under wraps. This channel is just a place people can go to have their feelings of racist bloodlust validated.
Like, I'm gonna just say it. I know what I'm talking about when it comes to this stuff. I'm actually studied on this shit. Asmongold is literally talking out of his ass because this is where the winds pushed him.
It's a safe space. But if there is anyone watching that wants to actually engage with the facts critically, I would encourage them to consult any of the resources on screen now. That goes for Asmongold too. Read any of these reports on your stream if you want to leave your echo chamber for a moment and contend with the fact that you are supporting terrorism when you say stuff like this. I personally don't think he'll do that, but
is that what it is?
I figured I'd ask.
The beard's better than his.
Anyways.
I mean, arguably, he's got more, he doesn't got the salt and
stranger
pepper,
things have happened. But anyways, that's it for the
pepper.
video. Thank you for watching. Join my Patreon.
Hey, you know what, Noah? You get a like on that one. Oh, already did. I'm already subbed to you. All right. And my dog's going crazy. I don't know what's going on up there. Welcome in, everybody. Thank you for popping on by. We are just kind of hanging out, watching some politics and news. If you guys are interested in having a discussion, don't be afraid. Chime on in. Let me know your political persuasions, and yeah, we can also discuss. Also, if you haven't already hit the like button, please do. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, because shout out to Alex Devil's Advocate Productions for bringing me back, and yeah, you know what? I feel a lot better. I feel a lot better. So, Stan, what the hell? Whatever. What kind of perks do I get for the top tier membership? Oh, Etch. So you. Oh, that's right. You did spicy. So Etch, you get all my gaming codes. So yeah. Hit me up in Discord. Actually. That also does technically fall in line with what you get in the top tier of becoming a member over on my show or over on YouTube. Yeah, hit me up, private message on Discord. I will send you all of my gaming tags. So I'll give you my PlayStation, Steam, and my Switch. Which, by the way, guys, if you are interested in playing any games with me, that is the way to do so. So, awesome. Yep. No, this one's worth it. Honestly, and I really appreciate you doing that, man. Yeah, no, that's how that goes. Yeah, Legend of Sean did that once. Except, I feel bad. I owe him a round of Smite. I never got to that. We haven't seen him in chat in a little bit, but yeah, it's gonna be fun. If I become a member, I want Monkey Kicks. The fuck? Nerds. Yeah, nerds, whatever. Yeah, we find joy in things. Oh my god. Oh my god. Stan, what the fuck? All right, now I actually kind of have to figure out what the hell is going on. What is he actually barking at? What are you barking? All right. Never just get home, and here you go. You get some treats. Why not? Father, bark, bark. You got cat litter on your nose. Great. That means I have a mess to clean up upstairs. Yay! Fun times. If it makes you feel any better, you seem much more hygienic than Asmongold. I am. Thank you. No, a very clean individual. God, I couldn't imagine living like him. Cockroaches, fucking Roach King bullshit, and then he showers like once a week, if that. Ugh. Ugh. Gross. Doth my eyes deceive me, or is this a mall picture in the background? That is a mall picture in the background. This is the Lego Mall picture, and yes, I'm a Darth Maul fan. I personally think he's better than Darth Vader, but that's just me. That's just me. All right, guys. Like I said, I do feel a lot better. Despite the fact that, yeah, everything that I said, like I was kind of insinuating earlier, has been like the last few weeks. It's all that's been on my mind. Like it's at the top of my mind, dude. Because like, dude, it's bro, it's so bad. It's so bad. Like I said about the whole just jobs market, the way that they're adjusting things. It's everything sucks. And it will get better. I have a good attitude about this. I just hope I didn't use all my good graces, trying to keep my wife healthy. Pep, what fighting game do you find the most fun? Tekken. Street Fighter 6 is also really good. If I had to be honest. Anyway. No one cares. Alright, let's do this Tim Dillon thing. Yeah, one more Tim Dillon bit, and then we will move on to the rest of the politics, and yeah, then we'll just... You know what? Fuck it. We're gonna wing this show. Can I just say real quick, I really, really do appreciate you guys for even listening to my little crash out there, because jobs market sucks, bosses suck, landlords suck, every pony sucks. Yeah, Bloodstone, solidarity. Seriously, solidarity. I'm right there fucking with you. It's so fucked. Crying into the void. We're just like, this is great. This is awesome. It's awesome. No, thanks, guys. I appreciate it. I really fucking do. I hope you guys understand that. I really do. It's just so fucked up. Pep, did you see the demented video out of Kentucky? No, I have not. Although we will be covering the election coverage coming up here in a little bit. So, but before we do that, one more Tim Dillon bit. Let's go.
If you're confused now, there's no help for you. There's no helping you. Trump doesn't care about anything that you think he cares about, in the sense that, like, he understands that it's all a show, and basically what he wants to do is he's going to try to whack some leaders and knock over some countries so that in history they can turn around and go, yeah, that Donald Trump, he was the man. That's what he's trying to do. He doesn't care if you get, an operation on your foot. He doesn't, it's not his, he's not trying to do that. He's not trying to, he doesn't care. He doesn't care about deportations or immigration. Whatever he presented that he cared about, he doesn't care about any of that. He doesn't care. Term 2 is about let's whack some people. Because, by the way, when you have all that power and you know.
By the way, something that's super based is our minimum wage hike goes into effect on Wednesday.
You could use it. He's sitting around going, what is it for? He wants to fire a nuke. Of course. He wants to nuke someone. There's no way he doesn't want to nuke someone. He wants to know what it feels like to order a first strike nuclear attack on someone. Because why have
I agree with him.
Why have this capability and not use it? He wants to do it.
I have to choose between Tekken and Street Fighter. Tekken.
Because this has been fun for him. He's like done all the things. Term 1, he was kind of like Tekken. Sandbagged by his advisors. They're like, you can't do this.
Actually,
he killed Soleimani, and then term.
I'm okay at Tekken. Street Fighter 6, my friends are way too good at it.
2, he's like, yeah, it'd be fun to bomb people. It'd be fun to start a war. I want to do that. And I'm sure he's like, it'd be fun to nuke someone. It'd be fun to press a button and vaporize. He's done it all, really, except that. You don't look back at Trump's life and go, wow, so many missed opportunities. He's done it. He's been rich. He's been famous. He's been married like 5 times or whatever, 4 times, 3 times, whatever. The guy, he's fucked a bunch of his friends' wives and his assistants or whatever. The dude lived in New York, has a building with his name on it, has built buildings all over the world, was a megastar of reality TV, is now the president of the United States again. Survived assassination attempts. The only thing he hasn't done is fire a nuclear weapon and vaporize, killing a large number of people at once.
Now, while I agree with him, I also think that he's not taking into account how the rest of the world does have a say in this, and he doesn't. I don't think he is putting the reality that that's a lot harder for Trump to do than a lot of people think.
And Bibi probably went in there and was like, you could do that.
Yeah.
And history would look kindly on you. And Trump probably thought about it. That's the one thing he hasn't done. The one thing Trump still wants to do, and he probably admits this to close friends or people that he talks to, I don't know. I think there's a part of him that wants to nuke somebody. There's just a part of him that wants to get the nuclear football out, put in the code. He would love it. He'd love the process of it.
Tekken 8 players are scary.
He would love, and he would talk about it. He'd do interviews after. He goes, they bring in the football, the nuclear thing. It comes with me wherever I go. We had it in Palm Beach. I spoke to the generals. There was no other way. We took a break. We're at Palm Beach. We're having a dinner, and we had a Frank Sinatra impersonator there. He was singing. We told him to take a break. We wanted to treat the moment with the seriousness it deserved. So we stopped the Frank Sinatra impersonator right in the middle of My Way, which is one of my favorite songs. He would be saying this. It's one of my favorite songs. We stopped him, and he goes, I took a nice moment of silence, and then I pressed a button. We fired the nuclear weapon, and then we said, before it hits the news, we knew there was a 10 or 15-minute lag before it would hit the news. He goes, at that point, we just had the Frank Sinatra impersonator continue singing, and he did That's Life, which was oddly fitting. And then I could see
Dude, I mean, the visual's hilarious.
footage. They were showing me footage of the nuclear weapon.
Oh wait, I forgot that we can do this. We're watching a Tim Dillon. There we go.
In detonating, and I asked, I go, how?
All right, well, hold on. I have to do my Tim Dillon bit. I'm just saying that Donald Trump is just a silly Billy. He's out there doing silly Billy things. He's out there. He might wreck the planet, right? But he's only doing it because he just wants it for the goofs. He's only doing it for the goofs, right? We can all agree that it's all for the goofs. And then it's like a fart joke. We can all be grossed out, but then we just kind of forget about it. Or we do a callback a little bit later when everything starts sucking more. We'll do some more fart jokes, and that's just what politics is today.
How many people get it immediately, and then he would say something like, I call them the uglies. How long do the uglies hang around? Like the people that get deformed or like get radiation poisoning. He goes, how long do the uglies hang around? And
I mean, I understand that I'm definitely speaking out of turn here because I already look like a 44-year-old woman that she just let it all go in her second marriage. And realistically, I just can handle it better.
Explain to me, they said, well, most people get it in the beginning, but then there's the uglies that run around. And
the uggos. We call them the uggos.
Then I asked, should we put them out of their misery with another nuke? And they were like, well, I don't know about that. The second nuke's a PR nightmare. The first nuke we kind of get away with. We say there was no other way. It ends the war. So don't think that Donald Trump...
Well, as long as all the uggos are congregated in one area, then that makes it a lot easier to sell. Because if you show a bunch of people pictures of the uggos getting evaporated, then they say, oh, problem solved.
Doesn't wonder about what it feels, because all the people that he respects, or at least puts himself in their category, this list of crazy leaders, they've all killed lots of people at once. So he definitely thinks about what that would feel, just from a visceral, like, what does it feel like to kill a bunch of people at once? How does that feel to press him? It's the ultimate power.
Well, here's the thing. I don't want to bury the lead here, but I kind of know what's up because I went on an elephant hunting trip with Peter Thiel that turned out to, when I have to use quotation marks for elephants.
If you think about it. The ultimate power is to just, from your country club, press a button and kill a lot of people instantaneously. He wonders about that. His death, now, probably he won't do it, knock on wood, thankfully, but he wonders about that, and it excites him a little bit. That's the type of guy. It excites him a little bit, just maybe... I'm not saying he's, a complete monster or something, but he does think a little bit about, what would it be like to fire a nuclear weapon? It hasn't been done, and he'd be the one to do it. And he also thinks about, generations from now, people would be like, Trump used a nuke. He used a nuke.
Yeah, but look at the way that everybody treats Truman. Truman's still a joke.
And he knows that would put him in the history books, too, as the guy that used a nuke, because Truman used the atomic bomb, but we haven't used a nuclear weapon since then.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's objectively one of the worst things that's ever happened, and honestly, we should have been way worse off. Dude, the fact that they didn't just say, okay, America, bad.
And Trump wonders, what if I guarantee he's like, what if I'm the guy to do it? I think part of him
Weiss avoids Tim these days.
Because that's the way he understands the whole thing. Because
yeah, dude, his Barry Weiss impression is hilarious.
It's a little bit Kid in a Candy Store with him. It's a little bit of Willy Wonka, Chocolate Factory.
It's the way he said it.
Outside... people are projecting onto him. They're like, he's going to save America. He's going to get rid of the immigrants. He's going to do this. He's going to do that. But inside, it's really with him what does this button do? What does this lever do? What if I could do this? How many people can I kill with this gadget? What contraption can we kill these? How do we deal with them? Do we kill them? Because that's how he understands the world. It's all just, it's power, who has it, who doesn't. And the more power that you exercise, the more history looks back at you and they're in awe of you. Whether they say good or bad things, and he realizes that it almost doesn't matter because, number one, he won't be around. But number two, he also knows that he's going to lose control of the narrative no matter what. The only thing he'll have is the power that he exercises.
PBS? I mean, PBS is still okay. It's just defunded.
Did I do it or not? So I do think that he sits down.
Although, if you like PBS News, check out Democracy Now!, man, if you've never seen it.
At night, and he eats like...
Also, I love the name, Smalls.
God. Overdone steak at Mar-a-Lago, and he sits there and he goes, in the back of his head, he thinks about, like, what would it be like if I was the first president since Truman to fire a nuclear weapon at someone? What would it feel like the next morning? Because people will, at the end of your life, you go, I did it all. I fired a nuke. I did it all.
I did it, you guys. I did the thing. I did it. I did the big thing. I did it.
Oh, did you actually finally take a poopy on the toilet?
No, I fired the nukes.
Oh, God.
I fucked Marla Maples, who was his, third wife he had Tiffany with. Was like a hot blonde.
We were telling you to take a big boy dumpy. We weren't telling you. Oh my God, what have we done?
And I owned a country club, and people showed up there every day and worshipped me and told me I was great. And I became the president. And then they tried to kill me. And
How much you want to bet that his nuclear? Oh wait. I was about to say, this would insinuate that he actually cares about cleanliness. I was about to say, the nuclear codes are just input, into his bidet.
Survived?
But he doesn't have a bidet, let's be real.
And I became the president again.
Bidet, I don't like it.
And I was sitting there one day at Mar-a-Lago for lunch, and I went, the only...
Shoots water on your bung. Makes me feel a little like a homosexual.
thing left to do is to fire a nuclear weapon and kill a lot of people. So that in history, I'm remembered as a guy who...
This is why he wears a diaper and has a 24-hour... dude. Oh, somebody even said it. That this newest, cheating scandal, that this lady is technically his nurse. I was like, ooh.
Something. I want to do something. That's what Trump's about. He's like, I just want to do
that they're
something.
playing the game where it's it's just technically better if he's fucking this young chick because America, at the end of the day, they're degenerates.
And I don't want to he's not trying to increase literacy rates in the third world. He knows that.
No.
He's not like Jimmy Carter, who's like, I'll build houses for homeless people. Trump's like, that's not what I'm going to do. I want to be... He kind of doesn't mind if people, it was a reign of terror. He doesn't mind that. He's not that affected if that's the way history chooses to remember him. He just wants to do something. And I think there's no way he hasn't thought about...
Is that the chick that looks like Ivanka?
What would it be like? What would it feel like to fire a nuke? He probably is like, woof. The power, the unbelievable power that you have in your hand when you fire the nuke, and then you get up the next day and you're like, it is what it is. We just nuked someone, and you go downstairs to Mar-a-Lago, and people are a little somber that day because you just nuked someone. And you give a little speech, and you go, it was the only thing, we had to do it. There was no other way out. And then the people of Mar-a-Lago are kind of, they're nodding. They get it. They're with you. You're the guy who just killed everyone, and they're nodding, and they believe in you, and everybody's kind of on the buffet line, and people are just kind of slowly eating their scrambled eggs. And then, by 2 or 3 p.m., the day starts normalizing. Yes, the TVs are on, and they're talking about all the people that were killed, but they're kind of muted. People are chatting. People thank God we did this. Otherwise, it would have been a much bigger war. Much more people would have died. Thank God we have Trump to make the tough choices. And then he'd go golfing.
All right, so this Lego case remove thing. Fuck it. Let's go.
Reckless Ben is headed to federal court, finally, and he's agreed to mediate with Bricks and Minifigs Corporate. Things are starting to look up for our quixotic YouTuber. But he's not out of the woods yet. Far from it, in fact. Despite the parties stipulating to remove most of the temporary restraining order limiting Ben's speech, which ordered him to take down videos and to not publish his forthcoming Part 3 expose, the original state court judge rejected the joint request, and that is just the half of it. Because as you may know, on May 28, 2026, a Utah judge signed an order forbidding YouTuber Reckless Ben from posting any false, misleading, harassing, interfering, defamatory, or unlawful content about Bricks and Minifigs, the chain of Lego resale stores that Ben claims stole $200,000.
What do you guys think of age limits in Congress and Senate? Or it?
Lego collections from an elderly man. The order
age limits, term limits, go.
Also required him to remove his existing videos from, quote, any online streaming platform. This all happened ex parte. The judge signed the restraining order without hearing a word from Ben or his lawyers and required the plaintiffs to post no bond because he concluded that Ben, quote, will suffer no legitimate harm from being silenced. But as many legal commentators pointed out at the time, Ben stood to suffer quite a bit of legitimate harm because large portions of that order were, in most estimations, flatly unconstitutional. But here's the twist. After defendants hired counsel, the parties themselves went back to the drawing board. They jointly asked the court to replace the original order with a dramatically narrower injunction that restores Ben's ability to report on the case while they go to mediation. And then, just days later, Ben removed the entire lawsuit to federal court. Now that is good news if you're on Team Reckless Ben, but it's maybe not quite as good news as what some people have made it out to be, and they're drawing conclusions that they probably shouldn't. So let's talk about what happened.
This is where you got to be careful with some of the YouTubers that are out there.
Original TRO
specifically covering this case
was so legally problematic, and why even the plaintiffs now appear to agree that it went
it's
too
legal
far.
Peacock.
And what happens?
Hey, say what you will, the dude has really nice suits.
Now that they're in federal court. Bricks and Minifigs is a Utah-based franchise chain that specializes in buying, selling, and trading new and
like this guy has a tailor, and he knows exactly what he's doing.
Used Lego products. The company operates through independently owned franchises across the United States, and in November 2023, Brian Mansell consigned his Father Ed's Star Wars collection to the Salem, Oregon store, which was then operated by Crystal Law and Benjamin Gorman. When the Gormans announced they were leaving the country, BAM repossessed the store, and Mansell's unsold Legos disappeared. And as you probably also know, YouTuber Reckless Ben Schneider started working with Mansell and the Gormans to find out what happened. He made videos, investigated leads, interviewed ex-employees, filed small claim lawsuits, and traveled to Utah to confront the people who were involved. And on May 21st, 2026, he published a video titled, I Tracked Down the Thief Who Stole $200,000 of Lego, allegedly branding Bricks and Minifigs the thief and accusing the police of, quote, actively working with the thieves to cover it up. Now, Bricks and Minifigs ownership, Amin and Matt McNeff, did not appreciate any of this. And on May 26th, they decided to throw the kitchen sink at the problem by filing a lawsuit alleging that Ben and his associates engaged in trespass, stalking, impersonation, interference with customers and franchises, and harassment of employees and their family members. Bricks and Minifigs even threw in a civil RICO claim, theorizing that Ben was a real-life Tony Soprano colluding with a pack of foot soldiers to extort BAM out of hundreds of thousands of dollars and damage the company's business and reputation. And the same day that plaintiffs filed their complaint, they moved for a temporary restraining order and preliminary injunction, and the court granted the TRO without hearing from the defendants. This is what's known as an ex parte order. It means the court was asked to act on an emergency basis, and it did. But an ex parte TRO, especially one that deals with free speech, is a serious remedy that courts are supposed to disfavor. And even though this was in Utah State Court, those courts are still bound by the Constitution and the First Amendment.
Polls close in 5 minutes in Colorado. I know I've Simply Steve. Dude, are you excited for this? Because we get to cover our boy.
Now, courts can only grant ex parte relief when a plaintiff presents evidence of immediate
and monkeys will fly out my butt
and irreparable harm. Typically, this happens when there's an emergency, like an allegation of domestic violence or a threat to expose a trade secret.
I worked one town over from Aurora.
Or a neighbor cutting down a tree on your property. And admittedly, when you're talking about intellectual property, that is a
that would have been a better one. A speaker says
warnings.
what? That would have been a great one. Oh, I'll use that on the next one.
Courts can find irreparable harm. But the nature of the proceeding means the judge hears only one side of the story until a later hearing can be held, and they are extremely disfavored when the thing being restrained is speech. The Supreme Court has long cautioned that when government
I have no stake in the future? What do you mean? Just because I don't have kids?
Actions restrain speech. Procedural safeguards are
you're new here. The fuck you mean by that?
Critically important.
No, don't erase them. Don't erase them. Oh, that one I want to actually interact with.
Especially where an order is entered without a full adversarial hearing. For example, in Carroll versus Princess Anne, the court vacated an ex parte injunction restraining a white supremacist group from holding a rally, emphasizing that prior restraints on expression require strict procedural protections. Ex parte relief is not forbidden altogether, but it should be reserved for extraordinary circumstances where notice is impossible or would defeat the purpose of the injunction. Now, as you probably know, tens of millions of people around the world are following the story on YouTube, and it's fascinating to see how legacy news outlets are handling this Lego case. Or in this case, the lack of any meaningful coverage at all. When the story first broke, only internet-facing blogs like Kotaku and Know Your Meme picked it up. But when Bricks and Minifigs sued Reckless Ben and the story blew up on YouTube, the few news outlets that picked it up were almost exclusively from the center and right-leaning sources, mostly focusing on regional Bricks and Minifigs locations closing as a result of the fallout or the First Amendment implications of the case. In fact, the most covered Lego crime story of the past few months on legacy media was about a guy who stole $34,000 worth of Lego from Target by stuffing boxes with pasta. That was covered by 40 outlets, equally balanced along. Schneider was rife with First Amendment problems. Now we're going to go into this a little bit, but if you'd like to go into even more depth, friends of the channel, Emily Baker and Leonard French, have gone into quite a lot of detail about the First Amendment problems with this TRO. But let's start with paragraph 5J, which enjoined Ben from, quote, creating, posting, publishing, and disseminating, or any republication thereof, any false, misleading, harassing, interfering, defamatory, or unlawful images or content respecting plaintiffs. Paragraph J is a prior restraint on speech, which is a form of government censorship that allows the state to censor someone's speech or expression before it actually takes place, or at least before it's published. And you might be wondering how the First Amendment is relevant in a dispute about a private business and a private YouTuber. Well, the First Amendment is implicated because the speech restriction comes from a court order, and the order itself is a government action. And the Supreme Court has repeatedly described prior restraints as, quote, the most serious and the least tolerable infringement on First Amendment rights. The court outlined this principle in Neer versus Minnesota. Their Minnesota court permanently enjoined a newspaper from publishing future issues after it accused local officials of corruption. And the court struck down the injunction, holding that the First Amendment generally forbids courts from suppressing future speech, even if earlier publications were allegedly defamatory or otherwise unlawful. And the remedy for unprotected speech is ordinarily a lawsuit after publication, not a judicial order forbidding publication in advance. And there are a few narrow circumstances where a prior restraint may be permissible. For example, in the Pentagon Papers case, the federal government sought an injunction preventing newspapers from publishing classified documents concerning the Vietnam War. But even though the materials were classified and implicated national security, the Supreme Court refused to grant the injunction because the government failed to meet the heavy burden.
We're almost 20 minutes out from the 420, so lung test.
Of justifying censorship before publication. And that case illustrates just how demanding the constitutional standard is. If the government generally cannot prevent publication of classified national security documents, it's very hard to suppress speech merely because a private plaintiff alleges it's false, misleading, or defamatory. Generally, the idea in a business dispute is that if you can give someone money as a remedy for their damages, then there's no irreparable harm. And a case that's pretty analogous to Ben's is Organization for Better Austin versus Keefe. Their community activists distributed leaflets criticizing.
You actually have to, I'm not sure if you guys know that, but I'm actually sucking while I do that.
Real estate brokers' alleged blockbusting practices and urged members of the public to pressure him. Blockbusting was a practice where developers and brokers encouraged white families to sell their houses at a low price by provoking racial hysteria. The brokers would then sell the house at a substantially higher price to black families. And Keefe got an injunction prohibiting the activists from distributing flyers about him or his business. The Supreme Court unanimously reversed, holding that the injunction constituted an unconstitutional prior restraint on speech. Even if the leaflets caused economic harm or invaded Keefe's privacy, those concerns did not justify suppressing speech in advance.
Wait, what, really? Yeah.
And paragraph J suffers from the same constitutional defect. Rather than prohibiting specific unlawful conduct, it broadly forbids Ben from creating or...
What is this? So this is a lung tester. So technically, you go to about 2,500. This is your normal. My wife got this in the hospital while she was recovering from surgery. This is to make sure that everything, in your lungs is working just dandy. So yeah, take this part, you suck, and you go. So you see that part that's in the middle? You have to keep it in between these two lines. So that's what I'm doing. I'm maintaining this while sucking, and then I move it to 3,500 or 4,000, and I've been able to maintain those. So,
or publishing any, quote, false, misleading, harassing, interfering, defamatory, or unlawful content about the plaintiffs. And of course, whether Ben's speech is actually misleading, harassing, or
I thought it was a blow. Huh, look at me learning.
interfering is heavily disputed. And remember, even allegedly defamatory speech ordinarily cannot be enjoined before a final adjudication that it is, in fact, defamatory. And by requiring Ben to obtain judicial permission before speaking, or else risk contempt if a court later disagrees with his characterization, the order imposes the kind of prior restraint that the Supreme Court has consistently held to be presumptively unconstitutional. Now, that being said, like I mentioned before, courts do find irreparable harm more often in an IP, intellectual property context. So, for example, some of Bricks and Minifig's claims relate to the use of their trademark. And sometimes courts find
you could suck the chrome off a tailpipe.
harm in trademark cases because trademark law is designed to protect interests that are difficult or impossible to
Let's just say that I
quantify.
I got some banger lungs
in monetary damages. And that's because courts reason that sometimes when a trademark is infringed, the injury often affects reputation, goodwill, and consumer perception in ways that cannot be reconstructed after the fact, and cannot be properly compensated with monetary damages. But still, this TRO went way, way further than the use of Bricks and Minifig's trademark. And the injunction is even more troubling because it bans future speech about matters of public concern. Criticizing a business, alleging consumer fraud, and reporting on litigation are at the heart of the First Amendment. And courts can't, or at least they shouldn't, silence speech first and ask whether it was protected later. Paragraph K goes even further than Paragraph J. It orders Ben to remove his existing videos and prohibits him from maintaining not only the publications identified in the complaint, but also, quote, any other video, audio, or other form of publication posted, quote, on any online streaming platform that in any way relates to the dispute. And the judge made a preliminary factual finding that Bricks and Minifigs was likely to succeed on the merits, meaning that Ben's videos
we'll have to do like a Discord smoke off
would likely be deemed defaming of the company and its officers. But American courts generally do not order speech removed as defamatory until the plaintiff has actually proven that the statements are false.
It's
and here,
actually
of course,
very hard
no trial,
to
no
prove
discovery,
that.
no cross-examination, and no finding that any statement is false. And they haven't even heard from Ben's side yet. And that's especially significant because the facts remain hotly disputed. And because everyone thinks they're smarter than lawyers, they've been going online and granting interviews and muddling up all of the facts. If you watched our video about the McNeff's interview with CoffeeZilla, you know that the company already walked back
Ghost Dog, are you resubbed?
Some of its claims that Ben...
by the way, guys, make sure that you do have your subscriptions up to date because for some reason YouTube's going around and they're unsubbing.
And Brian fabricated some aspects of the story. And of course, the judge in this
That
case,
is
Judge
a thing.
Kraft, heard only the plaintiff's
I
version
just
of
noticed
events
that I
before
was
concluding
unsubbed
that they were substantially
from
likely
a few
to prevail. That's not
channels.
untoward. That is what happens in an ex parte hearing.
Biggest one
but it
being
highlights
the majority report.
It's why a judge should be very careful in these circumstances. We can contrast this with what happened in the E. Jean Carroll litigation. Even after 2 juries found Donald Trump liable for defamation, the court did not broadly prohibit him
I'll be
from
honest, if it took note of how long you've been subbed to somebody and I lost a streak from that, I'd be pissed.
Discussing Carroll. Instead, when Trump continued making allegedly defamatory statements, those statements became the basis for additional claims and additional damages. And the few courts that have upheld injunctions against defamatory speech have done so only after a final adjudication on the merits and only as to the specific statements found to be false. So, for example, in a case called Balboa Island Village Inn versus Lehman, the California Supreme Court upheld a narrowly tailored injunction entered only after the trial and limited to statements that had actually been adjudicated defamatory. That's in contrast to paragraph 5K, which was entered ex parte before any finding of liability and sweeps
statute of limitations
far
on
beyond
subs.
any particular
I don't think so.
And rather than identifying any
I do know that there's this weird thing where all of a sudden they've gone through and they're unsubbing people that watch daily.
Specific statements found
Ghost is not the first one I've heard this from, so that's why I'm kind of freaking out a little bit.
To be unlawful or putatively unlawful. Paragraph 5K reaches, quote, any publication on any streaming platform that in any way relates to the underlying dispute. That language encompasses everything Ben has posted about this controversy on all platforms. Additionally, there are a whole bunch of other issues. Paragraph 5A barred the defendants from making, transmitting, soliciting, encouraging, or facilitating death threats, bomb threats, or other threats against the plaintiffs and related individuals. Now, prohibiting Ben from making or transmitting true threats is uncontroversial. True threats are not protected by the First Amendment, and arguably an intentional death threat or bomb threat would probably fall outside of constitutional protection. The problem is the rest of the language, soliciting, encouraging, or facilitating. The complaint argues that Ben is responsible for anonymous threats sent by third parties, including emails like this, quote, "I will be mailing you guys some explosive Lego sets, super hot items, so hot they're about to go boom. Your CEO has 2 days to step down before random stores are going to get fun packages. You've been warned." That is a bomb threat. But there's no evidence in the complaint that Ben wrote it or directed anyone else to send it. Instead, the injunction appears to assume that criticizing a company can make someone legally responsible for the independent actions of their anonymous viewers. But there's simply no indication that these threats originated from Ben
All right,
or
so this is becoming a Section 230 case all of a sudden?
other defendants. And the court
What?
should not hold Ben responsible for other people's threats unless the
Okay.
plaintiff can prove incitement, and that's a very high bar.
You guys
Ben's
caught
videos
that, right?
have undoubtedly convinced some people not to do business with bricks and minifigs, but that's protected by the First Amendment. And the fact that anonymous viewers allegedly responded by sending threats doesn't automatically make Ben legally responsible for what
No.
other people chose to
It's
do.
the same as that
even
one guy
if the
going to the bricks and
criticism was
minifig store and
especially harsh.
fucking
And the rest of the
threatening
TRO
them,
has similar
'cause
problems.
also,
no one has a right to
technically
trespass,
it's a
so
franchise.
paragraph 5C, which bars Ben from entering the plaintiff's property, is unobjectionable in principle. But it goes much further. It prohibits Ben from coming within not less than 1,000 yards of any bricks and minifig store, office, warehouse, franchise location, parking lot, employee home, or franchisee home. And 1,000 yards is more than half a mile. So what we have here is a Utah judge drawing a half-a-mile bubble.
Pep, can you dumb this down for us? Okay, so it turns out that the guys that owed the money for the Legos have realized that their case doesn't have any merit. So they offered a settlement where they would just give all the Star Wars inventory to the guy that originally had it. He doesn't want it because he thinks now he could get more through just trying to take them through litigation. And essentially that means that instead of just getting them dissolving the business and giving up the inventory, which is kind of the safe way out for them, he wants their homes
around every bricks and minifigs location in the country, then barring Ben from
I hope that
public
was
sidewalks,
clear
public
cut
streets,
enough.
and other stores within those zones. And Ben obviously can't film within those zones either. And that
no. Dang, that's greedy. Fuck no. This is Ben. No, this is the guy, Reckless Ben. Reverse kind of doing this to them because they're too dumb to realize that they kind of incriminated themselves.
It's two legal issues. First, Utah rule of civil.
Oh, no. The owners of the store are fucked. Those guys that we saw in those videos are fucked.
Procedure 65A
Oh,
requires
yeah.
injunctions to
Oh,
describe
yeah.
the
Karma's
prohibited
coming for
conduct
those
with reasonable
guys.
detail, yet the
I'm
order
believing
never
that shit.
identifies
You
the
know
locations
that.
covered by these exclusion zones. Second, the restriction is dramatically overbroad. Instead of simply prohibiting trespass, it sweeps in a
but they tried to
substantial
destroy his
amount
life,
of lawful activity, including filming from public places and traveling or visiting nearby businesses. Section 65D also sweeps too broadly. It bars defendants from, quote, impersonating plaintiffs or any franchisee, law enforcement, a court officer, a delivery service, a customer, a government entity, or any third party to obtain
this was them
signatures,
trying to
access
say that
statements,
they didn't have any
employee
grounds to
information,
actually serve
customer
them.
information, or business disruption. Now, it is, of course, illegal to impersonate a police officer, but as Mark explained in his video about Ben's arrest, it's not necessarily legal to assume a persona for the purposes of serving legal documents. This happens all the time. Someone pretends to be delivering flowers when their real purpose is to serve legal process on a
that's
party
literally
who's been
process
dodging
serving.
service. And this part of the TRO also prohibits Ben from impersonating the plaintiffs, the McNeffs,
Not gonna lie,
Brandon Best,
been looking into doing that.
and Josh Johnson. Now, impersonating someone is not inherently illegal, and in some cases it's protected by satire and parody. Remember
serve,
those
by
Afro
the
Man
way.
videos where he mocked and impersonated the police? A jury
There's lemon pound cake, baby!
eventually concluded that
I had a lemon pound cake.
Afro Man did not
Guy.
defame the officers with his videos and public
Dude.
statements. Though, of course, impersonation can become unlawful if it's used to commit fraud, deceive someone into surrendering money or property, or obtain some other illegal benefit. But this TRO doesn't draw those distinctions. Instead, it broadly bans impersonation, even though the Supreme Court has repeatedly recognized
be
that
good.
false statements standing alone are not categorically excluded from First Amendment protection. Paragraph E bans touching, altering, covering, defacing, or placing signage or any other form of communication, i.e. electronic, social media, etc., affecting plaintiff's property, including signs falsely stating or implying that plaintiffs stole from elderly persons, stole life savings, lost in court, or closed to avoid paying a judgment. Now, stopping Ben from physically defacing the plaintiffs or their franchisee's property is obviously fine, but paragraph E is again overbroad. It bars placing signage or any other form of communication, such as electronic or social media, in such a way that would affect the plaintiff's property. That's a sneaky way of banning Ben from saying anything that might cast the company in a negative light. And of course, it also reaches electronic and social media communications and singles out particular messages, accusations of elderly theft and of losing in court, for suppression. That is a textbook content-based speech restriction, which you're not supposed to do. And then paragraph F bans defendants from, quote, blocking, deterring, or interfering with customers, employees, vendors, or delivery personnel doing business with plaintiffs in any way, including entering or leaving any of plaintiffs' locations. Now, a court can legally enjoin Ben from physically blocking customers, employees, and vendors from entering stores, but the soft spot is the word deterring people from doing business with bricks and minifigs. Taken literally, that could reach peaceful persuasion, like encouraging a consumer boycott. Again, that is protected expression under the Claiborne hardware case. And paragraph 5G is essentially bricks and minifigs saying, quote, stay away from our employees. But the First Amendment doesn't allow a court to prohibit lawful conversations. Under Utah law, if Ben were inducing employees to breach confidentiality agreements, steal trade secrets, or commit some other independent legal wrong, that could potentially be enjoined. But instead, the order broadly prohibits communication itself. Bricks and Minifigs employees are free to refuse to speak with Ben, but they don't lose their First Amendment rights because they work for Bricks and Minifigs, and Ben doesn't lose his right to ask for an interview. And paragraph 5H is just as problematic. It prohibits Ben from using fake contracts, raffles, lotteries, court papers, awards, and other devices to deceive people, manufacture evidence, or stage confrontations. Now, forging court documents or using fake contracts to commit fraud is certainly unlawful, but the order basically outlaws Ben's filmmaking style. Stage confrontations and parody words are what he does, and some of those techniques are legally risky. He's called Reckless Ben for a reason, but they're not inherently illegal. And by lumping protected expression together with potential fraud, the provision is both vague and overbroad. And this TRO illustrates precisely why anti-SLAPP statutes exist. A TRO this broad creates an obvious chilling effect, and Utah recognized this concern when it upgraded its anti-SLAPP law in 2023. The statute allows defendants sued over speech on matters of public concern to seek early dismissal, stays discovery while the motion is pending, and authorizes an award of attorney's fees to a prevailing movement. And since Ben's videos concern allegations of consumer fraud, the treatment of an elderly collector, and alleged misconduct connected to the dispute, they arguably involve matters of public concern. But the extraordinary breadth of paragraphs J and K is exactly the type of chilling effect that the act was enacted to address. Now, if you hate the idea of getting scammed over Legos, you're really gonna hate the harassment that we get every day from scammers and criminals. Spencer Fain for the Reckless Ben defendants, Snell and Wilmer, and Miller Nash for Mansell. The parties went back to the drawing board. And on June 24th, 2026, they filed a joint motion
Miller and Nash, no way.
The court to convert the TRO into a stipulated and agreed preliminary injunction in a heavily renegotiated form so they could go to mediation. This new version eliminates paragraph 5J and K, so there are no prior restraints and Ben doesn't have to take anything down. It shrinks the buffer zone from 1,000 yards to 100, which fixes a lot of the problems that we discussed. And it limits the defacing clause to BAM's physical property only and drops the content-based restrictions on what Ben can say. And it also adds a knowingly and intentionally mental state to conduct prohibitions. And most importantly, it adds an express savings clause. Quote, nothing in this order shall prohibit defendants from discussing plaintiffs, commenting on this.
By the way, we're going to be covering some of the election stuff right after this.
Litigation, publishing court filings, engaging in...
I kind of did this backwards. I already mentioned this, but the reason I'm doing like the fun half stuff now is because I knew we had election stuff. So
investigative journalism, expressing opinions, criticism, satire, and or commentary on any platform they choose. And that alone was a huge victory for Ben because it takes the muzzle off. And ironically, after uncritically adopting the plaintiff...
cake with no ass. So I'm cake with no without cake.
This unconstitutional TRO, Judge Graft finally decided to give the joint injunction a close read. So on June 24th, he raised concerns about the scope of the stipulated injunction. And he found that it wasn't specific enough because it did not identify all of the Bricks and Minifigs locations that it applied to. Thanks, Judge. Nice of you to notice. And so he denied the joint motion. So that means as of right now, the original TRO, which was written by the plaintiffs and adopted by the court, is still in effect, which is much worse than the stipulated injunction. So on June 25th, the parties filed a joint response clarification to answer the court's questions. They say that the plaintiff's identities and the business locations are matters of public record. The private home addresses of every franchisee and employee may not all be known, but are discoverable through public records. And as for whether any videos had to come down, the parties said that they were, quote, unaware of any publications or other videos having been taken down, and stressed that the injunction, quote, is not intended to restrain lawful speech.
Yeah, Rebecca, you're back.
Anyway, because their intent is to allow, quote, full and free discussion of the subject of this litigation. And anyway, in the joint motion...
How was your errands, or I forgot what you were doing.
The parties told the court that they had, quote, agreed to mediate this case, and asked to vacate the hearing on the preliminary injunction so they could do it. Now, the fact that the parties mutually agreed to talk is a positive sign. It doesn't mean that they can't talk publicly, nor
Amazing Nation, I really don't.
does it force them to negotiate a settlement. It's just that the parties are choosing to sit down with a neutral mediator instead of litigating a TRO to the bitter end. Now, the mediator will be a neutral third party that all of the parties agree to, But the mediator's findings or their personal feelings on the case will have no binding effect. If a settlement comes out of the mediation, it will be because the parties both agreed to that negotiation. But mediation also gives everyone an opportunity to reset. Bricks and Minifigs made a bunch of party admissions in their public statements, some of them retreating from their most extreme claims. And of course, Bricks and Minifigs has to decide whether it's in the company's best interest to litigate against Ben Schneider and Brian Mansell. And of course, what would winning look like in this case for each of the people involved? Because even if Reckless Ben and Mansell did
get those lighters ready, get those bags packed, and let's go and celebrate together.
Absolutely everything that Bricks and Minifigs is accusing them of having done,
let's step off camera.
They might not be happy with the resolution of this litigation. Even if they won in court, they might have lost so much value as a result of the actions that they've taken, including the litigation, that it would be a Pyrrhic victory at best. So a mediator can often be helpful in clarifying the parties' goals and evidence, even if it doesn't lead to a settlement. And often it helps facilitate a confidential settlement so the public doesn't actually know what the terms are. So if Bricks and Minifigs wanted to walk away, which at this point they probably should, but not publicly admit that that's what they're doing, they could do so in a private confidential settlement where they're not admitting that they're just giving up. Now, the timing of the mediation is really interesting in light of Bricks and Minifigs' newest blog post. CEO Amin McNeff repeatedly praises Ed Mansell's collection and says the company remains committed to finding an amicable solution through mediation. The company also highlights operational changes that it says will prevent this from ever happening to somebody else. Now, I'm not going to go into the details.
Man, just clean that song.
But it's interesting that they're releasing this publicly since this...
Oh, dude! Our average view duration's 420.
This is often what happens during the mediation process.
Sweet.
Each side makes concessions and identifies its deal breakers. You know, from a PR perspective, sure, this makes sense, but obviously I think most people would think it's too little too late. And the overall problem remains. They accuse Mansell of crimes, death threats,
by the way,
extortion,
guys, that's in the shorts feed. Anything over a minute,
and sued.
I'm well over the average.
But now they want to kiss and make up. These narratives are obviously hard to reconcile. But to be fair, this is not
That's a sign
unusual
from the
in
universe.
litigation where lawyers draw up aggressive pleadings, while executives and individuals
I'll take
adopt a
it.
more conciliatory posture. Pleadings are intended to preserve every potential legal claim, whereas public statements like this one are intended to restore trust. But from the outside looking in, it still looks like a mess. And additionally, in another twist, Ben Schneider and his new lawyers filed a notice of removal, which automatically transferred the case from the Utah State Court to the United States
What is it about lawyers and being single?
District Court for the District of Utah. Now, that is a smart move, and it's definitely what I would have done. And it's one of the reasons why you need a smart lawyer to help.
Yep, there he goes with his legal shtick. All right, well, let's go to elections.
In the Bennett lead, there is only 2 points. Pueblo County. Now Bennett's getting a big. That's the first good news for Bennett all night. Now Pueblo it's significant, but it's about 3% statewide, right? We say Denver, where Weiser's up 30 points, is 20% of the vote statewide. Pueblo County, where Bennett's up 27, is 3% or so of the vote statewide in this primary. Okay, take a look. We were taking you through the ski country counties, Steamboat Springs. Okay, again, I think you kind of would expect Bennett to be doing a little bit better in these.
She said she was going to.
He is there. Not in Eagle County, however. Okay, this is in one of Mesa County. This is the population center of the Western Slope, such as it is. Grand Junction is here, and again, look at that. Even there, Weiser with a 15-point advantage. So wow. Those are, if you're Weiser, you are loving what you're seeing. And if you're Bennett, holy cow. You didn't give up the Senate seat. But got into this race with the benefit of being a senator, supposedly the benefit. And these numbers are suggesting that Weiser was able to turn that around on him. What did that mean in the Senate primary with Jefferson County? Hickenlooper, 15-point advantage here, 57-42. What was the Hickenlooper number here in 2020, right? 60, down 2.5 points off his 2020 number. So
I'm disappointed. She's not registered to vote in Colorado yet.
Very consistent with Hickenlooper. He won 59-41 in 2020. In most places we've checked in, he's down a couple points from that, right? And if you extrapolate that, and that continues to be the trend, that would still have him, with a, 57% of the vote statewide. We're not seeing anything in these numbers that's at odds with that. Mesa County, where Grand Junction is, right? There we go. Another sizable place, 62, the Hickenlooper number in 2020, 59.5. Very, very steady pattern for him. What's left here that's sizable, like we say, we're waiting on. I mean, Adams is going to be big. Adams is going to be huge in that congressional race, right? Arapahoe County, again, these two combined, probably a quarter of the vote statewide in this Democratic primary are going to come out of those two counties. We're waiting on El Paso County, where Colorado Springs is, in a Republican race statewide. I mean, that thing is just a monster when it comes to votes. And it's big in a Democratic primary, but especially in a Republican primary, it looms large. Holy shit. But those are and Boulder. We're waiting on Boulder. That's another sizable sort of piece of the puzzle here. Probably 10% of the vote is going to come out of Boulder.
Surprise dinner.
Boulder, Adams, Arapahoe, El Paso, and then Larimer County. Those are the sort of the population centers we're waiting to see. Again, a lot of these big counties you're seeing on the western slope in the eastern plains of Colorado. You're talking about very low population
for the presidential elections,
especially in a Democratic primary. Check on the Republican
I'm more
primary for
interested
governor
in what's going
here.
on in the governor's seat.
Now this is
Here we go.
This is interesting. Barb Kirkmeyer is a state legislator who has sort of
Victor Marks, he's behind.
She nearly won a congressional seat in that 8th district.
That one lady.
A couple of years ago. Do we get an update?
Yeah, I have a note for you, and we also just got Arapahoe County.
Oh, okay. And we got communication here. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, we got Arapahoe County.
Bottoms
so we
and
want to go back to that
Kirkmeyer
Senate
were
race.
mean and mean too.
And there's Hickenlooper, 2/3, 62-38. And what was the Hickenlooper number in 2020? It was 60. So he's 2 ahead of that. So Hickenlooper, that's probably the best piece of news Hickenlooper has on this map. We haven't seen him lose more than 3 points off that 2020 share in any of these counties, and he's actually a little up over right now, at least, over where he was in 2020 in Arapahoe County.
No, my sister
So
is.
again, what that translates into
I'm in
statewide
Chicago.
is an advantage of over 60,000 votes, about 16 points for Hickenlooper. Again, waiting on we've taken you through kind of what's outstanding there. What did that do to the governor's primary here? Take a look here.
Let's
It is
see.
that Weiser color again. Weiser, 8-point advantage over Bennett. But I mean, look, if you're, we said, yeah.
I have another note for you as well.
Yes. Oh boy, they are coming in fast and furious here. Yes. The G throws. Folks, if I'm a little hesitant here, I'm trying to teach myself.
Steve, we just made a call in the Senate race.
That's what I was trying to find. There it is, folks. And I'm sorry I spoiled the moment for you. Adam was trying to tell me to hit the button, and I was having a little trouble with the button. NBC News officially projects that John Hickenlooper, first-term United States Senator, has been renominated. He wins the Democratic primary, defeating state legislator Julie Gonzalez. Hickenlooper will move on to the general election, where he will be the overwhelming favorite in a state that lopsidedly voted for Kamala Harris in 2024. Hickenlooper, by the way, had announced prior to this campaign that this would be it for him. He said he intended to serve one more term, and then he would retire. The question was, would the voters of his party give him a chance to have another term? The answer to that is yes. Hickenlooper will hold off Julie Gonzalez, our decision desk says, and will win this primary. Again, we've shown you the reasons why. It is not an overwhelming victory for Hickenlooper
Didn't
here.
Susan Collins say the same thing, though?
He was not suffering the kind of slippage from his prior performance that was going to endanger him tonight. He had won his primary in 2020, 59-41, and so far he is winning these counties generally by a few points less than he did in 2020.
Got to see Ozzy 3 times.
In terms of where the
Would've been
final
4.
margin, for this will land, one question will be, as we say, that late counted vote. Is it going to be progressive flavored? Is it going to be disproportionately young, college-educated, progressive, especially in Denver?
1 year at
that could
Ozfest, he
boost
wasn't even
Gonzalez's
there.
numbers
It was
some,
Black Sabbath.
But our decision desk is saying here that Hickenlooper's got himself a big enough pad for all the
Hailing these
numbers
snacks.
we've been
Oh, this is
showing
my
you,
food.
where it's just not going to be there for Gonzalez. So Hickenlooper will be
my dinner.
renominated. Again, will be the overwhelming favorite in November to
we were
hold
talking
the
about
seat
steak fries.
For
Got some
Democrats.
steak fries.
Again, will be interesting to see as this map fills out exactly what that final margin lands at. Gonzalez had been part of the Democratic Socialists of America until just before this campaign. She said she let her membership lapse, which was no longer a member, but she didn't move away from any of the positions she had previously taken. So really, this was a test here in a Democratic primary, a statewide Democratic primary. This was a test of how much appetite there was for a candidate, a Democratic Socialists of America candidate.
There
That
it
is
is.
essentially what
Yep.
Gonzalez was. Currently, she's running at 42%.
This is the referendum from last week.
Against Hickenlooper. And again, if you're measuring it versus 2020, if she's going to land here in the mid-40s, ultimately, that would not be surprising at all. You can decide for yourself if this thing were to be 56-44, if that were to end up somewhere
So
like
weird
that.
that
for
they're calling
Hickenlooper,
it at
what would that
51%
say?
of the voting.
I leave that to you, but those are the dynamics that people are going to try to be discussing after this one. Go back to the governor's race. I keep reading the G as a 6. That is what is happening. Back to the governor's race here. And again, the other senator, the state's other Democratic senator, Michael Bennet here in big trouble in this primary. And I think we were just starting to say the big problem for him, besides the fact he's down, is the places that have the most votes in a Democratic primary. They are Weiser blue here. Denver, an absolute blowout here for Weiser over Bennett. And if that late counted vote, we're talking about it in the House race, we're talking about it in the Senate race, if that late counted vote is friendly to Weiser and not Bennett, and I think there's a lot of reasons to expect it would be, this could get worse for Bennett. This could get better for Weiser in this gigantic county. We've yet to hear anything from Adams County. Explosive growth in Adams County. It's becoming a bigger and bigger piece of the puzzle in each party's statewide primary with every election. Yet to hear anything there, but again, just looking at that Weiser blue around there, if that one fills in for him, he's going to be feeling extra good about his position here. And again, I think the interesting thing here, Weiser tried to establish himself to the left of Bennett, sort of as a progressive, but it's also that element of running against the sort of the Washington wing of the Democratic Party. Bennett had been there.
Was he like
for
the
a while,
DSA candidate or not?
In the Senate, and Weiser was trying to turn that against him. When we every time we take an NBC News poll, we talk about the very low favorability numbers for the Democratic Party, and that one of the reasons for that is that Democrats themselves are expressing a very low opinion of their own party and their party's national leadership. That's one of the things that Weiser was trying to connect with here against Bennett, and certainly indications that he may have succeeded in doing that. 8th District here, again, we just have, this is to find out who the Democrats will nominate in one of the most closely watched congressional races this fall, which again, we just have Weld County in right here. That's a very good number if you're rooting now, but we're waiting on Adams County. So in the governor's race there, we're waiting on Adams County. In this congressional race, we're waiting on Adams County. Byrd's going to need to turn it around there in a big way. Does have a political base there, but so does Rootenell. But we're waiting on that. In the Republican gubernatorial primary.
Here we go.
We started to talk about this. So
Victor Marks is
Barb
not
Kirkmeyer is a state legislator. She nearly got elected to Congress in that 8th district a couple years ago. Lost a very narrow race in 2022. Didn't go for a rematch in 2024. Turns out she might have won if she did. Instead, she decided to run for governor. She has the conventional endorsements I think you'd expect from sort of party luminaries who are there in Colorado. There still are some of those on the Republican side. She has, again, as a candidate who nearly won a swing district, she's tried to create an image as a political moderate, a political centrist. Her opponents, however, Victor Marks has made a series of explosive, inflammatory claims here about his own biography. How do you say? He said that when he was 7 years old, he said, without providing details, that his stepfather had made him kill another man. He talked about, he again, alluded to having killed others around the world
God
under
damn it,
circumstances that he didn't.
Get out of here.
Victor Marx is running 4 points behind Kirkmeyer right now. The
get out.
dynamics here are interesting. And Scott Bottoms, you know, a state legislator.
Or trust. But from the outside looking in, it still looks like a mess. And additionally, in another twist, Ben Schneider.
Okay, I'm done with him. He's gone. Like, he's gone. I'm done. I can't do this anymore. This fucking cat, dude. I swear to God. Okay, great. And I just lost my Twitch. Awesome. All because my fucking cat decided to just be an asshole.
If you're confused,
great. Fucking A, dude. You know how like Hassan does
Denver,
this? He doesn't have a
metro
cat.
area. I think we just got Adams County. Ooh, only a 2-point margin of her there. But getting Adams County means we got big news in the 8th congressional district. Remember, well, let's just call it right up. Oh, wow, I think we just got clarity, folks. We sure did. Adams County, this is the home of both Manny Rutnell and Shannon Byrd. This is about 3/4, about 70% of the vote in this district. Rutnell clobbering Byrd. So here, we saw him in Weld County. We said this was a great number for Rutnell, and the question was, could Byrd somehow turn it around in Adams County? And the answer is no. The numbers got worse for her there. The other county that's a part of this Larimer, it's just a sliver. It's just a small share of the vote. We got 90% of the vote, and you can see it. There's Manny Rutnell crushing Shannon Byrd. And so Rutnell poised. We'll show you. Should I? Any folks will. Here, keep it on. But there it is, the check mark. I wanted you to see the check mark because I blew it on that Senate race, but I got it to you in the 8th district. NBC News projects that Manny Rutnell has won the Democratic primary in Colorado's 8th congressional district. He will be the Democratic candidate for Congress this November, and he will face off against freshman Republican Gabe Evans, who was renominated by his party without opposition. And the backdrop for this race this November is going to be one of the most politically contested and competitive districts in the country. Donald Trump won this district by 2 points in 2024. In 2020, Joe Biden won it by 5 points. The reason Trump was able to flip it in 2024, this district, the 8th congressional district, going from Commerce City up to Greeley here, large Hispanic population. It's about 40% of the population in this district. Trump made tremendous inroads with Hispanic voters nationally and in this district in 2024. And this is going to be a very fascinating readout this November about what happened with those gains that Trump made in 24, what happens with them in 2026. Because if Evans is going to hold this seat, he's going to need to hold some of those gains. Some of those gains that Trump made accrued to him in that race. Sorry about that.
That's not going to work out so well.
And we will see if Manny Rutnell can win those voters back for Democrats. But that's going to be the theme of this incredibly closely watched race.
We just got our first reports in Boulder and El Paso counties as well.
Okay, let's call this up in that Democratic gubernatorial.
The 6 is a
I should have learned how to do.
G is a 6.
Man, I'm seeing county with the CO. I got to train my brain. Colorado governor Democrat. Here we go. The shortcut. I've managed to make a total mess of it. Okay, you said we got Boulder. Again, no surprise here. The candidate running to the left in this primary, Phil Weiser. But this is 10% of the vote in the Democratic primary. Boulder's huge. Weiser is winning it by 20 points, netting about 10,000 votes. You said we didn't show you Adams County. Adams County in this race, Weiser with an advantage here. It's not huge, but again, it does pad that statewide margin for him. 70% of the vote. It's about a 10-point margin for Weiser. Getting El Paso, okay, now there it is. El Paso is probably 7-8% of the vote statewide in the Democratic primary. Bennett leading here, leading by 3.
Son just hugged
so
him
he
a
does
lot.
net. He's netting 1,438 votes, but he's looking at a more than 50 8,000 vote deficit right here. And what is left that's in terms of population centers that's left, it's right here. It's Larimer County where Fort Collins is. You know, that's the biggest population center we don't have vote from. Again, a lot of these puzzle pieces you're looking at here are large, basically just, it's the Denver metro area. You could just, you know, from Pueblo, Colorado Springs, Denver metro area, the Front Range, they call it, right, up into Fort Collins, Larimer, out to Greeley. That's where the vast majority of the population is. And then you get the Rocky Mountains, right? You go right up into those mountains, and then you come down on the western slope. So you got some ski towns in there. You got Grand Junction, beautiful Grand Junction in the west, but a lot of very small population. And then this is plains. This is just the eastern plains of Colorado over here. And again, especially in the Democratic primary, there's just not much action there. So Bennett in big trouble there in that Democratic gubernatorial primary. Again, he did not give up the Senate seat for this. I was just leaving it there in case something happened.
Just leave it there.
Leave it there. There it is, folks. NBC News projects that State Attorney General Phil Weiser has won the Democratic nomination for governor of Colorado. He has defeated United States Senator Michael Bennet. Weiser will be the Democratic nominee for governor this November. We are still waiting to find out who his Republican opponent will be. Let me put those numbers up on the screen for you. It is a close race right there between state legislator Barb Kirkmeyer and Victor Marks. Kirkmeyer with support heavily concentrated in the Denver metro area. Marks, we can see, doing quite well. Now we got El Paso County. A Republican primary, this is enormous.
Damn, dude, he actually might pull this off.
The scale here. Marks leads in El Paso County right now over Kirkmeyer. Wow. So again, and Marks is, I mean, just in these sort of western slope counties here, again, small, but they're bigger in a Republican primary. Look at these Marks numbers. We just kind of take a tour through.
No, he's not like so far behind.
Kushner and Mesa. Go down here.
No, this is very much like the New York
race. With you for the first time. And it's not, look at this. It's not even that Marks, look at Scott Bottoms doing much better out here. This is the sort of rural base of the Republican Party in Colorado here. Small town, rural Colorado. Let's see here. Marks is crushing it.
No way.
In the southeastern plains, right? But you do see Kirkmeyer in the northeastern plains. She is leading slightly there. Those aren't big numbers for her. So it translates into an 8,800 vote advantage for Kirkmeyer. She's certainly eagerly awaiting Larimer County. I think expectations are she could do quite well up there in Larimer County. Remember, that's her political base, Larimer County. So that could be a key moment for her. Can she pad more get more pad there out of Larimer County? But this Republican gubernatorial race, fascinating to see how
Fort
close
Collins
that is
very...
for her with Victor Marks. So at
very red
9:40, we said we'd get a ton of votes fast. What have we resolved? We've resolved the Senate primary here on the Democratic side. Now, 70% of the vote. Did we go through? Did we take you through?
I think
what
this
it
might.
Like?
This might be the most unpatriotic I
shown
felt
the Senate numbers on this. Adams County just
during Trump won.
So there is slippage here for Hickenlooper. This is the biggest slippage we've seen. In 2020, he got 59% here. He's running at 53.5% here. And I don't think we had shown El Paso here. Hickenlooper, I think he's down about 5 points here too. Oh, wow. This is the biggest slippage we've seen. Yeah, Hickenlooper got 63% of the vote. That's where Colorado Springs is, slipping down to...
damn.
See, if we were seeing this in every county, right, that kind of slippage, Hickenlooper would have been in trouble tonight. But he didn't, in places like
Colorado,
County, in places like Jefferson
in the last
County,
election,
you're just not seeing that.
It's not up for this one.
Again, going through the ski county, what do we got here? His number in Summit County, I'm trying to call up here. Yeah, 66 then, 66 now. So no slippage at all. Breckenridge, again, those higher income, a lot of retirees, that sort of wing of the Democratic base sticking with Hickenlooper. So we've seen that in the Senate race. Now 76. We got Larimer County. Okay, that's what it looks like in the Senate race. It was 59 for Hickenlooper in 2020, 56 now. But we're getting Larimer County.
Yeah, I was
Let's
about
go
to say,
right
so they're a
back
call,
to that governor's, Colorado, governor Republican. I'm sorry, folks, I'm having trouble with that. We just got it. It is a big number there for Kirkmeyer. That's a 3,200 vote plurality that she gets out of there. 2/3 of the vote now in statewide. Again, that adds to her lead, but it's 11,847 votes. There's an interesting division here between sort of the northeastern plains, the southeastern plains there in Colorado. Still, and that western slope has been good for Mark so far. Ski country, as you can see there, Steamboat Springs, good for Kirkmeyer. We said, though, not Eagle County. She's actually losing by 3 votes in Eagle County and Summit County. She is, you'd expect that. Pitkin County, you expect that. This is where Crested Butte is, the ski resort, San Miguel County. We don't have that yet. But to zoom out statewide, that's nearly 70% of the vote.
Towns like Aspen and all them, I'm assuming they're like red.
Advantage there. And again, there are still these places that, these big population places, still a lot of vote to come there. That's promising in Arapahoe County. That's promising if you're Kirkmeyer. Adams County, that's discouraging if you're Kirkmeyer. You want to be, these Denver metro counties is where you want to be not just winning, but running up some kind of score. Not a ton left in Jefferson County, but a good advantage for her there. City of Denver, we said, is it's not much on the Republican side, but she's winning it big. She can still get more out of Weld County. This is her base. And she can still get more out of Larimer County. But of
Does
course,
anybody know if Colorado goes into a runoff?
In El Paso County, still vote to come. She could lose 15. At this pace, she would lose. Marks would net another 1,600 votes or so out of El Paso County. Pueblo County, she's getting crushed. She's getting crushed. That's 3,000 vote margin.
Nice.
If it continues at this rate, she'd lose another 1,500 or so there. So between Pueblo and
Bottoms
El
was at the
Paso,
bottom all night.
she could lose another 3,000 votes off that lead, which is still 11,600. She could pad it there. So, yeah, it's kind of in that what we were saying there about our friend Hickenlooper in the Senate primary. It's not overwhelming. It's even much less overwhelming if you're Kirkmeyer. But there are still opportunities for her to hold on to this. And again, the governor's primary we have called. I don't know why I'm having so much trouble with it. I'm reading it CO6. There it is. Okay.
I can move those around for you if you want, but we do have some guidance from our decision desk on Colorado 1.
Yes.
So our next expected update is the 10:30 p.m. report, but the race is very likely not going to be callable tonight if past vote reporting patterns hold and they don't get above 80% in tonight. So
they don't get above 80%. Okay.
That's just an update there.
10:30. It's 9:45. Right. So. That's kind of what we said at the top was our thought. We get that avalanche, and if we don't have clarity at 10:30, it might be a while. But I do think that next batch at 10:30, I can give you a sense of what the size of that has been in the past. So that 10:30 update in 2024 took you, it was 10% of the vote. It took you 9%. It took you from 73% in.
Hey, Kiros is up. That's great news. I mean, hopefully that stays.
Into 2024. So if we get something like that, this 65 can go up to maybe 75 at that next update. Again, it varies by county here, but the way they do it in Denver is every 90 minutes, they say is their aim to report out whatever they could get done in that intervening 90 minutes. But I think, there's two questions here. Adam just addressed the question of our decision desk
doing that thing where it's
what
like
would be callable for our decision desk. And wanting to get to 80% or more on election night, and the fact that, they get to a point, usually about midnight or so where they're not counting more on election night, and then it will go a day, 2 days, 3 days. But in terms of starting to see where this is going, okay? The next update is going to be very significant here. because, like we're saying, the expectation, what we've seen elsewhere, and what we've seen in terms of the stats that have been made available about the demographics of the electorate, of the returned ballots, would suggest that we're going to start getting into Kyros-friendly votes going forward. More Kyros-friendly than what first came out right there. So it's going to be interesting to see in this next update if Kyros is, if this is, it's 2.3 points right now. 2.3 points is the margin, 2,230. If that meaningfully
the
moves
New York
and
election
expands for Kyros,
it was like hopium for him.
I think that starts to confirm mentally, I'm not saying decision desk, but in my own thinking, and maybe yours as well, that sense of what those votes look like and what that means for Kyros and for DeGette. So I know this is to have a 30-year incumbent in this position, this is the story of the hour. I know we've been off this now for 40 minutes because we knew once we got that first batch, it's going to be a while till we get the next. So we'll probably navigate away from this again here. I don't want you to think you're missing anything in Colorado 1, because I think in about 30 minutes or so, we're going to probably just come back here and park it. And,
Good night, Robin.
And wait to see what that next update looks like, because I think that's and again, what we've set. So I'll navigate away from it. We've set our matchup for November in the 8th Congressional District. Manny Rutnell, Democrat, will face off against Gabe Evans, the Republican. We have called, I'm starting to learn these buttons finally. We've called the Senate Democratic primary, Hickenlooper over Gonzalez. Now, 3/4 of the vote is in there. You don't see Gonzalez winning any of these counties, but you do have to wonder if this one's going to flip. And if the city of Denver is going to end up being a Gonzalez County, because again, that everything we just said about those votes in the House primary applies to Gonzalez in this Senate primary. She's 662 votes south of Hickenlooper right now. If this gets any better for Gonzalez with the subsequent updates, she will pass him and she would win Denver. Again, we're not talking here about any chance of her winning this election, but this is about measuring the sort of taking the temperature of the Democratic Party in a pretty good-sized state here, right? When it comes to this DSA socialist insurgency that we've been seeing elsewhere. We see it in New York City, we see it in Philadelphia, we see it in Washington, D.C. One of the questions is, how much broader can it get in the Democratic Party? That's what makes this Senate race so interesting here in terms of where the number lands. Already, you're seeing Gonzalez running at 43%. And like we've been saying, if you're using 2020, when Hickenlooper ran for this seat and won the primary with 59% as a gauge, right? We're seeing generally him run short of that number in these counties. So if that is true across the state, he may be in tonight to finish at 55, 56% of the vote. And Gonzalez, you would have a candidate, right? A not particularly well-funded candidate who had been part of this Democratic Socialists of America until a year ago, taking on a former governor, United States senator, and presidential candidate, as well known as they get in Colorado Democratic politics, and maybe making it like a 10-point race. Is that where this is going to kind of land here? I mean, then I leave it to you. Again, I'm just trying to get a sense of what the
that kind of
what
shows
the shape
that
of this
people are
thing
sick
is.
of this bullshit.
I'd be curious, you and I know everybody else out there, try to make sense of what that says about the Democratic Party, what that says about the temperature in the party for these types of candidacies.
Everybody's sick of the fucking bullshit
all over the place right now. So we're going to continue to look at this just to again see where exactly that Gonzalez number lands. And Denver's the because again, just take a look around that Denver metro. Well, Boulder too. She's running. This is actually. Did we take you through Boulder? Yeah. This is interesting. This is actually this is a surprise. I don't think we had put Boulder up before. Sometimes the numbers catch me by surprise. Well, I mean, I look at Denver and you look at Boulder, Colorado Buffaloes, college town, famously liberal Boulder, right? Of course, this is going to be fertile ground for Gonzalez. Well, Hickenlooper's number in Boulder in 2020 in that Democratic primary was 52, 57. He's gotten better in the famous liberal bastion of Boulder. He's actually gotten better tonight.
But in Boulder,
are there
it's
some
also
demographic differences
older
between
people?
Denver,
Boulder is older.
City of Denver, and Boulder. I think there are. It's not just, we think of Boulder as a college town. Boulder, first of all, is not the entirety. Boulder City is not the entirety of the county, and it's not just a college town. I think there are also some older Democrats there, older voters, older folks who fit more that profile, that sort of higher income profile, older, higher income. Maybe one of the differences that we've been seeing in these Democratic primaries, renters versus homeowners.
Yeah, homeowners.
Maybe on the Boulder side, there's more of the a little bit more than Denver. Anyway, it's actually Hickenlooper in a sizable county. That's the biggest jump we've seen for Hickenlooper. We see him losing ground everywhere relative to 2020. He's actually gaining it in Boulder. That's an interesting dynamic. I don't know why that just happened. I pressed the wrong button, but there we are, 77%. Again, this is where things really kind of do slow down in these vote counts statewide. They got, in 53 minutes, they got 77% of their vote out in this Democratic primary. We do have a big update from Denver coming, and it's going to be a very consequential one, but it is slowing down
Uber
elsewhere.
in 2 minutes?
We'll call up the governor's primary here.
Well, so live.
On the Republican side here, this race is still outstanding. That
I hope to catch you on the next one.
Kirkmeyer margin, if you've been watching, had gotten up close to about 12,000 votes, I think, when she got the Larimer County, Fort Collins update. It's since ticked down to 10,000. And I'm going to call this up on my screen here because I'd like to see where the most remaining vote is. Right, there's 100. We think there's 155,000 votes left. We think in this primary. Again, those numbers, those are moving targets that our decision desk sets. The biggest single outstanding source of votes, we think, is El Paso County. So right here, okay, where
You have to log out. Good night, Latino.
Leading Kirkmeyer.
Catch you tomorrow.
By about 5 points, 3,300 votes. And we think there's about 27,000 that are left here, right? So if Marks continues to lead Kirkmeyer by 5 points, it's a little bit more than 5 points, that would be about another 1,400 votes that he would net just from El Paso County. And that would knock her number down south of 9,000. The second biggest source of outstanding votes that we got here, we think, is in Douglas County, but look at this. Now, in Douglas County, Kirkmeyer is leading by 7.5 points, 3,300 votes, raw votes, similar margin right there. And again, we think about 16,000 votes are left here. So if she continues to win it at the same clip, that's going to be about, it should probably net another 1,000 votes or so. So you know, Marks could take a chunk out with what's left in El Paso County, and Kirkmeyer could counter in Douglas County. She could also, in Weld County, here in her political base, about 13,000 votes left. She's winning there, by 15 points, right? So that she would net another 2,000 at that rate out of her home county. Now in what we've counted here, this is netting out to her benefit. Larimer County, we think 13,000 votes left in Larimer County. Again, this is sort of part of her base. 13-point margin here. Again, this would be close to 2,000 additional net votes for Kirkmeyer. So you see opportunities for her.
One of the meanies is going to win.
Again, in that sort of front range row of counties and cities there. Where she's doing the worst, let's see that. Yeah, she does. Let's see here. Where is she losing to Marks? She's losing to Marks by 20 points in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Looks like about 15 counties where she's losing.
Close. Yeah, it really is.
Approximately 20 to 30 points she's losing to Marks, and they, in terms of remaining vote, they are 10, 15, 20, about 25,000. So if you just said she if in her worst counties, if there's 25,000 votes left and she's losing them by 20 points to Marks, he nets 5,000. So, and that's at the low end of the scale for her. It starts to get better after that. She starts to move into like single digits. So yeah, if you're Kirkmeyer, the other threat if you're Kirkmeyer though is, are we going to see that dynamic in the Republican primary that we've seen in the Democratic primary, where there's a particular part of the base that is overrepresented in the late counted vote, right? We've seen this in other Republican primaries where it's sort of that MAGA, that pro-MAGA, pro-Trump vote. The late counted tends to be the same day vote.
Good to see you.
Tends to be disproportionately sort of MAGA base. If that's the case here, again, Kirkmeyer's best numbers are in the places that are Trump's weak spots, relatively speaking, with Republican primary voters. So that could change the math in the final 30% that's counted right here. Everything I'm giving you is an extrapolation based on what's already happened. Based on what's already happened, if that continues, Kirkmeyer can win this thing, can win this thing by a small margin. But if that late counted vote is more MAGA, there's definitely room there for Marks to catch her. I don't know. Has our decision desk given a similar characterization of their ability to call this race? Is that something you could check with them on? Or?
Yeah, I'll check with them on this race. I do have one note from them on Colorado 1. They were looking back at some of the logs from 2022 in this race. They say in the 2022 Democratic primary in Colorado 1, about 75% of the vote was counted by the end of election night. The 25% of votes that were reported after election day narrowed DeGette's margin from 67-point election night margin to a final margin of 62 points. And that was in 2022.
In 2022, she faced a primary challenger.
Yes.
And her margin came down 5 points.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, this is before she was, sort of in the crosshairs of this sort of DSA movement. And even then, against nominal opposition.
Dude,
right?
Akiros wins.
You saw
they wanted to lose so bad.
Again, I said when we came on,
there waiting for the
and
fucking,
we were waiting for that.
call.
We were waiting for that Denver, batch. I said if you're DeGette and you're not leading, you're not going to feel good. And again, we would need there would need to be, I think, a surprise just in terms of what that vote is breaking like. There'd need to be a surprise that cuts against a lot of expectations, against a lot of what we've seen in other primaries, what we've been seeing in the demographic information that's been available about the returned ballots, and now in terms of what our decision desk is telling us about the 2022 primary challenge to DeGette. There would need to be a surprise that cuts against the weight of all of that. I know it's close. I know it's 2.3 points, but if it's true that first batch was as good as it gets for DeGette, she ended up in second place on that first batch. So we are sitting here at 10 o'clock now, 10 o'clock Eastern, and there is some action here in this Republican primary, but again, it's going to come in, it's going to be very slow from this point forward. Colorado gets to, as we said, they get to about 75%, and then it grinds to a halt. We're at 72 here. Kirkmeyer's ahead by 10,000.
The process in a lot of these counties is, vote, as we talked about earlier, polls close. People could still, it's a mail ballot state. People drop off their ballots that they received in the mail at boxes at different locations. And I think the process, after you get through the first kind of batch, is to go around
California where it takes as long, but
collect
there's at least a day where
back in. So I think that's kind of the gap
make a difference.
What we get in the initial reports and then the subsequent reports.
Yeah, and then it's just they pick these things up at the drop box, but then they got to verify, everything, that whole processing thing. And again, that's why I'm just looking at the numbers here. 2024, it was 2 nights after election night, Thursday night, they hit, this number didn't hit 90% until Thursday, right? And then it didn't hit 95% until Friday. So, I said they hit the 72% awfully fast. We did it in an hour in this Republican governor's race. But again, I wouldn't expect a ton more. We've kind of got a trickle here, and we've got that question. We've got that question of, does the late counted stuff, the stuff that was thrown into the drop box this afternoon, right? The folks who went
stream being like, "Oh, Kirkmeyer
decided
won,"
today
and
they have
all
this
of a sudden
mail
Victor
ballot.
Marks,
is that
he pulls off? It's like, you're
more
mean.
MAGA, type of vote?
Now I'm the winner.
If it is,
winner,
that
chicken
could be
dinner.
trouble for Kirkmeyer here, because again, she's very much sort of that traditional,
even though I'm a
centrist type. There's Republicans in Colorado who've had success in the past. Colorado's a state that had been a Republican state, believe it or not. About 25 years ago, it made a very fast political transformation to the blue state it is right now. But there were some Republicans who had some success in that period. Cory Gardner, for instance, comes to mind. He won a U.S. Senate race there in 2014. He lost to Hickenlooper, lost his Senate seat to Hickenlooper in 2020. Kirkmeyer is like a Cory Gardner type candidate here. So very much from that kind of vintage of the Republican Party in Colorado. Marks and Bottoms are very much aligned with that populist in sort of insurgency energy that Trump's not endorsed in this race, but they're certainly trying to align himself with the Trump grassroots right there. And if it's that
weird how you say that without this weird sinking in your voice.
Trump grassroots that sort of
anytime we talk about the DSA, it's like this
late in this thing. I mean, that's what Marks would need this to be. I see it's come under 10,000, so we just got
we got another update from Adams County.
Yeah.
So this is our second update, this is our second update from the county. So this was in the Republican race. It was 981 votes. Marks gets 45% of them, and Kirkmeyer gets 35.
Oh wow! So it's 1,000 votes essentially, but we're now getting. Have we gotten any of these readouts anywhere else?
I've been monitoring. That's the first one that caught my attention.
It catches my attention, and if you're watching this, you know why, and I'm sure it caught your attention too. That's exactly what we said Marks would need, and it potentially gets right to that dynamic. Here we are, right in the Denver metro area. Now, very, very close here. Remember, Kirkmeyer, I was saying when we looked at that election, when we looked at that first report in Adams County, said, Kirkmeyer, you probably wanted more than you got. It was a very narrow lead for her. Now they're getting into that next stack. Now they're getting into the stuff that they went out and they got at the drop-off centers today, and they brought back the
I caught that vibe.
The late vote. Now you're starting to see the numbers from there in the first update from this county. This is a big, politically significant county in the Denver metro area. The first update is Marks winning it, that update, by 10 points over Kirkmeyer.
And I know we've already called the Senate race, but I do think maybe, it helps us think about what we're waiting for in Colorado 1 as well.
Yes.
We do have the second update from Adams County.
Yes.
And so in the first vote report, Hickenlooper got 54% and Gonzalez got 47%.
Wait, that's 101. Wait a minute.
There's rounding here. 53.5, 46.5. And in the second update, there is 2,000 votes. Gonzalez wins 60.9% of them.
Wow.
And Hickenlooper gets 38.1.
Yeah, I'm putting the decimal points there like they matter. That's emphatic, that's clear, and holy cow. So that's Adams County. Again, we're talking, this is more like, this is the suburbs of Denver here. And huge population. And look at that. Gonzalez, the candidate, again, this is the candidate very much to the left of Hickenlooper here, wins that update by 23 points over Hickenlooper. After Hickenlooper had won the initial batch. And what that does to the statewide number Yeah, it's 91,000. Let me ask you this, Adam.
Yes.
How much vote what's our expected remaining vote in Adams County?
In Adams County, it's 11,000 ballots.
Yeah, there's no way.
And we just had her winning that by 23 points. So if she were to win it by, I'm just trying to see how close this could get her.
Oh, they took the projected winner off of Hickenlooper then.
If she wins the remaining vote there by 20 points, she nets another 2,200 votes. Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to see if we knock it down to 89. There's opportunities here for Arapahoe County. Yeah.
Could she actually
we got our second update in Broomfield as well.
Yeah, okay, let's take a look at that.
Do you want to stick with this race?
Yep.
Okay.
I mean,
sorry, I'm pulling it up here. Went to the other race.
This is a relatively new in the scheme of history county, city.
Okay, so the first update there was 55.5 for Hickenlooper, 44.5 for Gonzalez. The second update, 59.5 for Gonzalez, 40.5 for Hickenlooper.
59.5. Okay, but
800 votes in the
right, and that has, I just noticed that has taken us to our 95% number. We think we're pretty much there in Broomfield.
Yeah, I don't have any more guidance than that number.
Right. I mean, again, it raises the possibility when we get to 95
really do not like each other.
Generally
You're
means we're hitting what we think we expect the total number of votes we expected the total number of votes to be at the start of the night. But our decision desk then goes in and checks that and wants to see if the patterns that have actually emerged, that number can be adjusted. So one possibility is we're pretty much done in Broomfield County. Gonzalez did do better with the late arriving, late counted vote, but it didn't budge the overall number that much. Also, it is possible, since they don't really report this stuff to us ahead of time exactly how much, possible there's more to come in Broomfield, that more people dropped ballots off today. Remember, everybody gets mailed these in Colorado, and they can, they mail them back, they can bring them in, they can drop them off. Maybe more people decided to do that today, and it's a pro-Gonzalez vote. But you're definitely seeing, the upshot of this is what we teed up at the beginning here. Late arriving, late counted votes, Democratic primary favoring the progressive, the terminology here again, I mean, a lot of people would say Hickenlooper's a progressive. So I mean to the left of progressive, the sort of insurgency, DSA-style insurgency. Benefiting from those late arriving, late counted votes. Later, I don't want to screw the terminology up. When I say late arriving, they're arriving before the deadline, but late relative to others.
Hey guys, remember what the question of the day was? Was if this actually mattered outside of New York?
Ballots.
If you want to revisit the governor primary for Republicans, I do have some thinking from the analytics desk at our decision desk. They think in order for Marks to catch up in the governor race, the unreported votes in each county would have to be on average about 4 points better for Marks than what has been reported thus far.
4 points, right, but can you tell me what Broomfield was in the gubernatorial, in the Republican primary here?
Yes, so we got, it's about 300 new votes there. In the initial batch, Marks gets 32% rounding. And Kirkmeyer gets 52%. In this subsequent batch, Kirkmeyer gets 36% and Marks gets 43%.
Okay.
Oh, she fell. So not only that, look at this. That also means that 21. That also means that the third candidate here, Bottoms, again, who's very much that.
Appropriate name.
You had those numbers flipped, but
over that.
In terms of the comparison, Marks gets the plurality there.
For you to
give me to me again.
Last place candidate with the name Bottoms.
Marks gets 43%. Kirkmeyer gets 36%.
The whole I erased the whole thing. I'm sorry. You got it.
Okay.
I'm sorry, folks.
Hold on. Give me a second. So initial batch, Marks 32, Second batch, Marks 43.
Right. Okay. I see.
Initial batch, Kirkmeyer 53.
Right.
Subsequent 36.
Okay. Wow. So she's down 17. He's up 11. And the other so you're seeing two things. First of all, you are seeing in the second batch in both Adams County and Broomfield County, you are seeing Marks get the kind of improvement our decision desk easily, in those two counties at least, getting the kind of improvement our decision desk says he needs to get if he's going to pull ahead here statewide. And you're also seeing more broadly the fact that the combined Marks Bottoms vote, right? It was 47 in the initial batch, and now it's up to 64. Holy cow, right? Again, these are the two sort of insurgent, populist, conservative type candidates here, right? And it just speaks to the flavor of those late arriving, late counted votes. Very progressive on the Democratic side, very MAGA on the Republican side. And it redounds to the benefit here so far. Again, we've seen this in other primaries, right? And so it's only two counties right now. It's only two updates from two counties, but it's also coming on the heels of all these other primaries where we've seen this same thing happen. And so again, if that continues to happen, if we see it in a few more counties here, then Marks's position gets a lot better very quickly. Already, Marks is looking at those two counties and getting easily the kinds of numbers he needs to get to reverse the advantage that Kirkmeyer has right there. And what that obviously, what that means in the first congressional district here is, since we've now seen in two counties on the Democratic side in the Senate primary, we've seen the DSA-style candidate do markedly better with the two late counted updates that we've gotten. Is there much reason to suspect that's not going to be the case in Denver? In Denver, the very young population, a lot of renters, college educated. It's right in the middle of that demographic wheelhouse of those DSA-style candidates. We're seeing it in Adams County.
They're socialists.
We're seeing it in Broomfield County.
Socialists. Oh my God.
We're going to find out in the next few minutes if we see it in Denver. But if we do,
let's go, Kiros.
Then sometime in the next few minutes. Again, they say
next
they try
few
to
minutes.
space these
How long?
to 90 minutes-ish. So 9 o'clock poll close.
Maybe?
Next update, 10:30-ish. Sorry. This number will go up. Oh, my goodness. This number will go up. We don't know exactly how much, but is this number going up too? And is this number going down? Is Kiros going to get some significant separation from DeGette with this next update? And also, if it's anything like we've seen in these other two counties, I think it just really reinforces what the expectation is for the other updates that are going to come after that. So I'm going to, Adam, you tell me if we get more new updates from other counties that we can compare to.
Kornacki is fucking panicking over the DSA.
I'm going to leave it on
win.
this screen.
It's so much fun.
Pick this piece of paper up.
Watching him just
And
go.
I'm going to write these numbers down myself, so I have them in front of me.
These insurgent
the second
candidates.
This thing updates. 47.5, 45.2, 46.306, 44.076, and it's a gap of 22.30. Now, I could have just taken a picture of the screen and then referred back to that, but I prefer to do it this way. So, again, I'm going to leave it here right now because we're kind of in that zone where it could happen any second. I mean, it could take 15 minutes. It could take 20 minutes. It could also happen now. But Adam is looking, and we're trying to see if we have any other counties, because every county in the state is basically in the same position right now. They've given you their big batch, their
He's
big
trying
initial
everything,
batch
even
of
math
vote.
on paper. Yep.
And now they're all assembling the stuff that they've processed at some point
no,
tonight.
he really is. He's just
so
like,
far,
"Hey, just
and they're gonna
all these extra numbers,
they don't all give
numbers.
updates on the same timeline,
Kuros,
but a
she
lot of them
hasn't
start
got
giving
this,
you
not
incremental
entirely.
updates.
Even
We've had
though
two.
if this was
We've
any
had
other
one
race, we'd probably
one
call
from
it.
Adams County. We've had one from Broomfield County, and both of them have been
Oh man,
much more sort of MAGA flavored on the Republican side and much more DSA flavored on the Democratic side. And I think, again, that was sort of our expectation.
Maybe you guys should wake
but
up
now
to
that we're
that
starting to
instead
see
of
it,
you just fucking sitting here clamoring for the status
Let's make
quo.
sure
That's
those two aren't aberrations. They're not blips. There's not
just
something
fucking
more
becoming
complicated
the
happening.
past.
It's only 2 right now. But if we start seeing it more, then the pattern really becomes clear, really becomes unmistakable.
At least we
And
got
like
that,
I said,
right?
the implications for this first congressional district, where you have a very endangered incumbent. We have, I think, coming into tonight, the number is 6 incumbents who lost in primaries so far this year. Coming in tonight, it was 6.
That sounds right. And we've just gotten reconfirmation that the next vote update we're expecting from Denver will be 10:30 Eastern.
10:30 Eastern. That does give us, I see 10:17 and 30 seconds. Yeah, we came on the air last week and we said, New York was last week. We came on the air saying
we're a minute behind.
4 incumbents. SBI in New York, Dan Goldman in New York, so that brings the number to 6. If this current order holds, the number goes to 7, right? Yeah. And again, this would be another significant victory within the Democratic Party for that DSA style of politics, which we've been talking about here, and we've been watching happen right throughout this primary season.
How's it going,
Where have
Steve?
we seen it? Most notably,
Co-partner
Philadelphia. Chris Rabb won
Is he about to cry?
a congressional
That seems
primary
like
there
it.
in what may be the most Democratic district in the country. And I remember, in fact, if you were watching that night, this was back in early May, Rabb, we got an initial vote report in Philadelphia. Rabb wasn't leading it. And then the election day vote started getting counted, and he was just running up the score. Same thing. The folks who voted late there, relatively late, were that DSA style. So we saw, the DSA folks pull it off there. There's a lot of attention to New York City.
Well,
the
Trump can't
Washington,
save you
D.C.
anymore.
mayor's race.
Supreme Court
We've
can't
seen
do
other
shit,
cities
so.
around the country, not just this year, but recently.
Dang liberals about to lose his shit.
Socialists. We saw a DSA type candidate
insurgents.
endorsed by Bernie Sanders and AOC in the suburbs of New Jersey. Ana Lilia Mejia won the special election, the Democratic primary, a very crowded Democratic primary. She got about 30% of the vote, right? This was Mikey Sherrill, now the governor, gave up her House seat, crowded Democratic primary. There were some interesting dynamics there, but the upshot of it was in the suburbs of New Jersey, West Essex County, Morris County, this type of candidate won the Democratic primary for a special election and then won the seat pretty easily. I think about a 20-point margin she had in the special election over her Republican opponent. So, I mean, again, we're trying to get a sense of what the scope of this is in the Democratic Party. Then the other questions that it raises, and again, I'm just sort of leaving this here as we wait for the numbers to come, but it raises then questions about as these candidacies, if they do start to have success outside of core Democratic areas, like Democratic strongholds, okay, like this district, right? There's no doubt who's going to win this district in November. Whoever wins this Democratic primary tonight is going to win this district. That was true with Chris Rabb. That's true with those districts in New York City where those DSA candidates had success last week. But if and when these Democratic candidates start winning more broadly, and that's why we were looking so closely at this tonight, right? If Gonzalez ever won this tonight.
It's the way that he's framing it.
Colorado is still, look, statewide, is still a state that Harris was able to win by 11. In a bad year for Democrats, Kamala Harris was still able to win here by 11 points. So if Gonzalez had beaten Hickenlooper tonight, she certainly would have been favored going into the general election. But, an 11-point statewide margin for Harris is not the same as the 56-point margin I just showed you in that first district. It would have raised the question, could the Republicans...
And I guess I'm just hearing it the way that
Republicans make this an interesting race in November, had she been nominated tonight, right? These DSA-style candidates, are they able to win in primaries outside of core Democratic areas? And then if they do, what happens to them in the general election in those places? And you're seeing Gonzalez running kind of basically in the mid-40s here tonight in this primary. And I think we can clearly expect this number to go up. and this Hickenlooper number to come down as the remaining vote is counted, because we're that progressive flavor, that DSA flavor of the remaining vote that we've been expecting and we're starting to see. So that's why we were looking so closely, at that. We're going to see, to some extent, Graham Plattner in Maine is a test of this. In Michigan, we've got a Democratic primary for Senate.
We're going to To be fair, if this was a conservative, they wouldn't be using that word.
Be covering August 4th, right? Where there's no big primaries in July. We're going to be off for July, but August 4th, we're coming right back with that Democratic primary for the Senate in Michigan, and a candidate, very sort of ideologically similar here, favored to win that primary. That's a swing state. That's a state Trump won twice. So that's the kind of thing we're kind of looking for here. And then, of course, coming out of 2020, not just the general election this year, what the implications are in the general election this year, but what that means for the Democratic Party as it tries to pick a candidate in 2028. How big, how broad is this movement, and how does that connect with the Democratic nomination for president in 2028? Yes.
I have an update. It's a second update in Weld County, if you want to revisit.
Yep. Okay, so let's take a look here. I'm going to call up the Senate primary Democratic side, Weld County. We're comparing the initial with the current. What do we got?
Hold on. I was in the other race. Okay, so in the initial batch, it was Hickenlooper 59.4, Gonzalez 40.6. In the subsequent batch, it's Hickenlooper 46.9, and Gonzalez 53.2.
How big was that batch?
888 votes.
Yeah, okay, so again, look, the vast majority of the vote was already counted, and Hickenlooper had built that lead here. So, it is what had been 19 for Hickenlooper is 6.5, basically. That's like a 25-point shift here, net 25-point shift in the direction of Gonzalez. Now, there's just not a ton of vote left for her to dent this much more, but you would expect this number, this 41%, probably to rise a couple ticks as the remaining vote comes in. But it's 3 counties now.
Okay, so she's
three
still gonna
counties
lose.
now in this Democratic Senate primary where we've seen the same thing, where we've seen Gonzalez doing markedly better with those second updates. In the Republican gubernatorial primary, I think that's the one you had, right?
Yes. Let me pull it up now.
Yep. Okay.
Okay, so it was about 800 votes there as well.
Yep.
Mark's got 35% in the initial batch.
Yep.
Kirkmeyer got 51% in the initial batch. In the subsequent, it's Kirkmeyer with 43.6.
Yep.
And Mark's with about 38%.
So that's actually in give me the full 37 what?
37.98.
Okay, yeah, it is 38. Okay. So that's about 19% of the vote for Bottoms. That's the other thing here. So it had been 16 points for Kirkmeyer, and now it's down to 5.5. So remember, our decision desk said that Marks needed to be doing 4 points better with the
He's not.
4 points better with the
3 points.
The rest of the vote than he did with the initial batch. He lost the initial batch by 16 points to Kirkmeyer. He's losing the subsequent update here currently by 5.5. And again, Bottoms, the other populist kind of MAGA-style candidate, also doing better clearly with the late vote than he did with the initial. And the combined vote share of these two candidates is nearly 60%. In this recent update. So just very MAGA flavored. And to the extent there's a problem for Marks, it's only that instead of all of that vote kind of being directed his way here, Bottoms is taking up a big chunk of it too here. But we've seen 3 counties. This is Kirkmeyer's base too. But 3 counties now.
What a
and
dumb
you can see
assessment
her margin
that was.
here dwindling now. It's 9,400, where these subsequent updates are giving Marks exactly what he needs.
In this window, while we wait for this next update from Denver, I did send you a message. I'm switching up modes of communication,
okay.
But just in advance of the next update.
Yes. And let's call right back here because it is 10:26 and 48 seconds. And they have told us 10:30. So let's see if they keep their end of the deal here. But, you know, I don't need to repeat it. We're all looking for the same thing here.
We're all waiting for the same thing. Yeah. We're all just waiting for the final result so we can see
does something
if
happen?
she actually wins.
The question is kind of,
if that's the case,
does something happen that there's no reason to think
bitches,
is about to happen?
That DSA
That would be
wave
DeGette doing
is
well
a
with
lot
this
bigger
next
than you
update.
thought.
Everything we're seeing,
I'm happy. I'm happy about
is aligned with this being a good update for Kyros. Three counties now we've gotten statewide where we're starting to get that late vote added in. It is much more progressive flavored. We came into the night expecting, especially in Denver, that it would be. And if it is, then that Kyros number, again, 2,230 is her margin over DeGette. It's 2.3 points. It expands. And it doesn't just expand, but it confirms everything we're saying. And by doing that, it tells us that, again, is there any reason, if this next update comes in like we're kind of thinking it's going to, for Kyros, much better for her than DeGette? Really?
I mean, it looks like Hassan and everybody are partying, so
to think that it's gonna that trend is gonna reverse it all.
I think that Kyros is winning.
Even more late kind of arriving vote is counted. Again, that would also be something there's no reason to expect. So DeGette's got to really pull off some kind of a surprise here with this next update. I see 10:28 and 42 seconds.
After we do this update, we'll do a special report update as well, and we have our Q&A at the end of our broadcast tonight. So those are also elements to stay tuned for.
Yes, get those questions ready, folks. Get the subscription. We gave you the barcode. Get the subscription and get the questions in. It's going to be on this same stream. You'll be able to do this Q&A. But yeah, we've called the Democratic gubernatorial race. The Senator Michael Bennet defeated there. It's a nice consolation prize. Gets to go back to the Senate. We've called the Senate primary. Hickenlooper will survive, but his challenger probably getting in the mid-40s right there, which is an interesting thing. We've called the 8th District Democratic primary. Manny Rutenau will be the opponent of Republican Gabe Evans there. And we're waiting on this. We're waiting on the Republican gubernatorial primary where Barb Kirkmeyer has the lead. But boy, if you're her, you are not feeling good right now because you are watching that. That thing is melting away like the Colorado snow in May. Especially
good one.
Especially the way those updates are coming in there. And so we're waiting on this. And we're waiting on, it's 10:30. So when I say any minute, I mean any minute now. They got that first update, what, Adam? It was it was within the first 10 minutes, right?
Yeah, and I think it will come in any second.
Any second, folks. 22:30. Remember, does 22:30, does it go up? Does it go up big? There it is. Oh my goodness. There it is. You see it? It was 22:30. We just got our first update of that late vote. And the margin for Kyros over DeGette more than doubled. It was a 2.3 point margin for her. It is now a 4 point, it just doubled. Her raw vote margin and her percentage vote margin both just doubled. And that was in a batch that took us from 65% of the expected vote to 73. Adam, are you able to calculate? It was clearly extremely pro-Kyros, just how big that margin was for her in that update.
Yeah, she gets 58% in that update, and DeGette gets 36.
36. So a race that the initial vote, we said we thought that initial vote would be the best it gets for DeGette all night, and it would be downhill for her after that. And boy, she needed to lead in that initial vote, and she needed a pad because we said that subsequent late
That's the
arriving,
case, then
late
what's with
counted
all
vote
this,
was likely to be Quiros, and it is. It's
excitement over
extremely
DSA
pro-Quiros.
candidates.
It was a 2-point margin for Quiros there in the initial. By more than 20 points, she just won that update. That late arriving, late counted vote is everything we suspected it would be. It is very DSA flavored, and it has put Quiros into now a significant lead over DeGette in this race. And again, just there's not a logical reason to think that the next update wouldn't be. Everything we suspected about the nature of this vote is being confirmed. So why would the next one, now which is 90 minutes away, but why would the next one be any different? Should I? No. Okay. We can check it. So, folks, I mean, that's going to be our last update there for a long time. So, but that's massive, just in terms of the meaning of what just happened. It's massive.
Wow, the arm folding is too
I'll
much,
return to it
man.
in a second, but I want to just check in here because I just wanted to see, and it did. That Denver update that we just got, look what it did to the map.
I was laughing my ass
It's
off when
all
I looked at
Hickenlooper.
Twitter and I saw conservatives talking about a red tsunami.
Not in the biggest single place on the board in the Democratic primary in the city of Denver. Julie Gonzalez, Hickenlooper's primary challenger, now leads him citywide. Again, this is not going to reverse the call that we've made or anything like that, but it's again part of that pattern. What just happened to Quiros in the 1st Congressional District happened to Gonzalez in the city of Denver in her statewide race. Are you able, Adam, to see what the break was, Gonzalez-Hickenlooper in that update?
In Denver?
Yeah. I'd just be curious what again, there's a little bit of a difference between the two pools we're talking about here, but there's a ton of overlap. We saw Quiros leading by 22 over DeGette in the new batch there. What was Gonzalez here?
She gets 57% in that recent update.
And it was 43 for Hickenlooper?
That's right.
So 14, and before that it had been like 51-49 Hickenlooper.
It was about 50-50.
Yeah, so it's not quite as dramatic. And again, these are two slightly different pools of vote we're talking about, but it's the same basic dynamic. And it does tick Gonzalez up to 43, Hickenlooper 57. And again, it just sets the tone for we've got 80%. I think you can expect this across the board as very, very slowly this thing fills in with more updates. Some tonight, a lot in the coming day, couple of days, that it's not going to change the call. We've made the call here. Hickenlooper's got himself the kind of pad he needed, but the Gonzalez number probably ticks up some because the next wave of vote is going to be better for her than the first, probably across the board here. So again, could that land her at 45%, something like that? Back over here, and again, it's in this 1st district, not called. But we just you saw it. It doubled. Everything just doubled. So,
I mean,
and let's go back. It's Denver. It didn't do much. I do want to just see what Denver did. Well, the Kirkmeyer number has fallen even more because
we got a Fremont update and an Arapahoe.
Dude, that'd be
update.
so funny if Bottoms is the reason that she loses.
That must be why. Tell me about Arapahoe.
Kirkmeyer wins that batch. It was 1,400 votes. She gets 46%, and Marks gets 32%.
Oh, right. And what was the initial? It was.
The initial was 48% for Kirkmeyer and 33% for.
Wow.
Marks.
So she got. Yeah, it was 15 for her over Marks initially, and it only moves 1 point. So she got good news there. That's the first update, right? So that's the first update that kind of breaks with type, and that's what Kirkmeyer needs if she's going to somehow hold on to this, because elsewhere we've been seeing a much better same-day number for Marks, for Bottoms, and much worse for her. Do we have others?
Yeah, Fremont County was the other one that updated there.
Okay, and what do you got?
So that one, we got 3,000 votes in the latest batch of votes, and there was 3,000 in the initial. It was about 50% for Marks in that one, 25% for Kirkmeyer in the initial, and in this latest batch, it was 51% for Marks and 24% for Kirkmeyer.
Oh, okay, so we've seen two now. 25 for Marks, 27. Remember, our decision desk says it's it's got to be a 4-point improvement for him. So statewide, yeah. So two good updates there if you're Kirkmeyer, and two updates that unlike what we saw initially in Adams County, in Broomfield County, and in Weld County, where clearly that MAGA side was
fuck MAGA. None of them are supported by Trump. Can you fuck off with your MAGA bullshit?
So some drama there in this
Jesus
Republican
Christ. You're sitting here fucking talking about the insurgency.
Remember that the winner will face the Attorney General Phil Weiser, who knocked off Senator Michael Bennett. And again, the big outstanding.
So we keep going back and forth to the same screen, same bullshit.
We got to figure out what to do here. We're not due for another update for 90 minutes here.
Yeah.
Our decision desk would
like to see more vote.
So they're not going to. We're not going to have a call here right now.
That's right.
Okay.
Oh, awkward.
We are just going to continue to get very incremental, small updates that are.
Dude, Carnegie's all pissed off, or he's just like, I don't know what to do here. Oh shit. Really got to get some incremental updates. Oh shit. Alrighty. He doesn't do anything. He reports. I mean, yes. He is tweaking out. He does this thing where 73%'s in, 48.6%. He's been doing this long enough to where, yeah, like I was kind of saying before, if this was anybody else, he would be calling it, man. This is, at least I feel that way. But all right, guys, I kind of feel like we're winding down the stream here. Oh, fucking A. We'll find. This is what sucks about these election night ones, where it's like we don't get the results. Yeah, we'll find out tomorrow if our guy actually won. Sleepy Pep. Yeah, I'm a little sleepy. It's that time. Unfortunately, it caught up to me. And I'm not going to focus too much on it, but yeah, definitely caught a vibe in the middle of the stream there where I'm just glad I got to be very open about it. So yeah, double tap that screen, folks. Yes, please do. Also, I need to close this poll. There we go. Oh my god, dude. The amount of people that just they go with the no matter what. Whoo boy. That's kind of funny. Either way. Alright, so tomorrow's agenda, yeah, and we'll be on at 2. Gonna be more of a low-key stream. Fuck, man, I really am tired. That definitely hit me, so. Alrighty. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to make it till the clean 6, as you guys have been catching on to the lingo. Although, hold on. Konaki, anything? You're still talking about all these Grand Junction, Colorado Springs, Denver, Fort Collins. I've been to all of those. Don't care, don't care. Don't care, don't care, don't care. Now he's just going back and forth between like the candidates. Yeah, fuck you. Fuck you, Konaki. What am I doing in the morn? Working. Sorry. I'm busy. Ugh. That's why I must let you guys go. Yeah. I'm too tired. And yeah. Boo. Yeah, no shit. No shit, boo. Totally feel that one. But yeah. It is what it is. Gotta, do the thing. Stay up and watch cool things on the internet with us, Pep. As much as I love to do that with you guys, which I really, really do, but Night Pep, fantastic show. See you at 2 p.m. Yeah, this is me rapping. So I do appreciate you guys being here tonight. Appreciate you guys being so welcoming to Alex. Also, I want to shout out Devil's Advocate Productions for being just an awesome dude, fucking coming through and cheering me up. Changed the subject right when I needed it, so it worked out. But all right, guys, look out for the stream tomorrow, 2 p.m., and I will see you all then. Good night.
Who the heck is PepTalks? I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. PepTalks. 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 Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. PepTalks. PepTalks. Who the heck is PepTalk? They want our women. They want our children. PepTalk. Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the PepTalk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist. PepTalk. I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming. PepTalks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from PepTalks that we are indeed all high on politics.